Welcome to the Boise State Esports Arena, and you join us for the first day of the Idaho Esports State Championships. We have teams from all over the great state of Idaho here at the Boise State Esports Arena to compete for championships in Valorant, Rocket League, and Overwatch. The first day sees 8 teams facing off in Valorant to see who will take the crown, all starting out with our first match of the day, Timberline versus Highland. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer. I'm going to be periodically joining you in the studio with inside looks as to all the action happening here today, as well as interviews with the players and pregame talk as well. I am joined by Kaz Phoenix to set up what we can expect in our first match. Kaz, it's great to have you with us. I teased a little bit that we have our 8 teams ready to go, but let's already talk about who are the major power players, who are we expecting to make moves, and also kind of how the seeding is a little bit interesting for today.
Yeah, that was, I think, one of the most significant things that I wanted to bring up. For any traditional sports fans who are looking forward to trying to follow, like, oh, you know, who are we on a base level expecting to be our strongest performers, right? Seeding numbers are almost arbitrary here, right? One of our strongest teams, that of which being Skyline, is our 8th seed. Which I thought was pretty curious, but I guess it works out. I think a lot of the time those numbers end up being arbitrary for this or that reasons. You see situations like this all the time, right, in professional play, where a lower seeded team ends up finding a huge upset against someone who's pretty much favored to take the whole thing, right? And that is a very similar situation here, where we have one of our lower seed teams anyway, who I feel might be one of the contenders to take the whole thing for Valorant.
Yep, we can see our first round matches. We are going to be starting out with Highland and Timberline, but you can see at the top there we've got Renaissance and Skyline, as we've been teasing. The reason we're pointing out Skylines in the 8th seed is that if you dig into the numbers, look at the matches won, matches lost, KDA, all of that, Skyline, despite being the 8th seeded team, has better stats than Renaissance. They went 6-0 in the regular season. They have a better KDA, better stats all around with their team. So, like you said, Kaz, we can expect some really big upsets maybe today, but we're going to have to see how it shakes out for the actual gameplay. Now, for the match that we are highlighting, which is Timberline versus Highland, these two teams right dead center in terms of seeding, but I gotta say, I gotta think Timberline has the slight edge here.
I would definitely like to think so, you know. I think even throughout like all the competition that Timberline has had throughout the regular season, throughout coming into states themselves, they seem to find themselves in a pretty good spot, at least in this matchup, playing against Highland, a school that, you know, didn't really prove too much of themselves, at least during the regular season, right? That's not to account for the play-in brackets that had happened, where they had a much better performance, at least enough to get them up here, right? And now there is a lot on the line that Highland has to prove for themselves as well. So again, for either team, as I love to say, it's just as winnable as it is losable. There is a lot that these teams have to be thinking about as they're going into gameplay. There are a lot of tiny little micro thoughts that have to happen in between rounds that you could amount to a map win, to a series win, that could, I mean, even ultimately amount to taking the whole thing tonight.
Well, I want to leave us with a final thought before we go to the arena, and that is this. If you're looking at individual talent, individual players, there are only nine players in the whole league, the whole high school league, that in the regular season broke 100 on their KDA, got more than 100 eliminations. It's like top power players, top fraggers for their teams. And one of those players, I believe the gamer tag was Endy, pardon me if I'm wrong, but on Timberline.
Yes.
So, and then followed very closely by teammates such as No, who are like in the high 90s as well. So in terms of raw stats, Timberline has some of the best fraggers in the league. But final note is that as we look here at the arena, some of these players are going to be playing in a environment like that for the first time. The lights, the cheering, the live casting, and that has tripped up many players that have looked good on paper, but when the rubber hits the road, you're in a live LAN environment, anything can happen. And I can think of no two better people than Audrey Norris and Zach Rojas to talk all about the first match we have for the day. Take it away in the arena. Give us our first bite of Valorant action.
Hello and welcome to the desk now as we get ready to jump into our first matchup of the day. As mentioned, my name is Audrey Norris with Zach Munson at my side here to call all the action. Now, I want to say that the studio really made a lot of good points about like seeding and just the general like information about these teams. And do you have any other thoughts as we get ready to jump into this matchup about the history here?
Well, I would think if you were going to write this one down as kind of a story, I would say the story is more of a proven kind of team versus kind of an underdog with the potential to really shake things up. Now, Timberline, they've been here before. They've kind of proven themselves on this stage to a certain extent, and they're here once again. They kind of qualified in a more traditional manner. They got into their group, won it out, got a top seed, whereas Highland is definitely more of somewhat of the opposite of they kind of struggled during that regular season, but really brought things together right at the end for a big upset to bring them here. So the momentum might kind of be on their side going into this one.
Yeah, and as we were talking about it a little bit before this will probably be one of the more even matchups here as we're getting into it. You know, we've seen like a lot of their different strengths throughout the season. So as we're jumping into this first matchup, we're going to get our first look at the agents that we're going to be going into with this, with a bit of a mirroring from some of the characters, though I do see some differences in Reyna as well as one of the newer agents to the game here.
Teo.
Yeah, Teo.
I mean, when you're at this level, you bring out whatever you can, you get it to work, and we're jumping right into the first round here. This is really what's going to set the tempo, set the attitude, and make everyone kind of realize the reality of the situation here.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm excited to see this first jump in. I mean, this is the first game of the day. It kind of helps us set the pace, see where everyone's going to be, and these two teams are the lucky ones that get to show off their skills first to the crowd as we're getting ready to jump into one of the more interesting, I would say, Valorant maps, being unique in the amount of plant sites that we have to manage and cycle through.
And what a crowd it is as well. Everyone's here ready, watching. It's pretty much almost a full house. Even when I got here, everyone's out ready to support their teams, ready to play. They've been warming up. Surely, they're still going to have a few little early round jitters to kind of shake out, but it looks like we're going to get right underway with an early kind of A push. Endy, fast kill onto Big 30. That's going to kind of slow things out. Already the crowd is kind of feeling it. Crunchy Taco already taken so low. Kaiser exploring, sees Eagle, but gets a little afraid. That's scary peek with such low HP, but Crunchy is okay with taking that. Exploring again onto some dude. Through the blind, the dash is short, but the Cloudburst is there to save in time.
Yeah, Kaiser pushing down A long now a little bit more, regaining some of that momentum now that another player for Highland is down. They're going to have to rotate around and look for another option here, but they have to be careful. Cypher has laid traps on this side. Silver Bagel knows the name of the game. Trap is triggered and is able to back up a little bit here. They know where they want to go, but can Crunchy Taco find an opportunity for their team? The rest of them waiting with the spike. Red moving into assist. Crunchy Taco taking out
last player standing.
The back and forth is going to end with Highland with one player and Timberline able to clear out the attackers.
Emotions are already high, and I'd just like to point out, look at the discipline there from Silver Bagel, knowing that they're all rushing and just deciding to bide their time and wait that out, wait for the support to come in, and they're able to secure that pistol round early off a nice 3K by Endy. Really showing up after that shout out by Jacob. They decided to really come out to play today so far.
Yeah, I think any Cypher player wants to know when to push and when to hold. And I mean, that is the name of the game with the character. So great moves there from Timberline. And as well from Highland there, being able to take a pretty rough situation on A and bring it back to C. They were able to get on site. Now they just need to get the plant clear. And they're going to go in a lot faster here. Pushing C up, C long immediately. The firefight's going through the Cypher cage, creating some visibility issues, but they're able to get some room. Yoru sending out the decoy here, but do they know that No-No is right around the corner? They're going to have to be careful. They are able to get past it with the plant, but Timberline is waiting to see what they're going to choose to do and not going to try and prevent them from getting this here.
They're letting the time tick though. willing to regroup. Here comes the utility. Everybody's hit by the paranoia. Andy is able to eat off of it. Oh my God! Way down, and everyone gets deleted from the site as Timberline reclaims without losing a single player.
And giving some time to choose who gets the point here. Able to breathe as they get that flawless off of just very careful and patient planning. You know,
Spike planted.
I would say from everything we've heard about Timberline, that is insane. Yeah, just you see all the utility go off right at the same time. I mean, yeah,
So perfect.
it's insane. 3 from Endy right there with a backup from Kaiser. Very clean retake. Easy, and yeah, Timberline able to take the second point there.
Well, now Highland at least have a chance to get some economy back into it. I mean, if there were 2 rounds, if there was a round that they were likely to lose, it would be the last one. But now, on a bit advantaged footing, they're going to need to get something here. Haven't really been able to get anything started, and that smoke is not going to help. Already kind of afraid of what it could mean for the future if they push through that. They're willing to take their time and use their util, and they spot out Silver Bagel. That's Cypher noted. Such an important character for holding down different sites and different locations, and now that they've seen where he is, they can maybe think about where they need to go now.
Yeah, now that they're watching, checking through the mid lane here. Using some of that to potentially find a different spot. Now that Cypher's moved, Teo going to throw out the util here, create some space. Kaiser sees it, but he's not going to be able to push.
Starts up.
Yeah, Eagle moving up with Yoru here. Shots are fired. Kaiser taking down Yoru, but going down to Teo. The plant is going through, but Highland is kind of boxed in here. Timberline on both sides as Endy moves in, taking down Eagle, and Silver Bagel taking down his mirror. Timberline is able to get the defuse once again.
That's a bonus round secured, and momentum now securely in the side of Timberline as Endy, still yet to die this game, has started off so strong, doing everything the team needs to, at least defensively.
Yeah,
and Highland on a back foot already.
Yeah, rough spot here just with all the smokes out. They got boxed in. You can see on the map, just Timberline was able to move in on the retake and spot where everyone is and clean up fairly quickly. Now, Highland's big challenge for this one is also going to be that ult pressure here that Endy has. Now that he hasn't been knocked out, he's been able to charge up Blade Storm quickly, and that just creates a lot of pressure that Timberline is going to be able to use.
Highland think that C site might be weak, but it's fake. I mean, everyone's here, and Endy's here. Kaiser's there as well in the back, and that is already the push being stopped. A brick wall ran into so early. Endy will not be moved so far this game, and with only a classic really to speak of, some dude in CRLO don't have much to be done here. The flank on the way. Nono hears him, backs up and is waiting to take the fight. But Highland seem to know that they're boxed in. They're trying to isolate any sort of fight that they can, but there's nothing really to be found. A whole minute, but it seems like it's just a matter of time before the peak comes in. Silver Bagel might test this. Marshall shot goes wide, but actually it hits and it scares Silver Bagel enough to leave. CRLO still only 22 HP though. What is there to be done? A high-low being held on the C site. If they peek, it's not going to be good. Silver Bagel maybe wants to take a peek, knows that Omen is still holding that with the Marshall. 30 seconds left, time is ticking, and there's really just nowhere to go. It seems inevitable at some point. And it's Nono with the big flash as well. Endy, 3 more, 10, 0, and 0 to start this game off.
Timberline has just been able to keep up the momentum round to round here. Highland just kind of getting stuck on the wall right now of the defense that Timberline has been able to put up. And, you know, looking at the loadouts, it's like, the eco shows right now where we're at, and Highland just needs to find that one break point right now to be able to get onto site and hold.
This is so smart from Timberline too. They've changed their setup. So Highland off, knowing Endy was on C. They want to go to the other site, but now Endy's there alongside Kaiser. Almost gets caught, but not quite. Dart is going to note pretty much everybody, and the reinforcements are already here. There's 3 on site. To Highland stop to consider this possibility. Maybe if the drone sees anything, but it gets shut down too fast. Now the rest of the team is pushing in. It's so deep. CRLO just pushes lashes out already and is caught away from the rest of their team. No, good shot, picking that one up. The rest of the team wants to slow down. Actually, Big 30 just goes in straight up, but Endy shuts that right down and
remaining.
through the smoke.
Oh, wow.
Now 1v4.
Great read from there. Some dude now not boxed in just yet, but not a lot of options. The choice to push or the choice to move is kind of Cypher's big question right now. He has the safety of the tripwires, but as Lem is slowly closing in, any peek could be dangerous, and he knows that, backing off here. Now going to have to rotate around, check the hallways.
30 seconds left.
Just back off. With 30 seconds, there's not a lot to do, but Timberline also knows that he is most likely rotating here and are going to follow. Just how much they push up will be the question. Some dude does see them. Well, does see that they might be there. The location is revealed.
10 seconds
Look who
left.
it is too.
Yep, Endy is here with the dash active, going to move forward. The plan goes through, and a quick, clean knockout from Endy is going to eliminate the attackers before they can get the plant off. But I mean,
Look, Lem has 11 assists right now.
my gosh, and I mean, you know, such a tough position for Highland there. Like with Omen being taken out so quickly, and Yoru only getting really a trade off.
Remaining. Got him.
I applaud like the composure he kept in the moment to recognize not to go too quick into that and to rotate, because you know when you're the last player against 4 people, there's only so much you could do in Valorant.
Really got a decent look. I mean, there wasn't really too much to be done. It seemed he was kind of worried about a flank, didn't really want to try and run the whole map when really the enemies could be anywhere. But at that point, it seems like the round at that point is almost kind of lost. It seems like they maybe need to rally back and kind of focus very strongly on those first kind of 20 to 30 seconds, because it seems like that's kind of where the rounds are slipping away from them most often.
If you lose too many players at the beginning there without getting trades or knockouts, you're going to start really struggling in the end when the numbers advantage just becomes too much. And we saw that there when there was only 2 players left. One got knocked out, and then Cypher was essentially just locked in there at the back line.
Off a timeout, hopefully they can come up with kind of just something a little bit better to really get the wheels rolling, get the engine greased on this attack. So far, no one on Highland's team even able to break 1 kill so far. Parity almost across the board, at least on the kills front, and that's not exactly where you want to be, as Ultimate's finally starting to come online, but the money is not really there to support them.
Yeah, that'll be with the ultimates that they have too.
Wow.
They do need
Spike down.
Pushing out. Oh, there goes Endy, another kill right away, and an offensive smoke from Lem. Endy is dashing in, they've got it spawn. 15 for Endy, and the last one is just tucked away. Gets a shot, a nice little look at something unaware. Just a second. Omen showing signs of life. CRLO, 2 beautiful shots with the Sheriff, and he has a chance.
careful on the corner.
Oh, Endy. Look who it is, man. A flawless game of Valorant. 16-0-0. That means anytime you peek Endy, you're just immediately eliminated so far this
That's
game.
a knockout right
Spike
there.
down.
But I will say, yeah, just that quick
remaining.
knockouts there, getting the spike and just forcing CRLO back. However, you know, getting the 2 knockouts off of what was unrecoverable at that point from the surprise is at least good for the resource knockout. It, you know, they do have a lot of eco, so it's not as much as you'd want, but it still feels good to get some of that and chip it down. And we're going to see Teo going right into it with the ultimates down the mid lane here. Eagle moving in, getting some information off of the smokes, trying to see who's in the room, sees Breach.
That's good info.
And is able to kind of force him to push back there with a bit of a bullet spray. CRL moving into a dangerous spot.
Nice
and we
angle.
hear Kaiser activating that Timberline
down,
goes
B.
down. Wait, the spike planter is out. Kaiser taking out
player
2.
standing.
Highland down to just Reyna. Crunchy Taco does take down Endy, but isn't able to take down Silver Bagel.
Somehow Hunter's Fury got 3 there, and
That's
Endy
insane.
finally falling for the first time. But I mean, even then you still have No Kaiser, Lem, even Silver Bagel to contend with. I mean, 15 assists is really crazy in 7 rounds. That's almost as impressive as 16 kills in 7 rounds. Highland had a decent look, a better look than they had been getting, but just on that B side, it's so hard to escape the Sova ultimate. It really can just cause some havoc, and now 7-0 for them. It's been just kind of one-sided so far here.
Yeah, this could be the momentum that Highland needs, though. They have some more resources when it comes to their ultimates here. And if they can find a good angle, they might be able to do something with that to just kind of break through what Timberline has set up. As we see, yeah, they're not going to immediately go for the push, try and gain some information off the middle area with Crunchy Taco. No is watching, but do they know who's there yet? That's the question. Both of them watching those angles, looking for those potential corners. Eagle checking garage. They do know that the Cypher trip is there.
Oh, it's up to Lem, though, and look who it is.
Yeah, he's right around the corner. Any quick peek could be the last, and they know he's right there. They get the spot. The paranoia goes through, as well as the concussion here. Oh, no, getting into a firefight with Crunchy Taco and is knocked out. Kind of a 2-point pincer attack from Highland here as they use the garage to spawn to see. Yeah, the ultimate's going out, locking down the area as 30 tries to get in a teleport. Is knocked out, but the spike is planted with No down.
The spike's not for main, though. Everybody's running out, but if somebody falls here, the spike can just be defused for free. Oh, and now they're going to get on the bomb, and I don't know if there's anything to be done. Eagle's going to have to push through this smoke. Smoke actually falling. Andy gets one ahead of it, though. Smoke redeployed, and Kaiser on the defuse. It's going through. It's going through. Kaiser gets off, but at this point, it's all done and dusted. 8 straight now for Timberline.
Wow. Really strong momentum from Highland at the beginning, but just not able to keep it up. The spike is planted, but they're not able to hold on to it. However, they only ended up using one ultimate in that, so it is not... They're not gone yet. They still have the resources. They have the ult advantage still. They need to find that point for it.
It looks like they might have gotten into territory of kind of just buying whatever, see what can work, try and just get something going here. Looks like they're on to the C site once again, but Silver Bagel almost prophetic in their way to kind of change which site they're on, almost reading the attack and what they want to do. But Victory actually hasn't even seen the Cypher yet. Silver Bagel peeks ahead, thought he was being watched, but actually wasn't. Something
there, yeah.
Manages to take that down, and this is the best look Highland has gotten so far. Spike down, everyone on site. Now it's just up to this.
All right, we've seen this before. The spike plant is very crucial. Timberline has shown great skill in the retake here. With the suppression going down, they're going to be able to move in. Smokes are up. They need to find those positions. You see the paranoia go through, taking some tester shots as the owl drone goes out. Lemon Endy down to CRLO and Crunchy Taco. Huge players out as Timberline is down to 2 players with Highland.
One enemy remaining.
Completely safe here. Kaiser knocked out. Oh my goodness, No down too. And Highland gets a flawless off of that.
And energy is certainly still on Highland, in the Highland corner now. You would think maybe they'd be faltering after so many losses, but no, they still have the emotion for sure. Crunchy Taco really showed up that round, got involved on site and took the crucial picks there. And I mean, an 8-4 half isn't out of the equation, and that's a lot more palatable than what could have. I mean, it was looking like it might have been 12-0.
And they were still able to make it out of there with 2 ultimates. Though now Timberline has been able to stock up their own resources, this is looking a little bit more comfortable for Highland here. Now they just need to replicate what they pulled off before. Eagle going in for some information on the A side here, trying to spot who might be there. As the rest of the team is looking at their other options.
They sold it.
Be a feint. They are able to confuse Timberline. They're trying to decide, are they going B or A? Highland just needs to capitalize on this moment before Endy and the rest of them get back, but they might not do it here.
Hesitant.
They need to move. If they don't, they're not going to, and they commit. They're going to go through Crunchy Taco, going through the garage. Oh, the rest of them move up. Endy is there, but Endy is not able to make anything of it. No, trying to catch someone off guard in the garage, but the spike is planted. Now they just need to hold the line here. They move back. They know where the spike is, so they're trying to create some room where they can just get the hallway. But Timberline has some really strong ultimate potential here. Endy does get caught off guard, but they aren't able to get any picks off of it. Now they just got to use the util here. Endy taking down Eagle, but Zero takes down both Endy and Lem. 2 down. Kaiser taking down some dude. The back and forth here.
One
Still
enemy remaining.
even.
Last
With
player
now
standing.
down to the last player on both sides. The Cypher neural threat is going through. He knows exactly where Crunchy Taco is. He's going to go for the defuse. Catches Crunchy Taco off guard.
No, but no time.
But there's no time, and Highland is still able to recover with the spike detonation. Wow!
You gotta win.
Flip back and forth with the momentum, you know. Highland getting the spike, and then Timberline getting so many knockouts, getting to the spike. You think it's gonna go through, but the spike did not have time for the defuse.
I'm sure I heard it somewhere before, but I'd like to accredit this line to myself, where in any comeback, you know how in a normal game, right? You can lose a few tough rounds. If you use 5 ults, it's a real slugfest, but you can lose those. But when you're in a comeback, you're gonna need to win some of those rounds if you want to have a chance, and that's a round to win for Highland.
100%.
Not even time to breathe, really, as we're back in it, and Endy is kind of holding strong against the forces of Highland, at least initially. Ends up falling back as Lem catches one on the other side of the map. Kaiser's gonna spot 2 though, and the push starts to speed up on A site. Kaiser somewhat ready for this, but are they really ready? Here comes all the util taking a forward position. That stun's gonna hit. Good utility from Eagle is gonna force Timberline to kind of fall back and play for the retake here. Good push so far from Highland, but they are down a player.
Highland gaining some courage here. Great catch there from the teleports there. Nono is down. However, they've lost the Omen on Highland's side. Endy is up top. That's a dangerous position to have to contest for Highland here. It restricts their movement as the rotations are revealed. Using that. Oh, Kaiser goes down. Endy taking down Yoru, however. 2 to 3 on the numbers right now. We gotta hold this point, but Eagle is out, and it is now some dude in the back here as Endy goes for the defuse. Uncomfortable position to try and peek. He's trying his best, but there's just not enough room, and Lem knocks him out. Timberline cutting down the momentum that Highland was trying to build up here.
Last round before the
That's a real punch in the gut. Just as things were looking to go their way, it goes right back. 18 assists now for Lem. That's just ridiculous. But a 9-3 not written off completely. Highland need to get their last one with only a neural theft Cypher ultimate to speak of, really. Endy hasn't needed to really use that ultimate all game.
No, it's true. Endy has just been holding it here. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see it now, as now you use whatever resources you have before that swap. And so we'll probably see a pretty explosive round here. So now we get ready to decide. Cover going down on C-side here. It's going to start wide. Nono getting caught on the wallbang there from CRLO. Great opportunity there to create some open space in that middle point for Highland. Now watching the garage. Going to have to be very careful walking up through this area. Taco looking and checking those angles. Highland has learned where Timberline likes to hide here, and they are making sure to check as they now swap up the strategies here. Both teams kind of clumping in the middle with the Teo drone going out.
Timing.
Oh, Super Big goes down. Oh, right into the 2 players watching that side, but it's too late. Highland has to move. Kaiser taking down Taco as the rest of the
one enemy remaining.
No more proposals.
Kaiser, no!
No way!
A second ult with
Switching
3
sides.
kills this game on the same site. It's like the definition of insanity.
I mean, that's exact. I mean, definition of insanity is B-site sometimes, though, too. As you know, just unfortunately walking right back into the sight line here, and just a unfortunate teleport there too. Yeah, Highland tries to move in, but we talked about it. The Sova ult was up. There's not much you can do there. And although they were trying to get the neural theft through to get information, they got knocked out by Sova there. And so now we're going to go on to the swap, and we'll have to see how both teams adjust to their new positions. With the way that Highland's been playing, we'll have to see, maybe, every time you have a Cypher on side, they are a strong defender. So we'll have to see if this is maybe more Highland strength where they can hold down the line as well as Timberline has been.
If anything, I mean, Timberline's shown it's possible to get
almost
rounds ran up on the defense. It's up to some dude though. This trip could possibly be jumped if Endy decides to. Just decides to shoot it. Anyway, someone's still caught by the scan though. Backside, Kaiser is just gonna take that one straight away. No, planting gets a little bit delayed by the Teo mines, but not really too long. No, just moves their feet a little bit, repositions, and gets that spike down. Now Highland wants to flood out, but they're cut off. It's now two of them have been isolated perfectly, and Kaiser
One enemy
feasts off
remaining.
of it. Endy gets the kill towards Heaven in the last one.
Nice.
Decent kill from Big 30, who wants to kind of take their time. They have a bit of time to work with and low health bars on the side of Timberline if they want to try and win this one. And of course, they have to, but through the smoke, it's a double hold. Which side do they pitch? Timing is crazy though. But can't be found. Lem, perfect angle to support their teammate, and now 11-2. And one thing I just kind of want to note is, while Lem has so many assists, I mean, just an insane number 20 is more than you'd normally see. That also kind of speaks to Highland's playstyle, is the only way you're really getting that many assists on Omen as well as the Paranoia is if they're running through smokes, right?
Right, yeah.
So Highland could possibly just be getting a little hung up in this utility kind of mental sort of battle that Timberline has really been excelling in.
Yeah, and you know, I think that as we're easing into the defense, right, that was like our first taste of like how this is going to go, and we can see Timberline is really choosing that quick, fast play that Highland was kind of second guessing themselves on in the attack side. And so I think it'll be interesting to see if they are able to band together and recognize some of those like watch points that Timberline was using against them to try and shut them down, because Highland's big thing right now is getting caught off guard and getting singled out here.
Now, I don't have a specific stat or a number for this, but I feel like generally in 5v5, when all your team is able to communicate, you're all firing together, I think defense is probably a little bit easier in general. So kind of proving that you're able to get those attack rounds and kind of do it the hard way when it's a little easier to coordinate on defense. It's easier to kind of get rounds. If Timberline can show that they're really ready to kind of show their offensive strategy, I mean, they could be a real force to be reckoned with in this tournament. 11-2 start so far. 21 for Endy is just insane.
Yeah, though they have such a strong, like there are a couple players that are their big fraggers at this point, so they're going to have to be careful. We've seen Highland take it down when Endy is knocked out, but that is not happening today as some dude goes down and C point is secured by Timberline. Highland having to rotate around here to try and look for their spot. Teo bringing out the drone, looking for anything, does see where a couple people are, and it's going to give them some information, but how they act on it is key here. Crunchy goes down to Kaiser. They are able to spot the garage. Kaiser with the rotate there, and Silver Bagel following it up. Highland is cleared out, and Timberline gets the flawless.
At this point,
now match point.
Yeah, at this point, it's been an interesting one. I mean, Highland has showed signs. CRLO has been fragging throughout. The rest of the team hasn't really been able to get into it at the same kind of degree. And at this point, it's kind of learning lessons right now to take with you kind of into the next map, because since it's a best of 3, they do have a chance to kind of rein things back and get things maybe to a bit of a more even level on a map that they might favor.
Yeah, like it is. The first matchup is always a very interesting show as Crunchy Taco goes for that quick elimination. Garage is a firefight already as they have to back off here. Great kicks from Crunchy Taco getting a second one before being knocked out here. However, Endy is going to follow it up, knocking down some dude with 3-3 here.
Spike planted.
Out as Spike gets planted. Once again, using the drone to get some ideas. But Highland needs to be careful as the sightlines are being watched. Paranoia going out. Does not find anyone immediately. Highland thinking about their strategy here. Eagle looking at Garage. The guns they have, they need to be careful, but they can't waste too much time on the spike. Kaiser takes out CRLO down to 2 players. Eagle gets the surprise attack, but Endy follows it up now with just Big 30 here. He is able to spot Endy. Endy is down, but there is minimal health in his pool here as he watches go for the teleport and is knocked out. With that, Timberline is able to get the 13-2 win for this best of 3.
And I mean, in about as convincing fashion as you could ask for. Rounds-wise and, I mean, gameplay-wise, they look strong. Jacob's player of choice to shout out, of course, really turned up and proved everybody right. So great performance from ND 24, as well as 5 first bloods can't really be understated. And while Highland, they definitely put up a fight on certain rounds, they were just not really able to get ahead.
Yeah, and with that, we're kind of getting to the conclusion of this first matchup, getting a taste of what's going on as we get ready to, continue to watch some other stuff and check in with the studio and see how everything is going.
Welcome back to the studio as we are here for our post-game analysis. I'm Jacob Palmer, joined by Nathaniel Hackney and Kaz Phoenix to go over the match we just saw. And I don't like to toot my own horn so much. Oh, what the heck, I'm going to blow the horn. Full lung capacity. I called it out, did I not?
Yeah,
with
you did.
ND there. But this is kind of what we were talking about at the beginning of the seeding. You can't necessarily go off it. You got to look at the individual player stats. And 24-5-4 for ND. It almost seemed to me, correct me if I'm wrong, you two, but it almost seemed to me like a lot, both of the teams in a way kind of put all their trust in the duelist. ND, if you know your duelist is going to be, top fragger, putting them on a jet is going to make the team's life miserable. But in the same way, Highland putting their main duelist on the Reyna, a Reyna isn't going to give too much to your team unless she's getting eliminations here and there. So it seemed like both of them went all in on the duelist play, but ND really just was the first and last word in that match.
Yeah, I know you said it at the beginning of the show about how, Andy, one of the top 9 players to break 100 kills throughout the regular season. But I think it maybe, today's performance is just like more of an anomaly. It'll be a tougher competition going into the next map or the rest of the series. But ND for sure has proven that was not for no reason. They have a very strong, solid place on this team. They have a very solid reason for having Timberline here. And I think all across the board, the entire roster, but especially ND did an excellent job at showing that. But as we talked about ND's frag, something I was also talking about during the map, was Lem's assist. Those are typically not numbers that you see from a controller player. 21 assists is, I think, anything above like 15 is already something to behold as a spectacle. But something that was brought up during broadcast that I thought was pretty interesting is the discipline of Highland that was brought up kind of indirectly. For a controller player to have that many assists, that has to mean that the team is consistently running into their util, either getting sprayed down through smokes or just blind running through smokes or getting hit by paranoia, which had to mean, I guess by implication, that Highland's discipline about site executions, about the way that they wanted to go about certain plays, was not as great as it probably could have been.
Now, Nathaniel, I have to ask, we're bringing up the concept of discipline here. What are those things you need to be reminding yourself? Those little things of, the thing that comes to mind, crosshair placement is the one I'm always reminding myself when I'm playing Valorant. But if you're trying to play as cleanly as possible, what are those little things you need to be reminding yourself in your head to play cleanly in Valorant?
I would say the main thing you need to be thinking about is that it's a team game. So you have to trust your teammates. Like, the reason why Omen was able to get so many assists is because the Jet fully trusted. And the reason why so many rounds were won is because the first blood was given because the utility was hit, and the Jet trusted it was landing and then hit the headshot. That's really what this game comes down to a lot of the time.
Yeah, you could see Timberline was working cohesively as a team, not just in terms of the players, but also the relationship between players and their coaches. Timberline has a great coach in Doc Haskell Ascalite in Damio playing right now. Apple of Doc's eye, is really bringing the full hurt to the other team and the passion too. Damio being a former collegiate player, was always one of the loudest people, to celebrate with the team in terms of yelling. And you heard that culture has gone full-throated onto Timberline. You could hear more than half of the shouting in the arena was from them every time they won a round.
We could hear it all the way from the studio. Like the passion from that team, the energy, is very obvious, very apparent, and something that is very important to just overall having a fun time here.
Now, as we look here at what is next for these two teams, Lotus, the other three-site stage in Valorant, is coming up for us. Nathaniel, what are these teams going to want to be looking for in terms of success on Lotus?
Lotus comes down to a lot of the time playing defaults and baiting out utility, because the sites have these choke points that are very easy to hold if you have utility up, but elsewise the defenders can't rotate in time, and then the attacker's able to get on pretty easily.
Which kind of goes back to what we were talking about this utility and needing to respect it, or else the controller, you know, he's just going to keep getting all the assists that he's already been getting.
And not only to mention as well, when you're talking about utility usage, especially on, I think, the map where it is the most important on Lotus, we're going back into that territory of respecting utility. Right, I feel like that's something Highland was struggling with, particularly throughout most of Haven, was just, we're going to try and push through the smoke, which is obviously not something that was working out. That proved itself throughout that 13-2 loss for them. As they're going into Lotus, I'm pretty sure that there has to be amalgamation of thoughts on their mind, but most importantly, how do we allow ourselves to respect their utility while using our own utility to set ourselves up for success on these executions?
Although if we're going to bring up the topic of respect, that could be one of the things that helps Highland get back into the game, because we sort of saw a few rounds from Timberline where they got a little bit of too much swagger in their step of trying to go into the enemy spawn, and then you see the collateral from the Sheriff, the 2K there.
Yeah.
You saw CRLO and Crunchy Taco in particular, I think, are the real sleepers. I think they took a little bit of time to warm up, but as we saw the game go on, we saw them more and more on the feed. I think in the second game that we're about to get to, you're going to want to watch out for them as well. We'll see if Highland can regain their footing as we send it back to the arena, and Audrey and Zach take it away.
Yeah, all right. Getting ready for this next matchup. And as mentioned, it will be on Lotus, the other three-site map. I guess those are just the favorites for these teams. You know, a lot of people, I think, get nervous about that. But with that, we're going to be seeing how these teams decide to come at each other now, with Timberline on attack and Highland on defense, now that they've kind of gotten comfortable in the environment and each other's playstyle for this tournament.
Well, Lotus for sure as well it's definitely one of those maps, as Nathaniel was saying, where baiting that utility is so important, and really you have to be so coordinated and just ready to kind of play off of your teammates and understand just what's being used and what's not being used. A very kind of high level sort of map, and Timberline has been showing that high level sort of utility, and they really have in the past. I'm a Bora alum, and Timberline actually smacked my team on Lotus, and they looked good. So I know that they're definitely a team to be feared. And Highland, I mean, they're on the back foot for sure, but with a switch of scenery, it definitely could look a little better, and they were on defense first as well.
And, you know, we mentioned momentum last time, right? Like, momentum is so important in Valorant. It can really change the pacing. And when you're going up against a team who has won so many rounds off of you, and you've only gotten a couple, it really can shake your mentality. So coming in at a fresh slate, fresh area, just can really help with that. And, you know, you mentioned, you know, that you faced Timberline before on, you know, Lotus. But the other interesting thing for Timberline is that this is almost a completely new team from when they've actually come to this tournament previously. So, you know, they're coming back, but it's a set of fresh faces as well. So a lot of fresh experiences for this tournament, especially for the first game of the season, like for the tournament. We've done plenty of games this season.
And I also think, like, starting out strong is possibly the most important thing they could do today. Obviously, closing strong is very important as well, but especially given how the bracket works, if you win this first game, you're in contention for top 4. But if you lose, you're no longer in contention for top 4. So this first matchup is very, very important. And Timberline being able to really just shake off those initial nerves and really just set the tempo is just a great look for them coming into this second map here on Lotus.
Yeah, and as we're getting ready to load in, once again, we're going to see where the agent picks go. You know, a little bit of a mix-up here for both teams, as you would expect on a new map, and some more of the new agents popping in. You know, we see Vice as well as good old...
ISO.
ISO, yeah. There we go. I was staring at him. I was like, I know you're.
You got lost in his eyes.
I got lost in his eyes. Yeah, you know. Hey, oh, the start of a day, I guess. As you know, hey, I like all the agents. I think they've got great designs. ISO's really cool though. His ultimate is a very fun one. I think it is going to be.
For sure.
It's a fun to watch one, and with the way that Big 30 was playing, I think that'll be a fun thing to watch out for in this matchup as well. Now they haven't fully locked in on this side, but looks like Endy is debating another one of the fast characters here in Neon, which with what, we were mentioning up on Studio, where if you want that high fragger, you put him on Jet. Neon has potential for that as well with just the way that you can play them if you are playing smart, but Cirilo might be swapping to the Jet for this match as well.
Or maybe just wanted to use all that possible agent select time to talk about their plan, because this is an important one. I mean, if you win this, you're onto the upper bracket. Contention for top 4 looking very strong. Whereas if you lose, it's down to the consolation. And Highland on the back foot, they have a chance now to kind of set the record straight. And it's going to be interesting for sure. I mean, Timberline picked pretty much a full composition of characters that all want to go in really quick. Whereas it seems like Highland is maybe more of a, you want to take individual fights with ISO and Jet. So the pace of this one is definitely going to be taken into question. It's going to be interesting to find out how it gets played.
Yeah, and now we're getting ready to see where all of these players go. With the swap on attack and defense, Timberline did show us a little bit of how they can choose to play. So we'll have to see if that continues on this match. And now with Highland, they get a little bit more room to breathe in the defense area. So we'll get to see maybe if that is a comfort zone.
Goodness, look at this though. They're lined up outside B.
Interesting.
Highland is playing off-site B. They're playing in Link. So Timberline quickly takes B here. Highland is already going to be in a retake situation this close, but there might just be a fight already. Kaiser and Nono Kaiser looking at someone down there. 2 fights simultaneously.
Wow.
It's even trades. Endy, Silver Bagel get one apiece as well as Eagle getting his. Silver Bagel a little bit low down B main. There's still another fight to be taken on A. This whole map has been kind of split, but it is a 2v3. If Timberline can quickly regroup on A, they have the numbers advantage. And Nono's just running in quickly, and they take it fast. Kaiser on to Eagle. That's now a 3v1, and the site is clear.
Concealment.
Some dude only just has to run over and maybe get a chance at a clutch.
Yeah, Spike goes down here.
Spike planted.
And with that, the amount of players on the field for a spike plant is interesting, as we're going to be seeing how some dude handles this retake. This is a very uncomfortable position to be in. And I mean, they have a comfortable sight line for this area too, so as he has to sneak in. I mean, this A site is a very interesting site too for Lotus, as we see him come around the corner. Cypher Cage goes up, tries to go for it, but breaches right there. The util just all the way out. Cypher has to back up, but he is able to take down Bagel. And he gets Kaiser! There's one player left. He might be able to get the knockout. He goes around the corner, but it's not enough. No shuts him down. Still though, wow, I was not expecting the double knockout.
Kicking and screaming till the very end there, and that's a good sign if you're Highland. Although you did lose the round, losing that close, it shows. I mean, it's a lot different than a flawless, and some dude almost able to piece together the puzzle, but
yeah, I mean,
getting stampeded on.
A good thing for the player, like even if you don't win the round, the fact that they did knock out all of Timberline is great just for helping a little bit with the eco. It feels, it gives them a little room. They don't get those survival bonuses. But we're going to have to be careful here. We do see
4 marshals.
Oh my goodness, this is a
4 marshals, and they're set up ready here, but if Timberline isn't going to do anything, it's peek without using utility, so Cirilo has to get straight out, and Big 30 is getting chased as well.
Yeah, already having to move back, use some util to create some space.
Right there.
Watching that sightline, Silver Bagel knows not to peek immediately.
Right there.
There as we're going to get the util out there from Eagle as well.
Kaiser's already...
Wow. Creating some smokes. I mean, yeah, they're just prepping site here as Lem goes for the plant. No knockouts yet, but ISO want to be careful. Big 30 pretty low on health. And, you know, this is just another one of those spots that you got to be careful in, as Sky using some information there and yeah, just getting ready for the fight. It's anticipation as Endy starts it off. The trades back and forth as Highland is down to their last member. Crunchy Taco down and Timberline able to get out of the fight with minimal scrapes and a knockout there.
I like to mention as well how well Timberline played that mid-round. It was Endy and Nono. They were the one, or Endy and Lem were the ones in A-Link, and just off their own util, it was a 2v3. They did the Sky Flash, the Neon slid in, then Sky traded Neon. It was a great sequence there, and really wrapped that one up nicely and kind of just showed the kind of teamwork that this Timberline squad is working with.
Yeah, oh, look at the... We're getting a little bit of a swap up now, you know, adjusting of the strategies here from Highland, you know, recognizing that maybe all of the ranged weapons isn't going to work with Timberline choosing such a fast pace. They reduce it. Might be looking for those corner knockouts with, I mean, you know, when you're dealing with a Neon, not a bad thing. Getting ready for these fights. Once again, A-Site is the potential here, though. They leave the spike and Sky's going to recover it. They've decided to commit to a direction, with two Timberline players checking down the other line. No here sees the smoke, content to wait for a little bit for a clear sight, and they just barely see CRLO, but no one gets the knockout here.
Oh, this is scary. They've grouped up so much A, but it looks like it's going to be a B split in through the link. They're bursting, but Eagle, the retake not quite through. No, big flash. He's going to get 2 off that with a Spectre, and now 2v4. It's Big 30 with the Marshall. But what can he do in this spot? Smoked off now, and some dude, a Bucky in his hand. A tough spot. They're going to need some sort of upgrade with their weaponry here if they want to bring this one out.
Yeah,
Big 30
they can find something. Double tap goes down.
Lem doesn't quite see him. Some dude, oh, they know he's got a shotgun now, but I mean, he just has to, he kind of has to go soon.
Yeah, he has to go, and he's going to immediately be knocked out by Endy here. The Marshall shot's going through, does get a tag, but Lem popping through knocks out Big 30. Timberline able to get the spike down and the defenders eliminated.
And man, they're looking good. Sorry, but it seems like I just keep going on about Timberline, but genuinely, like, you don't normally really see high school teams kind of play.
No, they are coordinated very well right now.
I'd like, well, probably some of the credit is due to, of course, the coaching staff having a lot of experience and those kind of competitive settings as well. Daimyo, of course, a good player in his own right, but he's kind of just instilling that into these players right now, and you don't see them play with this kind of discipline very often.
And they go for the feint immediately there, using a neon wall. But Eagle catches them.
Easy shot.
Great job there. Kaiser and Endy go down to Eagle as he shuts down them and completely tricks them there. They do know where he is, but 2 players were stopped. He is a threat to respect over there, as some dude now helping hold down the line, knows that this is where they want to go. They're now watching the other sight lines as Timberline is getting boxed in. Crunchy Taco sneaking from behind, but they know it. The flash goes through. Silver Bagel taking out Crunchy Taco, but they don't know that CRLO is there. Goes down. Silver Bagel goes down, and it is 1 player left. Reach on their own as they have to try and get past. CRLO is out, but there are 3 players that Timberline needs to get through if they want to continue this match here, and they are currently in a weird spot. They don't know where Highland is, and Highland is currently just, you know, backing off a little bit. They've got time.
30 seconds left.
Timberline, not so much. 30 seconds left on the clock. Can he find that potential? Eagle needs to, you know, rotate around here. 2 players, they know where he's probably going. They got the read. Do they know?
They're
they need to know. Oh, he falls down and he falls into Nono's trap. Nono tries to
One enemy remaining.
Gets some dude. It is now 1-1. He needs to run. He misses the util, and the util goes out back and forth. This is the round robin around this middle point. And it's Timberline for the clutch.
He got it. No. Shows up when the team needs it the most. 1v3. starting from spawn, had to work through the entire map. It's like a horror
Wow.
game. No prevails.
Hats off to Nono there, taking away the top spot from Endy, and I mean, well deserved.
Look at that shot.
And I mean, also great catching off guard from Highland. All that momentum to be cut off is devastating there, but Nono with the clutch just, wow, I know, getting stuck on the line there and then
so well played, man.
so well played. I mean, just the discipline to not panic and just hold the line is incredible. As we get a quick knockout from Silver Bagel.
I've got your trail.
Crunchy Taco is gone there.
Seeker's going to C.
Seekers, yep. Seekers will give Timberline some information around this corner, but, you know, holding it down. They know that the A site is an option, and they're going to move forward. Neon moving fast, taking down Big 30, and Highland needs to react quickly if they want to be able to get into prime spots here, but it's too late. Timberline is on the site. Endy is there, Lem is planting, and they just need to watch these corners here. Eagle is up top, but they don't have as much room to work
has a
with.
gap in the smoke. Second almost there, but not quite. Some dude now has the big
player standing.
Doesn't see the blind goes through, and Lemon Kaiser clean up. Timberline able to take another win. They didn't even give us time to reset there, just already right out the gate, knocking down Crunchy Taco.
And Eagle is hitting some insane shots, and still it's not even enough for a single round yet. Of course, this map is, I mean, just on paper it's a little easier on attack, but I mean, just the way that Timberline's playing, it's...
Yeah, they're playing very well. Notably, though, looking at the KDAs compared to the last match, though, it is a bit more even. We're seeing a little bit more room with that as, okay, getting so right back in it. This is so... Oh!
Crosshair play!
Spike down.
Got the spike carrier immediately there. That's so crazy. Yeah, I respect the back off from Highland. Crunchy Taco gets Silver Bagel and Kaiser. Timberline maybe a little bit too greedy on there, gets knocked out from just some really careful sightlines from Highland. Wow.
Seems like they've gotten that round. It looked like they're a little sloppy, but still,
They cleaned up right there. And
not
now,
right these two out quite yet.
Yeah.
2v5. But Endy is moving in quickly. They are pushing into the stack, though. 2 towards Link and 1 towards Stairs. But Endy's in so quick that site has been given over.
No trade. It's Endy against the world here for Timberline. They do have Spike, but planting right now could be dangerous. Big 30's right there. They know he's got the double tap. It gives him a lot of
ammo.
But he isn't able to do it, so Eagle cleans up, and Highland gets their first point on the board. You know, they actually shut down Timberline faster this time. That is a good point in their favor here.
I felt like they were definitely...
Wow, just that shot. I love that shot so much. Yeah.
Really ready for the second is really impressive there. I don't know if I'd be ready for a second player there. Very good kind of composure from Crunchy.
You know, if Highland can take anything away from that round, just beautiful shot placement and confidence there in their reads. It is exactly what they need to continue to hold down Timberline.
Could be a pace change, though. Now is 5 kind of standing towards the C site. They know the Cypher's here, but they want to get straight in. Endy, potential to, kind of got hit a little bit clipped by the breach ult, which manages to slow down this push. But Silver Bagel just gets 2 over it. Just like that, and now Highland down to a 3v5, and Timberline pretty much just reset. They take their positions back in spawn and play this one out with 2 players up and a minute on the clock.
They're rotating around. I mean, Timberline in a very comfortable position with all players on the board. Double tap going to go out from Big 30, trying to create some room over here to shut down the push onto A. He's going to have to deal with the concussion.
They don't know, though. It is through the Cosmic Divide. Seems like they could be ready for it, but Big 30 has a potential window of timing he could use to get active. Eagle, quick pick onto Nono, and out goes CRLO. Kaiser, though, onto Eagle, and Big 30 doesn't get anything. CRLO, too, though. 1v2 potential situation, but they're off-site, and Astra has the gravitational well set up, uses it on the first tap. Now, they have to play this a little differently. They've got the late wrap coming in from heaven, but Kaiser has to take.
You can't see my face
Silver
right now.
Bagel able to just hold that angle. Cirilo can't clear everything. 6 now for Timberline.
Yeah, not able to catch that angle there. Highland knocked out.
Remaining.
Yeah, just checking out the replay. Yeah, Cirilo did do a really good job taking down 2 players there, but holding down on their own. It's such a hard spot when you're in a defuse in a 2v1 situation. And we see there, you know, just not much they could do.
Timeout coming through, but it's actually on the side of Timberline, which is very interesting, given that, I mean, they are taking kind of the driver's seat, but maybe they're using this as kind of an opportunity to try, like, test out like a set play, or even just take a little mental reset, kind of get things in order.
Yeah, and as we are getting ready and they're taking their break, we want to take a quick second to thank ICCU for their continued support of Boise State Esports. Thanks to ICCU, Boise State Esports has won multiple national championships and piled up more than 1,500 wins. ICCU, looking after your daily balance. Visit ICCU.com.
Speaking of balance, Highland might be kind of in the dumpster now, and especially after you win a lot in a row like that. And although they're kind of, a lot of the time, if all 5 players survive, you really get that money kind of rolling. And if players are falling a little bit, it's not as strong. But Timberline now, I mean, they've certainly got the credits to work with, but even then, Highlands seem to have taken out some sort of loan, maybe with ICCU. They brought out the operator now. I don't know where they found the money for that. But
It looks like they worked together here to bring out the op, and I mean, with how they've done on that sideline, it could be pretty good. We're about to see how that goes as Vice goes to Luke, and Astra is down. Kaiser taken out. Cirilo doing a quick back away there, but they still have a dangerous sightline. That is a great lockdown point for Highland. Timberline would be a bit foolhardy to push that too quickly here. However, Endy also gets a trade but is shut down. Lem taking down Crunchy Taco. Although Highland does have that sightline locked down, the other side is taking a bit of a hit here.
Eagle just has to live here. It's all up to Eagle, really. If Eagle falls, the rest of Timberline can push onto A and get this down for free. But they don't necessarily know where the Highland positions are. They're a bit scared, but Eagle is looking to get a bit active, and this is scary because if he falls, this is really bad. Sees the kind of contact and maybe realizes he doesn't really want that. Still peeking in, though, it's so scary. He's noted a lot of people. He's certainly calling for the players to come over, but they're holding all the extremities. The flank is even being held. CRLO has a Vandal now instead of that operator. No peek and nice shot, and now even B's being held. Something angle.
Nice.
Lem has to get over. Gets a decent look and
Trades back and forth, though some dude is worse for wear here, but they know where they are. You can get this. Nice.
CRLO takes it. Really, really good play, and Highland are now showing a bit of that procedure themselves there. They hold that C and kind of just call Timberline's bluff and walk it up, knowing that they probably won't hold that flank, and ends up paying off well, really. I mean, that's a crazy peak to go for. Respect to CRLO.
Great teamwork for Highland there as well, you know, in the shot. And both of these shots, some dude was in a bad position, was revealed, but CRLO was able to back them up. And that's really what's going to be Highland's biggest area here, is Timberline has a lot of really good individual play, and they work well together, but they can shut down those players if they also get some good team play in. And we're seeing it. It is giving them their opportunities, and now they have the momentum.
Wow.
We'll have to see how it goes, and so far so good. CRLO taking down Silver Bagel.
They're winning their ones now, which could be scary for Timberline. Some dude gets his as well. CRLO gonna be tested, but claims that. Eagle as well. Now
Mike is down.
On to Endy with the Sheriff.
Oh, and he's vulnerable and suppressed. He doesn't have a lot of room to work with. Going to have to be careful. But they are able to get it. Eagle with the knockout here. And I mean, Timberline was put in such a bad position as soon as Spike was on defender's side right there. And that is exactly what Highland needs, getting another point. We're starting to see the pendulum swing.
They're racking some rounds up, and as I said, on paper, this map is a bit more attack-sided, so they could potentially be even better on attack. But of course, they've got to get these rounds right here, right now. Operator back in CRLO's hands at the perfect time, as it looks like he's going to get tested right now.
Operator back in the flash and this both stuns. That's going to create a bad spot here. And he able to push up. Oh, but we're not able to see. Eagle is down to the Sheriff here. Sky going to use Seekers, going to create some information for Timberline. Highland being pushed back here. They're going to have to give up some space that they really don't want to, as Nono is able to get the plant. Highland's careful planning is kind of shattered here, though the kill contract is going to go out. Did it connect?
It did.
It did. Cirilo takes down Kaiser, and Big 30 is able to get Lem. Swing it back, but Cirilo's down to Endy. That Blade Storm is out of the way.
Orbital
3 to
strike.
3. And true orbital strike as well.
Could be used back side.
Flash.
It would be so big, but Crunchy walks up instead, gets his Endy.
Last player standing.
Potential ace for Endy. Gets it with the Sheriff. No way.
Oh, and with that, Timberline puts another point on the board, not letting Highland get more than 2 here in a row.
I'm glad I held my tongue. I was about to say, you know, Endy really, they haven't shown up to the same degree as last game.
And then they're
that
like,
standard is high, but
they're like, hold up, let me get the ace real quick. Wow,
off
yeah.
an eco as well.
Right? Yeah, with the Sheriff. You know, and that's just such an unfortunate moment there for Highland. They had a very strong structure built up, and Timberline ripped it away with the double, like the flash and the concussion there. Like, there's not a lot you can do, and it forced them in such a bad position, and that's exactly what Timberline needs to be able to break through the defense here. Oh.
Some dude has to try and hold on. Hit by the trip, taken straight out. Overdrive now, just kind of thrown in the garbage as the rest of the team, though.
Highland
off
happy
that
to
fade,
see
they
that.
get a free plant.
But they do have the spike plant, so that's going to be a rough retake. Highland has been struggling with those a little bit in the past here. So now we're going to see how they handle it. Timberline backing off, creating those strong sight lines. The longer Highland waits, the harder it's going to be, but they don't want to rush into any util. Crunchy Taco looking for smoke opportunities, create some space for the team. Firefight. There's a firefight in way as Lem takes down Crunchy Taco. First defender down.
They're all playing offside. I mean, it's all
This
a gamble here.
The gamble. But Silver Bagel trying to go through. Cirilo down to someone else. Eagle taking down Silver Bagel. Back and forth here. Last player standing, but they can't do anything as the spike explosion goes through. Attackers win, though they are all down.
Last round in the half.
Money.
Not an issue, though, if it's the last round before the
still not an
swap,
issue,
though.
For Timberline, it was okay for them to do something like that, and Eagle is left with nothing, really. No credits, has to kind of decide on what they want to purchase. It was so weird, time
This
got too low,
is nothing.
and it ended up just being
They committed a
all
little too
utility.
hard there, yeah.
Comes through at once, and time ran out.
Last player standing.
Yeah, biggest issue with trying to get any spike defense is that util that can be thrown out. And I mean, with both Breach, Astra, Vice, I mean, all Timberline's
Already?
team has that. And, oh, the op on Endy, I didn't even see that. Big 30 knocked out by an op on Neon here. Trying to contest on that side. Crunchy Taco barely squeaking by from that, you know, brush with the one
Dangerous
shot.
lanes to be exploring on the B site for sure.
Yeah, and now Timberline not immediately moving up, looking for an opportunity. They're going to go for the rotate, see if Highland has moved away, though Cypher is not going to give up a site so easily this time, as Highland correctly guesses the rotation here. Though the Astra ult is going to go down, creating some just more space for Timberline.
Cosmic Divide being used gives some dude a little gap here, but it's been read by Nono. Nono is fully aware that this could be a possibility if some dude
See that the diving!
It works just out Kaiser
Oh,
on a
Kaiser
different part of
taking
the
down
map.
2 players, though. Now Highland down to 2. Similar spot as before. The Neural Theft does give them an idea of where players might be, though. Oh, they know where Lem is. Lem peeks out, but
He jumps out for the heal.
Cypher Cage going to be good. The defuse goes out, but do they see where everyone is? The util going down. The Aura roll as well. Wallbang for Lem on the Crunchy Taco, and Kaiser going to knock out some dude. Timberline able to bring it 9-3.
Switching sides.
But it's not as convincing as last game for sure. I mean, scoreline wise, it's only a round difference. But I mean, really, Highland, I mean, they're looking a lot stronger than they were last round. A lot more cohesive for sure. And if they can get something going on their attack, even though they kind of, the attack was...
That was the weak point last time, but you know, there's always the environmental variables of like maps, agents, and just matchups here. I really would love to see how Highland handles this attack swap. You know, they were able to get 3 points this time onto the first round, and they were able to create those openings for themselves a lot better than before. And so I want to see how that translates to attack here, because those were some really beautiful lineups that they had that got them those 3 points.
Another thing to note as well is just generally the composition of Timberline is a little bit weaker on defense. It's definitely a bit more for the point of we're going to stun with Breach and the Neon is going to run in and slide and all this speed, which it can be used well on defense, but it depends kind of on how Highland decides to play this one, and I think they're deciding that right now in this timeout.
Yeah, and you know, I would not be surprised if we did see some of that, considering in the last matchup, we saw them take a farther up push approach, and that did get them the point. Timberline was able to catch Highland off guard, so Highland will want to make sure that they don't just assume that their side of the map is going to be safe with Neon on defense here.
Interesting setup, though, from Timberline. It looks like they do kind of want to get active and fight for something with that Breach stun. Normally, you don't see such a heavy setup on B unless they want to maybe try and open that door onto C and go for something interesting. Creeping up, already noise made on Mountain, though. Timberline is just running up this flank. They could get a very interesting timing, as Highland might not expect so many people to be up flank. I think Cypher might just get caught in camera. Some dude, I don't even think he realizes how many people are there. Looking at him, 4 from Timberline on the flank. Only Lem in CT to contend with this one.
Interesting spot. Eagle is going to get the plant. Highland taking some of that momentum and using it to get a quick plant onto the side. Timberline almost completely swapped onto the attacker side of this point. We do have the double guard here on both sides for Highland. Great spot here to contest any pushes. However, Kaiser is going to be trying to create some space here. You see Neon get knocked out instantly, and the immediate push from the rest of Timberline is going to clear out Highland. Wow.
They were so ready for that. They were just paying attention to all their angles, and really they ran in and they had only about a couple seconds to kind of find out what was going on, where everyone was standing, and they even got a team ace. Everyone
contributed there, yeah, to that knockout. And you know, Highland had a good setup, but Timberline knew what that setup can look like on that hallway there. And yeah, just watching it, Endy was the test run, and Timberline used that information to capitalize on the knockouts here. Yeah, just really good site positioning there. And you know, Highland did take out a lot of players too, but it just wasn't enough to hold that line.
But now they're in a really tough spot. 3-10. After losing pistol is always difficult. You don't know how much you really want to spend on inventory, on weapons, on anything. You don't know if you're going to want to keep saving.
This round is always such a rough one for the losers, you know, giving away, like having a free point here could be so bad, but Kaiser, wow, that's a lot of just
shut right down by Kaiser. Silver Bagel as well. Wow. Down to the smoke zero. Actually gets one and gets out somehow, but
yeah, quick peek and runaway to get that spike, but Kaiser's right there. And Cielo is just not able to get the positioning up. With the spike down, it's just Cypher here. And Timberline is in such a comfortable position. They're just right in front of the spike.
Some dude, I mean, 50 seconds to work with is a decent amount of time, but still, it's almost like a game of capture the flag where everyone is camping the flag. You know, I mean, how do you get in there?
Yeah, how do you capture the flag when everyone is standing on said flag, right? Yeah. We see just a very slow rotate from some dude. Best opportunities here might be some picks. If even, I mean, they are locked down on the sight lines here. They can see, and they have like plenty of options. As yep, no going to just quickly knock out some dude as the attackers are eliminated here. Now 3-11.
I always love when you say that, because it sounds like you're like writing them off. Like,
I know. I feel bad every time. I'm like, some dude, you know, but hey, he's been putting in some work, you know. Like, his Cypher play's been great, but some dude, just some dude. It's a good name. I know, it makes me feel bad as a caster because I feel like I'm writing him off every time. I'm like, oh.
Highland still can't be written off, though. I mean,
Yeah, I mean-
3-11 is not great, but
It's not
actually,
impossible.
They did save, so they do have the money to buy full guns coming into this one. And they're only on to 2 players here from Timberline holding this site. It's a decent look, but it is a Vise and an Astro, but the spray right through the tree is going to get Silver Bagel out of here immediately, and Kaiser has to just kind of fall back, doesn't really want to contend with this one all by themselves. They're going to regroup for the It manages to get one, but traded out instantly. Still, I mean, that gun can't be given over too easily, so.
I mean, yeah, Timberline, ultimately, with everything that happened there, Timberline went down, lost 3 people. And with the spike down, Highland has created some zone. Sky trying to gain some information here, but they're going to get caught off guard by Crunchy Taco, and it's now just down to Lem. But hey, some dude got Lem, you know?
Some dude got him.
Just some dude got him, yeah.
They looked strong on that run again. I think once they have those rifles, they're kind of able
It gives
to
them,
play a bit more at their pace for sure. It gives them a bit more confidence when they've got them in their hands, but it's still a long road back up the mountain. Try and win this one out. The back is against the wall. They need to get this one or the series is over. And Timberline aren't going to make it easy this round. They want to fight for A. They've got the stun, they've got the neon, and it could be a bloodbath here. In comes the stun. Andy actually manages to get clipped by it though, slowing down the pace. The rest of them following in, but Highland just not really liking what they've seen so far, deciding to run back onto C, but it could be somewhat of a trap. There's still 2 standing strong. It's Kaiser as well as all the Vise utility, and there goes Kaiser and Silver Bagel holding strong. But actually, Big 30's crept in. They're blind. Can he close out just about? But he's covered action.
Oh, great teamwork. Eagle and Big 30 able to take down 2 players together. Yeah, good spot for Highland as they're going to be able to get that plant. Timberline has to rotate around so they're able to get through and now get some util out as well.
It's done.
Ooh, that's a big spot, but Big 30 goes down. However,
ahead
Andy
of it.
can't just move up immediately and gets knocked out by Eagle. 2-2 once again. Try to move back and forth. Wow! It's just
crazy.
Lem!
Player
No
standing.
way!
No way it's that.
All right,
1v1 with
dude,
Lem.
come on!
1v1 with Lem and some dude tap on to the spike. Cage goes up. Lem staking. Some dude gets it just about. Lem so strong even with the shot while stunned, but some dude doesn't let that go that easily.
These are going to be some of the best clips from like the tournament. Is us going, some dude got Lem.
No way. Lem,
Wow.
I don't think for people who don't play this game, it's hard to kind of understate how perfect Lem's movement was there of getting stunned. He jumped from the middle of sight to tucked like in a corner. It was crazy movement.
Yeah,
But
and I mean,
wasn't
while we have
enough.
a second to breathe too, just like, as you can see, there is a split second between your knockout and like your ability to lock on, because Valorant is such a low health game, and so we're seeing that right here as we get right back into this. You have to be so careful going around these corners. All the util being used to create space so players don't go down early. No, trying to find a spot. The plant is going down, not wanting to immediately use the concussive wave here, but it's gonna go out. Spike's planted, the blinds are up, and they are going for the firefight. Whoa! Highland with the flawless!
Oh, just got evaporated. I mean, good on Timberline for all going in at once, I guess.
Yeah, they did not respect the Highland position, and Highland capitalized on it, 6-11. Wow! That pendulum swing we talked about earlier, it's really coming through now.
Planted.
Just,
Look at this again.
yeah, I mean, they get the concussion off and the blinds go through, and that just ends up being what Highland needed there. It just threw off Timberline. They weren't able to get the knockouts they wanted.
6-11 is, I mean, that's a very winnable
That's a very
position.
winnable position. Yeah, and the momentum they're creating here, we're gonna have to see how this goes. Oh, Zero is able to get up top. Silver Bagel knocks them down. The blind goes through. Oh, the back and forth. But Timberline comes out of this with less players here. They did not get a positive, net positive on this as the plant goes
Ooh,
through.
good flash from Eagles. Spikes though to go down to wait on against Nono though. Gets a little too creative. Eagle gets it back for his team. Secrets are coming down. And they go. Endy walking in, gets a decent timing. Eagle.
Let's go off guard.
Ready for more. Going in backside. A decent timing. 30 HP. Endy. Flies out. No way.
Wow. Endy able to pull it off with the defuse, bringing it to match point.
Oh my goodness.
Highland is fighting hard, tooth and nail for every point here, and they are now put in that final last stand position here. Eagle getting caught off guard, Endy able to slide up here. Wow.
Oh, look at this again, the slide. Oh, let's go.
Yeah.
6-12 though,
All right,
Highland.
this is it for Highland here. They need to
gotta
keep
rally.
that momentum. They rallied. They need to just hold on to it. Timberline is trying to knock them off their last stand. They're on the hill, but they need to stand strong. They need to not let that last match shake them as we go into it now. Pushing up farther, Timberline on the A side, but no one is there. Highland going once again for C. It has been treating them well so far. They try to find, but they don't see Kaiser and Silver Bagel as they're able to clear out 3 players. And that is a flawless win. Kaiser taking it for Timberline as the best of 3 goes to Timberline here.
And they look great. They look so good. I mean, Highland even didn't look bad at all. They look strong, and Timberline just, their overall team play and coordination was very admirable. So
honestly, just a wonderful back and forth for this second match. Congratulations to Timberline here, but also well done from Highland, holding strong till the very end. They did not let it shake them.
They certainly didn't. And overall, I mean, I think whoever faces either of these teams next
is going to be rough.
They're in for something.
They're in for something at 100%.
Especially Highland only really seems to be ramping up and getting better as the games go on. Timberline just seemed maybe a little bit warmer, more ready to go, but
yeah, Timberline had that precision. They were very surgical about how they played, but Highland is warming up, so don't count them out yet. Both of these teams have, I think, a lot of great matches in the future here. I'm excited to see where this goes. What a great opening match for the tournament here.
What a tone setter.
Yeah, no, I mean, the next team's on stream. You know, you've got some big shoes to fill for just how explosive and exciting these last matchups were here.
I have a feeling they will, though. We've got some good ones
too.
Today.
Yeah, no. So, you know, this isn't the last of it. We're going to see how this continues forward. And, you know, yeah, I mean, a lot of wonderful warm-up, a lot of back and forth, and a lot of reads that just went well.
I need to know what the bright minds at our studio have to say about that, because there was kind of a lot going on there, I won't even lie.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what studio's thoughts are, so let's see what they thought going over to them.
Alrighty, welcome back. Well, Timberline takes the crown 2-0, but we saw a really admirable rally coming out by Highland. Eagle especially, who was really kind of matching, you know, the top, was in a battle for top fragging position in his KDA. There was just such a huge improvement there from Highland. What do you think ultimately, Nathaniel and Kaz here, what do you think ultimately led to that much closer match, that rally we saw from Highland?
I think I have a lot more to say. That is probably going to take a little bit longer to get out. So I'm going to be nice. I'll give you the talking piece of Nathaniel.
Okay. Well, I think a lot of the reason why the rounds were, why it was a closer victory was a lot of the rounds came down to just people getting kills. And when you're coin flipping fights like that, it ends up just being like, well, it's obviously going to be closer because if you're doing more 50-50 trades, then, you know, obviously the rounds will eventually kind of even out.
Of course, of course. I think particular something I was kind of hoping for out of Lotus, at least for Highland, is a little bit more correction on a lot of the things that we saw go wrong on Haven, and we did. As to why we didn't see another 13-2. I think overall, Highland was in fact, you know, kind of warming up, getting a lot stronger as the maps continued to go on. especially as we got into Lotus. I think Eagle in particular, as we kind of pointed out, bringing a lot more of the hero plays that we were seeing coming out of CRLO and Crunchy Taco, who still had plenty of presence throughout Lotus as well. Obviously, it is also significant for us to point out that Haven was not Highland's map pick, and obviously probably was just not as comfortable as a time for them as it could have been, as it should have been. You know, once they were getting to Lotus, even if it did seem like a bit of a struggle in the first half, when we were seeing even the tiniest sliver of a comeback through these rounds that were allowing them to find more and more momentum, more and more energy to bring deeper into the map. I think that is where we're seeing the true spirit of Highland. Again, this is a team that came in not from regular seasons, but from play-ins, and I think that alone goes to show that this is not a team that, you know, is going to drop the ball at the blink of an eye. They are reliable when it seems like things are down. So even if this is the end of that top 4 qualification, there's still a lot of future for Highland in this bracket.
All right, well, we take a look at the bracket here, and we were kind of also just given a nod to the Renaissance Skyline because Skyline had such good stats going into this despite being 8th seed, but I don't know, maybe that was just regular season. We might be seeing a washed Skyline here, which might be good news for Highland going into this next match here. But as for Timberline, they congrats on their win. Now they got to go up against first seed. Have fun. That's just how these sorts of tournaments go. But overall, things getting ever more, the drama is building as we move on.
Well, and mind you, not even to completely forget, maybe I was a little bit off by saying that the seeding was not that important. Because we also look at first round between Renaissance and Skyline, 2 teams that were kind of expected to perform pretty well. Skyline, at least, looked really strong on paper. And from what I'm seeing on a different piece of paper, maybe things might be turning out a little bit differently than we were expecting here at the studio.
Skyline was one of the teams that went perfect in their regular season. They went 6-0, and their KDA was one of the best of the teams. I mean, if you add up their kills and assists, they were over 600 in the regular season there. I mean, one of the leading teams. But in the postseason, all of that is just kind of falling apart, which we gave a nod to earlier. You know, Nathaniel, you've been in this arena many times before. I mean, it's just such a completely different game than when you're playing at home.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of it comes down to like the mental, because you can kind of get into your head, and I think especially when you win the early rounds, the momentum kind of builds, and then you're able to really just play better. I don't know, that's just how it works.
No, it's important to mention. It was mentioned at the desk. We're obviously mentioning here. But momentum, obviously, you know, being able to find those rounds over and over not just helps with your mental, but also helps with certain things that you're noticing throughout rounds. Even if you are consistently winning rounds, there are things that you can take note of that will allow you to win more rounds. Obviously, like, if you're finding that momentum, the goal is really just to carry it as far as humanly possible. Even if you lose a couple rounds, you know, that momentum doesn't end with just one round loss, mind you. And I think that's important not only for Highland, but for every team participating in the event today. It is not over until a victory or a defeat symbol is on your screen.
Well, let's take a look at some of the highlights from that last match. We've got the top 5 plays ready to bring to you from our opening Valorant match of the day, and then we'll go to a quick commercial break and be back with more Valorant action, so don't go away and enjoy these top 5.
In they go, Endy. Walking in, gets a decent timing. Eagle. Let's go off guard. Ready for more. Going in backside, a decent timing. 30 HP. Endy. On the Eagle, and Big 30 doesn't get anything. CRLO 2 though, 1v2 potential situation, but they're off-site, and Astra has the gravitational well set up, uses it on the first tap. Now, they have to play this a little differently. They've got the late wrap.
Oh, Super Big goes down. Oh, right into the two players watching that side, but it's too late. Highland has to move. Kaiser taking down Taco as the rest of them.
One enemy remaining.
No more.
Trying to find a spot. The plant is going down, not wanting to immediately use the concussive wave here, but it's going to go out. Spike's planted, the blinds are up, and they are going for the firefight.
One enemy remaining.
Gets subdued. It is now 1-1. He needs to run. He misses the util, and the util goes out back and forth. This is the round robin around this middle point.
Home is where you hang your hat, snuggle up, hide out. Home is when you're with the ones you love. It isn't just a place, it's a state of mind. At Idaho Central Credit Union, our home is Idaho. We grew up here, and we're proud to help more Idahoans with their home loan than any other financial institution. Idaho Central Credit Union. We believe home is where you...
Scott Matlock, underrated recruit, has built himself into one of the best defensive players in the Mountain West.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. It's when your unrelenting spirit sees the world's needs and says, I will create something better. So, what will you do? Will you let your genius run wild? Give yourself the space to be great? Set your sights on something even bigger, because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
At Blue Ribbon Painting, we're proud to be a locally family-owned and operated business dedicated to bringing your vision to life. Whether it's freshening up your home with interior or exterior painting or tackling a commercial project, we've got you covered. When you choose Blue Ribbon Painting, you're not just hiring painters. You're getting a team that's committed to making your vision a reality. Call or text us at 208-369-2583 or visit us at blueribbonpainting.net. Your project deserves a blue ribbon finish.
Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
It's the end of a good day's work in Idaho. Time to punch out. Time to check in and catch up. Time to remind ourselves that what we work for isn't a paycheck. It's to make the good things we have even better. So here's to your good day's work. Idaho Central Credit Union. We believe money is a thing. It's not everything.
Welcome back to the Idaho State Esports Championships. We just saw the opening Valorant round of the day where we saw Highland go up against Timberline. Timberline taking the win in that, moving on to the qualifiers for the grand finals. While we wait for the second round to start, though, we want to remind everybody that just because we're showcasing Valorant, Overwatch, and Rocket League on stream, that is not the only games being played in the championship, and it certainly isn't. The match we just saw isn't the last word for Highland, because we have got their Apex squad right here who finished second place overall in the tournament. Will be taking home some hardware for their school. Great to have you three with us. Let's just start by introducing yourselves, just your gamer tags, and how'd you got on the Apex team?
Okay, so My name was Dryer on the Apex team because I kept switching my name all season. And I was like, you know what, I gotta stick with one. So I finally stuck to one. So my name was Dryer. I was the one that kind of got the Apex team started because I was I've been really into the game since 2019. So I was really wanting that Apex team to get started up.
Mine is E-Man Strong, but I mainly go by E-Man. I joined probably my sophomore year, and I just was walking down one day, and I'm like, oh, I should probably join, and that was 2 weeks before state.
Mine is Ticecraft, and I also joined around the same time he did, except I joined the day of state last year. So that's my story.
All right, tell us a little bit about what it was like in the arena, obviously cheering on for your teammates, Highland, up there on stage. One of you actually was up there on stage, standing behind them as the coach, and even though you weren't playing, tell us about how that was, because I understand it was pretty nerve-wracking being up there just with all the spectacle of it.
Yeah, so it was pretty nerve-wracking. It was quite scary, but I got it under control. I handled myself, and I think it was pretty good. Coaching, I kind of helped them, and they kind of guided themselves too. They're really well-formed team, so they worked very well, even without coaching.
All right, I gotta ask this though. We gotta have the backstory onto this because we commented on it about halfway through the game, and then 1 minute after we in the studio commented on it here, Zach and Audrey on the desk also commented on it. The gamer tag of some dude. How was that name chosen? Because we had the running joke that if that wasn't his gamer tag, it feels like we're just kind of writing off that play. Some dude now moving up, going to try to retake this play. How did that game? Do you have any inside information on how that gamer tag came about?
I do not have any insight on how his gamer tag came about. It was just I met him, so we played a fall season, and I met him then because I played for Valorant for fall season, but Apex was my main game. So I played for the Valorant fall season, and I met him then, and he didn't really tell me how he got his gamer tag. He just ran by the name Some Dude, so we just always called him Dude. So
yeah.
we were just.
Well, what's he like behind the gamer tag as a teammate?
He's actually a really good leader. He helps lead a lot. Him and Eagle lead very well together. They work very well. And they honestly formed the team very well around their own play styles.
Now, tell us a little bit about the team dynamic that you three share. Obviously, finishing, taking home, being on the pedestal, second place for Apex. Finishing really high overall in the championship. What do you think worked out for you three? From all of you three in the tournament.
So I was definitely a fragger. I was chasing the solos. I'm not gonna lie. I chased every single person I saw. It was bad. But it was also good. I knew I had a good support on my side because Tyus over there, best support you can get out there. But it was pretty good. We just had a very well formed team comp. We ran very well together. We took fourth in state last year, so we knew how to play. We knew how to work together, and we just reformed our skills to work around this year.
Like you said, I was the support. We practiced not as much as we should have, but it was still luckily enough. Which
you got the trophy, okay? You practiced enough. You got the project. Just don't.
Definitely enough that it worked, and I think I definitely looked towards my team even while playing. I kind of waited for their signals to kind of heal them or whatever they needed. So I definitely took support as the support from them.
And even though Junior was the main IGL, I think everyone was able to make their own calls, hey, take that house. And then we just all kind of moved there. We all just played to our best abilities, and we just always try to stick together as a team. If Junior was pushing someone, we were about 10 feet behind, but we were still chasing him as well. And we were just able to play position really well.
Well, I also got to compliment, you had a great cheering squad also for Highland as well that really didn't falter throughout the whole game. Every time Highland was able to get their footing, you were there cheering them on as well. Tell us a little bit about the experience of just coming down to the arena in general, the whole program. For some students, I know this is their first time in a facility like this. What's it been like?
It's just been a lot of fun. Just even though we are losing, I'm just glued to my seat, seeing who's going to win the round. And if they won the round, I'm we just won the entire thing.
Yeah.
Pack it up, let's go home. Give us our trophy.
Quite nerve-wracking, but it's also a very fun experience, so.
I think the facilities here was a great experience overall because this is my last year being able to actually take part, but the facilities was amazing. I'm so glad like I actually made the trip to come up here and come with the like both of the teams, just because it's been a great experience. Like just seeing like what the effort actually is to get kids into esports, and how much effort the state is actually making on making esports a like recognized thing.
And you mentioned, I mean, your final year studying. I mean, you know, we're at a university. What are your plans, you know, going forward? Are you wanting to continue on playing Apex or even Valorant? What are your plans going forward?
So there's no collegiate scene for Apex right now. So it's kind of a struggle right there, because I can't really play collegiate level. So I've been looking into Overwatch. I've been looking into like casting a little bit. I've been looking into just a couple different things, just to see what would work best with my own like style of how I go and how I work. So I've been looking around.
All right. Yeah, well, I wish you the best of luck. You two, where do you sit in your journey? And already, are you making plans for being outside of high school?
Yeah, we get to do this for one more year. The struggle's been just trying to find a third. Pocatello just doesn't have a big esports scene, and so we just really accept anyone who wants to join, and kind of just my plans is to try to be a little bit of a caster myself.
All right.
Personally, I really hope that we get collegiate Apex, because I think that would be fun to go into when I graduate. But if not, I think I'm also probably thinking about going to casting.
Oh, okay, we got 3 casters here. You know, production, I don't know if you could bring up just a replay or something like that, but I mean, if you're so eager, you know, we could just throw you in the fire right now, bring up a replay, and have you cast on top of that if you're so confident.
We're gonna steal your job.
Hey, you know what? We'll see. You know what? I'm always up for a little bit of competition. I never shy away from that. But hey, I like the get up and go attitude, and the congratulations for all of you here on Apex. Now, even though the Valorant team lost that round, the structure of the tournament means they're going to keep moving on. So if you're to give a little pep talk to your teammates, to, you know, tell to help finish the tournament strong, you know, come back in these next few rounds, what are you gonna give to them?
I personally would tell them to stay focused up. Yeah, you got that loss on your shoulders, but keep your head high. There's always that next game, that next round. Like you can win no matter what. Like you shouldn't get down off of one loss. There's people that take hundreds of losses and then they get that one big win in their life. Like you just got to put that effort in and just keep your heads high.
Yeah, I like that. That's just take that to the bank, really. So I also just got a really give another compliment to the design of your jerseys. We always like to, you know, point out what team is being the best bling, you know, to there. You've got a really nice logo and just jerseys as well on top of that. Was that just a great moment to have? You know, what was the moment like first putting on that jersey and like you're competing for your actual school that you're going to?
It was great. Just like putting it on, I'm like, I gained some skill. I had a little bit more confident in it. And just whenever we'd play, it would just be there. And I'm like, yeah, I'm part of this team.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us for this conversation. Congratulations on your finish in Apex. And we are going to be taking a little bit of a break and then getting right back to the Valorant action in round 2. Don't go away, because we're going to start knowing who's going to be going into the grand finals very shortly.
Here, shots are fired. Kaiser taking down Yoru, but going down to Teo. The plant is going through, but Highland is kind of boxed in here. Timberline on both sides as Endy goes in, taking down Eagle, and Silver Bagel taking down his mirror.
He knows that Omen is still holding that with the Marshall. 30 seconds left. Time is ticking, and there's really just nowhere to go. It seems inevitable at some point. And it's no-no with the good flash as well. Endy gonna get on the bomb, and I don't know if there's anything to be done. Eagle's gonna have to push through this smoke. Smoke actually falling. Endy gets one ahead of it though. Smoke redeployed, and Kaiser on the defuse. It's going through. It's going through. Kaiser gets off, but at this point, it's all done and dusted. 8.
However, 2 to 3 on the numbers right now. We gotta hold this point, but Eagle is out, and it is now some dude in the back here as Endy goes for the defuse. Uncomfortable position to try and peek. He's trying his best, but there's just not enough room, and Lem knocks in as Sky using some information there, and yeah, just getting ready for the fight. It's anticipation as Endy starts it off. The trades back and forth. As Highland is down to their last member, Crunchy Taco down, and Timberline able to. He's got the double tap. It gives him the
Some dude gets his as well. Sierra Low
One
gonna be
enemy
tested,
remaining.
but claims that Eagle as well. Now
Spike is down.
on to Endy with the Sheriff.
Now he's vulnerable and suppressed. He doesn't have a lot of room to work with. Going to have to be careful. Defender down.
They're all playing off side. I mean, it's all
This
the gamble here.
The gamble. But Silver Bagel trying to go through. Sierra Low down to someone else. Eagle taking down Silver Bagel.
Last
Back and
player
forth here. Last player standing. Might be though. Oh, they know where Lem is. Lem peeks out, but
He jumps out for the heal.
Cypher Cage going to be good. The defuse goes out, but do they see where everyone is? The util going down. The orbital as well. Wallbang for Lem on the Crunchy Taco, and the attacker side of this point. We do have the double guard here on both sides for Highland. Great spot here to contest any pushes. However, Kaiser is going to be trying to create some space here. You see Neon get knocked out instantly, and the immediate push from the rest of Tim. Such a rough one for the losers, you know, giving away, like having a free point here could be so bad, but Kaiser, wow, that's a lot of just
shut right down by Kaiser. Silver Bagel as well. Wow. Down to the smoke. Sends it back for his team. Seekers are coming down. And they go. Endy walking in, gets a decent timing. Eagle. Let's go off guard. He's ready for more. Going in backside. A decent timing. 30 HP. Endy. On the Eagle, and Big 30 doesn't get anything. Sierra Low 2 though. 1v2 potential situation, but they're off-site, and Astra has the gravitational well set up, uses it on the first tap. Now, they have to play this a little differently. They've got the late wrap.
Oh, Super Big goes down. Oh, right into the two players watching that side, but it's too late. Highland has to move. Kaiser taking down Taco as the rest of the
One enemy remaining.
No more.
Trying to find a spot. The plant is going down, not wanting to immediately use the concussive wave here, but it's going to go out. Spike's planted, the blinds are up, and they are going for the firefight.
One enemy remaining.
Get some dude. It is now 1-1. He misses the util, and the util goes out back and forth. This is the round robin around this middle point.
It's the end of a good day's work in Idaho. Time to punch out. Time to check in and catch up. Time to remind ourselves that what we work for isn't a paycheck. It's to make the good things we have even better. So here's to your good day's work. Idaho Central Credit Union. We believe money is a thing. It's not everything.
At Blue Ribbon Painting, we're proud to be a locally family-owned and operated business dedicated to bringing your vision to life. Whether it's freshening up your home with interior or exterior painting or tackling a commercial project, we've got you covered. When you choose Blue Ribbon Painting, you're not just hiring painters. You're getting a team that's committed to making your vision a reality. Call or text us at 208-369-2583 or visit us at blueribbonpainting.net. Your project deserves a blue ribbon finish.
Scott Matlock, underrated recruit, has built himself into one of the best defensive players in the Mountain West.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. It's when your unrelenting spirit sees the world's needs and says, I will create something better. So, what will you do? Will you let your genius run wild? Give yourself the space to be great. Set your sights on something even bigger, because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
Life happens. Lucky for you, ICCU has a new kind of checking account that comes with benefits that help you life better. Because being human is a full-time job.
Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena. We are currently in day one of the Idaho Esports State Championships. We are looking to crown a Valorant victor as the best in the state. We just wrapped up our first round, Timberline versus Highland, where the Timberwolves took home the win 2-0. And now it looks like we're going to see Timberline go up against the big guys, the big gals on campus, whoever is on the team, they are to be feared, and that is going to be Renaissance. Before we get to that, though, I'm your host, Jacob Palmer. I'm joined by Kaz Phoenix and Audrey Norris, who casted that first game of Timberline versus Highland. And it makes me want to ask you first, Audrey, we're going to see, you know, if Timberline's on stage next, ready to compete, they've got to go up against a much tougher opponent. What do you think Timberline's greatest strengths were, though, that they brought to the table that allowed them to perform so well in the game you just casted?
Yeah, from everything we were watching on desk, one of the biggest things we noticed was just the discipline that Timberline had throughout that matchup. And I think that's going to be something incredibly important going up against like such a stronger opponent, you know, than compared to what they were dealing with, because they did not let things shake them. They made sure to follow up as teams. And although they had a lot of strong individual play, their communication was top tier. And so that is all going to be things that they need going into this next matchup.
Well, but Kaz, I mean, I gotta tell you, you know, as impressive as the stats were for Timberline going into this, I mean, I gotta go to my cheat sheet here. We go to the official in indelible ink, and say that even though Timberline did pretty well, if you look at the overall KDA, you know, how good the team is at picking up eliminations, which, I mean, we saw their team is really good, but as impressive as they are, Timberline, they had 426 kills in the main season, whereas Renaissance, the #1 seeded team that they are ready to go up against, got 385. It's not too bad. They have an impressive KD spread, strong performers, especially in frag efficiency. But are they going to be able to match up against the insane offense that Timberline brings to the table?
Yeah, you know, I do think that Timberline might have some just struggles with that, though, too, because they probably can't move up as fast in the pacing as
Here we
before.
go. We're going back to Lotus, and we saw Timberline did pretty well, but not as well as they did the first time, Kaz.
No, that something I, you know, failed to mention during our last debrief of Lotus was that it seems like it took a while for Timberline to really wake up. Like, obviously, they started off strong in normal fashion, but it seemed like there was a very constant and consistent battle across the board for most of the former half. Things definitely started evening out once we got to the latter half, but for the former half anyway, it didn't fully seem the most confident from Timberline. And it's a lot easier to shake those things out when you're Timberline in a situation against Highland where, you know, they seemed much more confident, much more coordinated, and in general just more put together on the stage. But then you're going against Renaissance. You're going against a team that is kind of like G2 and VCTs right now. It's like we're kind of all expecting that to go one way, given nothing catastrophic happened. But I also feel like Timberline is very much a team in this situation that is very capable of doing some things that we would not expect them to do otherwise.
Well, you want to know the biggest joke there that we saw in that lineup. Timberline banned Haven, okay? The one that they went 13-2, and I'm like, you did pretty well for yourselves. That was the one you did stronger on, so, But, I mean, you never know. Sometimes map picks can go the other way. You lose the one you picked, and then you win the one you didn't pick. But we are going to be ready to go into Split here very soon. We are for sure going to see one of the more traditional two-site stages, Audrey, and Split
Get a little bit of a break, yeah.
Yeah. But it's not the one that we see as often, but it's got such pronounced high grounds, heavens, on both A and B side too. I'm just wondering, how do you because we know they're duelists. If they're on the high grounds, they're going to be able to get kills. How do you shut down the duelists? How do you take this op out of the hands of that Jet and throw it over the side?
Yeah, I think that's a big question, especially, you talked about high ground. That is so dangerous, especially if you let the duelists run wild, which was something that Timberline had a lot of, and I would expect to see from Renaissance as well, being one of those top tier teams. So that is just about that discipline, patience, and careful watching of those sight lines. If you are the first one there, you can catch it before it's too late, but it's that if.
Yeah, and I also think it's that discipline in relation to the utility, just as a final note, Kaz, because that's something we didn't see in this first round. But I think, especially on when there are such prominent smoke points on Split, you got to make sure you're respecting that and making sure that they're smoked off.
Mm-hmm. Which it doesn't seem like it was that big of a deal for Timberline, right? They're really good about playing around those smokes, and they're really good about playing around their breaches util, which is something that is almost essential for any kind of success on Split. I can go for hours about how essential that character is. But honestly, we might as well just let the gameplay talk for itself. I think our teams are about ready to get things started. So you want to send things away?
Yeah, we'll send it back to the studio where we have got Zach and Nathaniel are ready to cast the game. Take us away in round 2, and we'll see if the Titans, the Seed 1 team, falls if Timberline continues. Take it away.
Well, welcome right back
It's a game
to
restart.
the arena where everyone
restart the
ready,
PC.
about set up, and we've got our
And then whatever you did to make it freeze, don't do that.
Line and then ready to go here.
Don't do that. Whatever made it freeze, don't do that.
Timberline, it's an interesting battle. Timberline looking really strong. Renaissance as well.
Just a hard
0.
Hard restart.
But before we get into kind of any of that, we've got an interview on stage with the coach of Timberline after that performance.
I don't know where they're going to put us.
So we're going to go over to
Well, let's stand in the center and then. Yeah.
Looks like you're
I'll talk to you after the event.
still getting ready for just a minute, but I mean, essentially this is about, so far, I mean, we'd had a decent amount of talk about the seeding kind of not being super correct with
we cut him.
with everything. Like,
Well, he graduated.
there was some people
So
that
I had to have a tough conversation with him.
being underweighted, but now, I mean, every top seed is won, so
You're out.
with no further
You're out,
ado,
bro.
let's get on to this interview.
Look, you just can't stay. Okay, it's time. Well, we were sitting here chatting. I'm here with Daimyo Marshall Hayner, coach of Timberline, who just had that unbelievable, not unbelievable, completely believable win. Your team played great. Why did they play so stinking great?
I mean, in practice, they've been playing great. They stuck together. They had the vibes up the whole time. So I think we just had a vibe mismatch there. And I think they all had great communication throughout the whole game. It wasn't just one player as well. They all contributed very well.
So speaking of vibe mismatch here, a lot of your players have said you're cooked. How do you respond to that?
I'll probably have a stern talking with them after that conversation for sure. I'm not.
Are they doing laps?
Easily, we're doing laps around a set every time.
Yeah, you cannot stand for any of that. No, but genuine question. You've been an amazing player for a long time, and you've had some pretty phenomenal wins. But describe how it feels to see people you love win a game. Describe how it feels different from being a player when you get to coach a team who does an amazing job like they did.
Oh yeah, I mean, honestly, being a competitor is amazing, and loved competing here for the 2 years that I was. And honestly, when I took up the job coaching at Timberline, I genuinely was like kind of surprised, but I wanted to see where I was going in that coaching session. And kind of coaching these kids has honestly been an insane experience for me. Probably some of the most like fulfilling things I've ever done. And just watching them put in the hard work behind the scenes, ask me questions, be willing to learn, and just being cool people to hang around too. For like, you know, I mean, they're high schoolers, but like they all my boys as well, and girls, you know. So I love them. It's great to just be here with them and this event for sure.
Okay, we'll get you out of here on this. Of your players, who is your daimyo? Like constantly having to listen closely, make sure they don't do anything wrong. There's a lot of people pointing already, but who is the one that, like me, keeps them up at night, or keeps you up at night?
Well, I don't think I did that much for you, though.
Oh, no, you did. I'm still traumatized.
I mean, well, they're like my students, so they're all just as much equally as misfit as I am, so it's pretty fun.
True.
Yeah,
that's true. They learn from the master. Okay, we're excited to see how this goes. I know what your prediction is going to be, but commit it to tape.
I think it's going to be a close game. We lost to this team in the regular season, but I think anything can happen on land, so I'll say we'll go 2-1 us. Yes, sir.
Okay. It might be okay corral. There might not be any spike plants. It might just be gunfights all day long. Back to the desk.
Great answers from a Boise State legend, to be completely fair. And great answers as well. I love especially the point about, I mean, that's why we're all here, is to see kids playing games and being happy. And it feels great. Everyone loves winning, but to cut back immediately to the game, I want to make a bet with you, and I don't think there's going to be more than 10 kills this entire game that are unassisted.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say just 10.
These teams are utility fiends. I don't know if there's going to be 10 kills that are unassisted.
In the entire game or in the half?
What would your bet be?
My bet? I would say that's the half.
The half? Okay.
Yeah, but these guys do. I've had the curse of playing against this team in Renaissance, and they know how to use the utility well.
They're great, especially with that defensive aggression that you normally don't see just in general, but they actually do it in a way that's very unique for teams at this level, the high school level, and I'm just very excited to see it. I know a lot of players on both these teams, and they all work hard, they all deserve it, they all practice, and it's unfortunate one of them's going to have to lose today.
Yeah, it's very rough to see, and I'm glad we're in a map where we get to see just the utility at the max here. I'm glad it wasn't like Icebox as one of their picks. Because, yeah, this is going to be – so they're running the same comp
that they ran last
game, and it seemed pretty good.
It definitely worked out for what they wanted to do, but Renaissance is hitting them a completely different angle. Seemed like Highland kind of went for just a bit more of a slower, but Renaissance is looking to kind of match that pace with pace of their own, going for the Tejo as well. I mean, this is going to be adrenaline, but it's going to be controlled, tamed adrenaline where, I mean, like I said, I would expect almost every kill you're seeing in the chat, unless it's just like a lurk or something, to be assisted, because these guys use their util well, and I mean, they're warm now. This is going to be a good game for sure. Yeah,
and I think also one of the reasons why we saw the struggle last game was the raise pick is very important over the jet, because it makes it so much easier to control rubble on the defending half. And I think Renaissance knows this. That's why they're picking it. I'm just excited to see how they are able to control the map differently, because these are kind of my two favorites, I guess.
Both these teams are very historically strong on Lotus as well. We just saw Timberline on Lotus, but Renaissance, it has been a pick that they have favored as we go into the first match here in this best of 3. We're in the upper second round. Winner goes to the grand finals here. The stakes are large, but hopefully the players can still remain composed here as we get into this one.
Yeah, composure is very, very important, especially on the stage. It's easy to get overwhelmed with a lot of the flashing lights and stuff.
Yeah.
But
and they're young too. They're young.
Yeah,
and they haven't really been super experienced. I mean, a lot of them somewhat have, especially on that Timberline side. You're seeing a few kind of repeat players who were here last year in this same stage, same stakes, playing But Renaissance not able to qualify last year, finally have a chance to make themselves known and heard on the biggest stage here.
And here we are with the classic defenders throw everything at A main and try to get Rubble set up.
And almost first time, it's like what they say, like when you go to prison, you need to fight the biggest guy, right? That's like A site. Like, you need to fight it round one. That's the biggest guy, and you need to prove that you're strong enough that we can actually take A main control. Because if you give it up, they're going to run with it, and Renaissance so far have been able to get that space, but Timberline waiting, util of their own in response. DerpGod has to fall off.
Okay.
Mackie though, good shot, headshot, and another on the way, but Nono and Kaiser clean that back up. That's too quick, and now they're running it down, wanting to get in quickly onto that A site, get the plant in before the reinforcements are able to arrive.
But it looks like Timberline's maybe second guessing themselves. No, they're going into the site now and planting for A main here.
Oh, but Stairs is left open.
And with that smoke dropping, things are looking a little dangerous. Tejo's lurking up, and he finally got a knife out.
Not able to land the shot, but neither is Silver Bagel. Also can't hit the shot just about. Yoma gets that one onto Nono. Good shot from them as well. But Spike still needs to be dealt with. Gravity Well is out. Endy pushing through. Actually gets taken down, but a quick trade out, but it's just one left. Kaiser, 1v2 in the smoke. Wave isn't quite looking. 2 bullets, and woo, nice right click. Right onto Kaiser is going to clean out that pistol round in the favor of Renaissance.
I think maybe Timberline was respecting Renaissance too much. They thought that rotate was already in, and that just wasn't the case. That little delay caused them to not be able to hold the site like they needed to.
But at the end of the day, like I said, they did hold up on that A, which makes it more of kind of a valuable option. They've shown that you can't just hold it with those 3. You're going to need to play differently. So Timberline might, or Renaissance might have to kind of change that setup. Even though Timberline lost that one, they're still looking decent into the second round, but that's a lot of rifles on the side of Renaissance, and actually just going to push straight towards C here. Yoma's going to get tested with the Bulldog. Wall has been noted. And players through the smoke, but no shots have been exchanged just yet.
Interesting idea to play for the Neon ult. Looks like they're maybe trying to find a strategy with that. Looks like they're going for both orb control here, Timberline is.
It's a smart play, but DerpGod's going to kind of get involved in this one with the Outlaw.
That's not ready.
Good spot from Nagi. Jump peek, wow, and the double swing didn't work either. DerpGod takes that with the Outlaw, but Lem gets another Kaiser versus DerpGod. Only really a classic. Kaiser's kind of stuck here, goes out and gets caught out. 3 for DerpGod. Wave gets 1 out B, and now it's just onto Lem. Strong in the last series, but only really a classic to play into this one, and a 4K Outlaw for DerpGod, who's certainly getting those ecos.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you expect from Renaissance. They're very unforgiving on the defense half, so you cannot expect to get away with an eco round like that.
Yeah, they aren't sloppy. They don't really leave anything open for the attack to take. They have to earn it.
Yeah, and so thinking you can get away with those double orb plays is a little brazen.
Still a good attempt, though, to try and get that up early, especially on a round that's almost a guaranteed loss just from the start based on economy. But once again, the object of affection for Timberline. They want this control, but Renaissance is willing to give so much and almost even a headshot in order to keep this A main control for themselves. Rubble has not been given over. Both teams declaring it a demilitarized zone as now they move on to other parts of the map. But Wave actually manages to spot the rotate and maybe might get a reinforce on C before the push comes in.
No more thorns.
And as the Razorvine comes up, as well as Sky's dog, it looks like they're not going to find any information off the Trailblazer.
Wall's fighting it. Kennedy finds the shot. Endy gets it, and the trade's not there. The flashback sight's going to hit, but it only really buys just a second. The rest of the team is coming through, and Endy has opened up the site on their own. The rest of the team now eco purchase. It is a bonus round, and they're looking to funnel in through CT here. Ooh, and an early kill. Derpgod is using that Outlaw very well. Acer not able to get a shot with that Bulldog. It's got to be Lem. Bad timing on the flash in the hand, though. Lem still gets one. It's a 1v2. It's Nagi. Grabs the Bulldog. Actually upgrades all the way to a Vandal. Here comes the grab while swings out. Catches unaware, but Kaiser adjustment is in place. And Timberline, those vibes they were talking about are still in play here.
And they have a big ultimate on the line. The Astral Divide, when placed correctly, is able to win pretty much any round. And especially when you're this coordinated, that wall can come very in handy. Here's the replay.
Ooh, good shot.
Kaiser just landing those headshots.
Look at, ooh, so close. There was definitely an opportunity there if they were able to land that first shot to get that quick little 1v2, but instead things go the way they're expected to as Timberline pick up that third round. But now already they're kind of trapped in spawn. There's been early aggression. Rubble's been taken, and with that one-way smoke on C, Timberline haven't really moved an inch quite yet. They don't know really entirely where to go. Instead, really slowing things down and trying to make it clear as which site is the weakest. It might be this B site, only the Teo here to speak of, and he's actually going to get noted ahead of it. Endy gets that, but traded back. Wave just before the Cosmic Divide pops is able to get that trade back, so now 4 versus 3 here.
And as we wait for the Cosmic Divide to dwindle, it puts Timberline in a worse and worse spot. They're walking up into C mount, triggering the wall, and it looks like Sky has been sheared off.
Wow, no, Lem is still living backside though, but Derpgod cleaning out and Wave pushing through. Lem, Sheriff still 1v3 is not impossible, but it's going to be difficult, especially with that. Ooh, look at that shot, one bullet, not quite. A great shot though to take at least if you're Lem, but Renaissance is going to be more happy that they were able to take the round, and now they've gotten that showstopper online just in time with Timberline getting rifles. So it's actually, they don't have enough for rifles. They're on an interesting buy. They haven't managed the economy perfectly well. And now Renaissance are able to kind of build up a decent pile of credits.
And interestingly, Teo is also, oh, never mind. He had an interesting purchase there for a little bit. But I think they've sorted it out on the side of Renaissance.
Derpgod actually realizes that since they're on this eco, they're most likely not going to all have full shield. Decides to go back for the Outlaw. You rarely see someone opt for it this much, but it's worked out really well for him. And the look at A. A is not even a factor anymore. All the players can go rotate to hold the extremities because Derpgod knows that they're not coming to A. He has it held down with this Outlaw, but B is the site of affection. Timberline want to push this, and they're going to use utility very soon. Renaissance have to hold strong. Here comes the utility. Endy walls up, wants to run out, slowed a little bit. Now out they go. Acer handles it enough though. Enough for Nagi to get one, and Wave tries to get one on the back end, but the Stinger claims that. But the spike has fallen on site. Nagi, an interesting look, a beautiful shot as well. Good crosshair placement on Lem, and just Silver Bagel 21 HP, and all you really have to do is just either wait it out or go for a swing. Opts for the swing and actually gets a great timing, possibly the best timing you could ask for. Creeps forward and almost gets another, but instead it's all Hyoma on the back end. And look at that parity between Renaissance players. I mean, everyone is doing what is needed of them so far, and that's what's led to this 4-1 lead so far.
Yeah, and just Renaissance playing such a tight-knit defense, really, and we're seeing a lot of that aggression we're talking about with those A pushes. Those are very important here, especially on this map.
This could have been dicey. This could have been really dicey. They were able to get out, and it was really a 2v4, but just able to hold it down so perfectly.
And that Stinger, I mean, even only on a Stinger, Silver Bagel was still able to be such a threat. Like, almost getting 3 people there is kind of crazy for an 1,000 credit gun.
And the vibes for Timberline still high, but maybe faltering for the first time today as they've actually taken a decent deficit of rounds. They've only really found themselves up so far, but now they're going to be a little bit tested. We can see what this coach really has for them, what game plan he can really instill. As it seems like Renaissance seem confident in their abilities, willing to instead get a little dopamine hit, playing some sticks during the timeout. But now we're back into it, and you got to keep this money rolling.
And it looks like maybe a B push coming in from the side of Timberline. I guess this does make sense because a lot of people, a lot of people are on A, and that Vise is just so hard to push.
Only really Acer and Wave, probably the two agents I would be least afraid to run into, at least on this team, but it's still difficult. Actually, A Rubble has been gained. Endy's managed to get out, and this could be a decent B split, but Renaissance is so ready. They have 4 players here. Wave has been taken low, though. Derp God grabs one on A site. Rubble before things can really get out of hand. Wave is so low, though. If they peek this, they might just die. Kaiser tries to go through the flash, but the teammates perfectly there. But another great flash from Nagi, who transfers it just right. But Endy is still alive, and you know what Endy can do. 1 versus 2 situation, but the fights have been isolated. Spike still needs to be grabbed on site, but Nagi has back turned. They think that Endy is flanking all the way up, but they don't know. But this corner is so hard to clear. Knife out, Endy, please. No, Nagi manages to get it. Endy doesn't know how close they really are to the enemies. And 5-1, Timberline now on a weird kind of purchase again, but things are getting out of hand now.
Yeah, I think part of the strategy there was for Lem to pop Sky ult and then be able to enter the site, but that pick was just so unfortunately timed for them. And once the ult economy gets this saturated, the rounds start to become a little more Overwatchy.
Colorful.
Yes. So we're going to see what exactly Timberline's cooking up here with this A push.
Once again, they want to try and fight for this A, but Renaissance is willing to give so much to fight for it. And Timberline is willing to give Endy Renaissance early lead, and they want more. Wave goes exploring and finds theirs. Acer as well gets the trade onto Lemon. This one has fallen apart at 3 different angles so far. Nothing going the way of Timberline on their eco. Now Renaissance looking to run it down. Nono's gonna get found, back turned. Wave exploring once more for the flawless, but actually creeps it. Silver Bagel with this stinger is still a bit of a problem. 1v5 though is a tough task. But they are in nice little bite-sized chunks here, 2v2. And Wave can't get caught. Shots a little high, and everyone's coming. Everyone's running in. Knives are out, and Nagi's gonna get it in all the chaos. Now up to a 6-1 lead here.
Renaissance has been playing this defense like kind of sharks circling in the water. They go in, and then once they get the numbers, they just leave, just like that. They know not to overstay their welcome.
Yeah, if I'm either one, if I'm either one of those plays there, if I'm Wave,
I'm running it down.
Going in, bro. But this discipline, I mean, that's what we were talking about. So many assists, so many just procedured kills. Just really, Timberline, they're down 6-1, but none of these rounds have really been completely out of their control, except for probably that last one. Endy wants to get in there quick, wants to get active, get some information, but Yoma's just holding this so confidently. Really only them and Wave, but they're just feeling it. In comes the Rolling Thunder though. Everyone's going in. Seekers as well. Half the team is still cut off. If Yoma peeks right now, they have a crazy timing. Endy though manages to get that Rolling Thunder back the other way. Hits so much. Visolt as well. Kaiser running out of ammo. Silver Bagel just about able to get Wave. No plants. And now Renaissance in a tough situation. 2v4. Showstopper is online. But that's it. Everyone has been spotted now by the Trailblazer, and they just really need to stall this one out. It's just, here come the colors, as we were talking about, all the utility being used now, and a save might just be on the table, as really there isn't much to be done here for Renaissance. Time ticking so low. If they want to take some guns out of the hands of Timberline, they better go in soon, and they're just getting stopped at every angle. Post plant held so strong. They go out finally, but Silver Bagel turns up and gets 3 big picks here.
It looks like Renaissance might be the better team at those slow, methodical rounds that Lotus is known for, but once things start getting rambunctious, it seems Timberline kind of thrives off this chaos.
Can see that for sure. I mean,
just look at this round.
Yeah, able to get in, and Endy just likes to run around and be in places where people don't expect, as well as hitting those shots, and just about able to do it. Good ult as well from Acer, though. But actually, although it was a decent ult in the round, now they used so much for the retake, and they still lost. They used the Rolling Thunder. So it's a tough scene. Hyoma, early peek, actually just about avoids seeing anyone, as the C players actually can now creep up. If Hyoma's not careful, it could certainly be caught here. Maybe not expecting players to be this close, but silence. Smokes are coming through. Hyoma now knows that they're being tested, wants to just fall back and maybe play for this retake, but so much utility means both teams are pretty much cut out of the site. Acer notes the lurk as well, and things have kind of got to reset here.
And as we reset, it looks like Timberline's maybe thinking about going towards this A site, contesting Derp God.
He's got the showstopper too.
The showstopper here would be absolutely massive.
He's so big, but he just peeks without it. Derp God just gets it, but the flash and everyone's there quickly up. Hits Endy in the legs, 30 HP left, but Silver Bagel takes down Wave and Link and makes things a lot easier. Endy is now able to get a little heal going, and Nono with the spike down. Hyoma has a crazy timing. Good shot as well. Could possibly pop the ult if that's what they decide on, but I mean, they have the plant right now. If Lem can get taken down, but Lem holds on. It's a 1v1. Nagi versus Lem. The stun goes through. Here comes the Trailblazer. Trailblazer hitting. Stuns. They know that Nagi's not on the bomb. Flash. Tab comes through. Once again, everything being used. Another perfect flash. Lem playing this so well. It's the one tap.
What a shot.
Masterclass from Lem. Just plays with the heartstrings of Nagi there.
It's looking like that Visal needed to be popped. A shoulda, woulda, coulda type of situation. And here's the replay of Lem showing us how it's done.
The discipline is just so good. Like, never over peeking, really knowing, hearing those sound cues, knowing that Nagi's not holding the spike, and then just the discipline to just hold that hold for the one tab and hit it. Oh, that's aura.
Indeed it is.
Renaissance on a weird buy now, though. They don't have a lot of money. Timberline could get something going, and Endy wants to right now. They're trying to get in there. But again, it's so difficult to contend with this Vi's utility, but Hyoma actually forced off the site. They can go in now if they so please, and they definitely do, but Lem, it's taken half HP just from the Vi's Thorns, and no one else can even really get onto site. They're waiting, but with every second, they get more uncertain of where they really want to end, and a good flash out through B is going to cause a fight, but Kaiser takes both. Oh, but Hyoma's willing to use it now, going in with the ult, sees one, quick kill, flick over, but it's not enough. Endy is fast, but Derp God actually 2 nice shots with the Sheriff, and they have time to work with. Health is not there though, 30 HP, and it looks like they're willing to take this gun and save, unless they're going for the world's longest flank, but looks like they're willing to just take this gun and move it on to the next round, especially looking at those credits in the bottom right corner, 450.
Things were not exactly looking like the most winnable situation there.
Yeah.
And as the bomb ticks down, we will watch probably what's the right play to save the gun.
Mostly came down to Kaiser getting those big kills on B. And I mean, Kaiser has been really just performing this whole game, keeping their team in it, just locking stuff down, getting those multi-kills whenever it's necessary, and it certainly was necessary that round. Renaissance once again on a weird buy. Seems like they're not completely sure on what they want to do, but one thing I am sure on now is Timberline is starting to get a bit of a run.
I think what it's coming down to is Clove on the side of Renaissance, just the character isn't very great compared to the other controllers, and so it makes it hard to stall out these sites and also to not get all of your flashes baited. And here comes out the Tejo drone.
Oh, they want to get active. Wave wants to look, and they go. Oh, high low, but then once again another collat on B. Silver Bagel
holds
it down. Wow. Impressive look from them, and once again, Renaissance down 2 before the main play of the round has even started. Derp God not necessarily close enough to hear those rotates, I don't think, but they're all going to A now. Kaiser leading the charge, playing a bit of entry. Astra wants to get involved on this round, taking out all the utility, and they're getting a decent setup here once again.
Yeah, and with that bomb down ready for main, it makes it so that they have to retake pretty much everything.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, no.
You break the door, you're in for a fright. Stun through the door, though. Actually, that might kill Silver Bagel. Silver Bagel can't leave.
Oh,
Interesting.
no.
2v3. It's not out of the running quite yet. And Nagi, how is this happening? Manages to get another. It's no on site, and Endy is off. It's going to be so difficult to play into this one, though, with Endy in such a deep position. Has to be cleared. It's a nice shot.
On the unexpected angle there.
5 now for Timberline, making a run back off that timeout. Very impressive. It seems like they've kind of gotten maybe a bit of the puzzle figured out, a few more pages opened on the book, and they're able to kind of read now what Renaissance want to do a little more, and they're exploiting these early plays. They're really getting the advantage off. Renaissance is walking in so early, and there we go. Silver Bagel just held it down and gave their team the win.
Yeah, it looks like coach knows best, you know? And so now as we go into this round, this could decide if it's going to be an even half or a little bit different. Here's that aggression from Renaissance, but Timberline knows all too well.
They're wise to it.
They waited out, and they have a lot of ultimates here.
Oh, it's all on Hyoma here. It's actually all on Hyoma. Can he hit it? No, Endy.
Trailblazer drawing the crossing on for Endy to slide in.
Oh, no way.
Endy keeps going in.
He wants another ace going in. Nagi's holding it, the rest of the team in tow, and Nagi
maybe a little ambitious there.
Possibly a little bit ambitious, because now, I mean...
Look at the map state.
Oh, this is... Oh, look at this flank from Kaiser. There's no way they expect this. And they can play it so late. Silver Bagel catches Nagi late, and Derp actually commits Showstopper. It's last round. Might as well hit it. They know Lem is in the corner, but try to live. Wait, they're actually on the spike, and there's no Astra. There's no Astra quite yet. There's nothing pulling them off. They're just confused and they stop. They just stop. How way? They just stuck in the face of 3 players. The plan was not where they thought it was, and Renaissance will certainly take a round like that on the road here.
A slight miscommunication on where the plant was. That's that ping nerf hitting where you're not allowed to see in-world pings anymore.
Sometimes when you have a plan, the longer the plan is, the more steps it has, the more holes there's potentially lurking in the plan, and that was a big hole right there.
The simplest ones most of the time.
And you know Renaissance loves to keep it simple with A site. They will keep going
it's
there.
The tried and true.
They love it, and they will fight for it tooth and nail to the death every round if they have to. They just arrived in prison.
We don't have to do it again.
It is Endy here, though. Actually, 3 players standing strong towards A. It's difficult to play into this many on A site.
But if the drone finds them, B is going to look pretty appealing.
I don't think the drone saw anything.
Oh, but here's Lem trying to fight off both Wave and Hyoma.
Oh, this could be so good. Go. Through, but actually, Lem probably shouldn't have taken my advice, as the rest of the Renaissance team came through Lincoln. And really took over control, and now a 5v5, an interesting place to be. Wade is in a good spot, gets cleared, and somehow manages to get one there. Endy's shots just only managed to really land at the end. Oh, and there they go, Lem into the smoke, Endy as well, Lem running it down, into Link, gets one, but a shield! Hold on, Endy! Endy gets it! No way!
The shield! Oh my goodness! We could hear in the arena them scream no when they realized they thought they killed them. Oh my.
It happens so much. All the time. That Ghost, it should be a one-shot pistol. It needs to be, but...
Yeah, look at that.
Luckily,
oh my goodness.
Luckily, Endy was able to clean it up, so... Good from them, and now a chance to even things up. Actually, good firearms as well.
And here's an interesting purchase. Sometimes you see omens by what Derp God's looking for here. As these B executes.
Whoa.
Oh.
Wait, it's open. There's
Wait.
no one home. B is just completely clear. Even if they get faked by the util, I mean, B is open. And
coming out, seeing the plant in default.
Derp's got a shotgun as well. Oh, but Derp gets cleared. Nagi trade in through Lem. Caught out a little 10 HP, gets out. Acer gets one with the classic. No, hold on. Nagi gets one as well. Right, no way. It's just Lem. 1 health. Spike needs to go down. Oh, but that poison almost hit him. It almost kills. But Lem,
what a precarious situation. Everybody one shot.
Solo. Lem wants to swing 2 classics. Has to contend with the right clicks. What do they decide to do? Time.
There's
being
not enough
so
time
annoying.
Plays.
They want to flank, but they can't quite do it. Stun.
And the
Still
utility.
On. Lem just bite the bullet. Swing it. Lem gets the first. Hold on. No way.
Jumping shot,
the
Lem.
jump shot. Lem to go
I
for
saw
that.
the idea,
In
but
that moment.
Oh no. I think the call was that Hyoma was 1 shot, but they were 2 shot. They were lied to.
Goodness.
Oh no.
Man, that was a nail biter. Somehow Renaissance get their eco, come out on top. Lem had a great chance, but Renaissance are going to stuff out some of that momentum with their boot here and get back into the driver's seat.
I saw the vision.
What
an interesting play.
All 5 outside B and no one's home. We knocked and no one's answering. Now it's time to go to a new house, A site. Everyone's rotated over. Noise has been made.
I'm not sure if Renaissance has the read or just extremely lucky here.
Oh, but Acer could be really big.
Oh, Andy already able to find that.
That's going to be a
That's a rifle.
Look at the flank though, Hyoma.
Wait,
Hyoma's on the flank. It could be so big. Derp gets 1 and Hyoma in the back as well. Oh, but gets traded Indy with that rifle now that they earned by killing Acer. They've got
on
it.
the side of Timberline. It's looking a little dicey for Renaissance now.
But the spike is down and the judge is holding. Derp God won't be moved. Oh, Indy moves him. No way. No. Picks up the gun. It's a judge. Jumping up, wants to go for a look. But instead goes for the frenzy. Wave takes him out. Now just Silver Bagel. And Wave will clear that one up.
Oh, Derp God fell for the noob trap.
Oh no, what was it?
Holding the angle too close and then...
Yeah.
I do it all the time.
Yeah, that's the thing with the judges. You always want to stand as close as you can so that you can like react. But then they walk past and I click on where they were a second ago.
Yeah, no.
But a good look though, still.
Yeah, right idea, just unfortunate execution.
I mean, it got traded, so
yes.
It was a high-low, so
it was good enough. Good enough. Technically speaking,
it was intentional. But now 9-6 Timberline finally have their guns online. This is what they've been looking for. But defense is difficult on Lotus, and they're going to have to work through it. Endy jump spotting. Actually, if he jump spots this badly, ooh, no one was ready for it. Luckily, oh, hold on. Derp God just takes the fight, and Endy gets that one. That's a kill with no assist. I'll count that. But the rest of the team is now in tow. Actually, Nagi alone on site. The poor Breach is left out, but Hyoma manages to cross to help him out. And Nagi, great shot. Swing on to Endy goes through, and the plant is now coming down. Lem wants to stop it, but can't find the shot. Wave into the smoke onto Nono, gets that as well. Now only 3 remaining for Timberline. But Lim is in an interesting position. Kaiser versus Wave. And Silver Bagel, they line up and he takes it. Now just onto Lim. Ooh, good flash, but he's out and he re-swings. Acer takes it down. Lem is claimed and the gun round does not go Timberline's way. Instead,
Wave on CT there. Oh,
that's
unright.
Insane to win.
That is unright.
That's the Phantom speaking right there. You don't get that with the Vandal. That's
that
pure
faster
Phantom.
fire rate right there.
I mean, Renaissance is just looking, they're looking great right now. They're looking just in control firmly so far of this game with Timberline now on a poorer buy. They don't have enough for full guns while Renaissance is rolling in the money. They're the one, they're the greedy elite right now, and Timberline is trying to come up and start something, but it's going to be a difficult road again, 10-6, but the momentum cannot be understated, but we know Timberline, they have the vibes, as,
and also,
as Coach was saying.
It may be a classic Daimyo read here where he, on this timeout, he tells them, I mean, it looks like he's cooking up a strategy right there, and we saw it last time. just a little bit of information from coach was able to get them 5 rounds, so they're not out yet.
Yeah, if they get another 5 straight, I mean, they're in the lead. So, I mean, given how the last half played out, very streaky team.
Look at the strategy he cooked up.
What is Daimyo telling them?
Daimyo, get out of their heads.
We're miseducating the youth. Do not tell
goodness. That is just not right.
Hey, but if it works.
If it works, then never mind.
The quad pump strategy. It's like
old Fortnite.
It is. 5 through now, coming from Renaissance. They want this A site and they want to push, and it's only Kaiser in response. Bucky in hand, fear in heart, has to contend with 5 players. Wave wants to go through, holding in the smoke, but actually gets taken out early. Goes down in the backside, reload. It's actually holding his way somehow. He gets it. Derp God going in and stares as the position. Wave on a platter for Endy.
Spike planted.
But now things settle to a 3v3. Silver Bagel is in support.
And everyone on the side of Timberline has a Bucky.
But they're going to swing. Hold on!
Okay, Endy! No, the gun baited!
Hioma, though, gets the trade perfectly, and if they cross, they're going to get taken down by the Heaven player, maybe. Hioma through the smoke, and it's just onto Silver Bagel with a Bucky. 3 bullets. What can be done? Through the smoke. How are we hitting those?
It's Vise v Vise.
1v1, 86 HP. And it's a shotgun.
No way! Daimyo!
No! You're a wizard, Daimyo!
How did you do that?
Silver Bagel, what a play! No way!
Silver Bagel on these Buckies and Stingers. Like, how is this possible?
Oh my goodness. If you play that one 100 times, I'm not guessing Silver Bagel wins that.
Oh my goodness.
Time.
It's like the Doctor Strange.
It actually is. Holy timeout. Great job.
Yeah, no.
I was a doubter and I
paid the price, yeah.
I apologize.
Lots of ults coming up.
Silver Bagel after that does not want to change.
He's staying on it. Hey, rightfully so, man. And here,
contention on A.
Classic A push. We love to see it. Out comes the blinding light from Sky.
Oh,
and the remote control.
Hits it, lines them up. Stuck in that corner. That is not where you want to be on A. If you're there, you better start writing your will and testament. No takes him out. Dirt God just wants to retrieve the spike, but it's really difficult, especially with this ult to contend with, though, is actually making a decent wave. Making a wave. Hold on. Overhealed now, and this is going to be so annoying to deal with for Timberline. Wave could be literally anywhere in spawn right now. They have no idea, and they have to deal with it. C-Site is now getting pushed as Wave really just plays their life here on B, tries to just find one more player in the back, and it's Silver Bagel.
Oh, no.
Are they going to get it? Oh, the timing is so crazy. Wave just missed Silver Bagel's leg. Over the here is
oh my goodness!
No,
don't do it again!
Oh, the timing!
Oh, it would have been unright to find another there.
But Nono has 3 kills of their own, and it's still a 2v2 Both players group up.
I'm getting flashbacks to the wave round.
Hioma hears him. Hioma hears him. Stop!
Oh my goodness, there's something in the water at Renaissance.
Dude,
how are they able to do these?
Oh,
these 1v2s.
The crosshair placement was so good.
Oh my god.
That's a heartbreaker for Renaissance, followed by a heartbreaker for Timberline too. Insane rounds back to back. And look at this again. I mean
come on, right.
The spray transfer while stunned, crouch, holding it on
two, like.
All right, you're the GOAT.
All right. So, are we signing them?
Coming through B. Derp God finally decides not to use the judge any longer, but this might be bad. They're going to swing right into everybody on B side here. Let's do the smoke.
Check PC.
Lem is feeling great. Wave, though.
Wave on these tricky flanks.
Not going to let teammates get taken out with no trade quite like that, and Wave's getting tested. Everyone's swinging, but Wave gets one as well as Acer. This is the fight right here.
Wave, my goodness, Wave!
Now A-side is open. Wave holding it though. Bagel, a judge to deal with. You know what the shotguns can do.
Goodness, no.
What? Off angle for Wave. 4K.
Oh my goodness. Wave is going in like a mosquito with like a gun. They go in, they annoy them, and then they just get out. I don't know how this is possible.
The lurk's
Absolutely
just
slippery.
Everything. I mean, there's no way Renaissance should be winning this round. If you pause right here, the round, if you pause right here,
should always win here.
Or Timberline, sorry, but
oh, yeah,
Renaissance
Timberline,
just had
sorry.
it in
Renaissance
them,
should
man.
never win there.
Renaissance just feeling
Oh my
it, man.
goodness.
They came to play. They're on the stage, and they want to show what they're made of.
But here comes the 5 ults. There's no round really there's no reason to not use them here. So Timberline, we're gonna see something crazy coming up as A main control is taken behind the tree.
God.
Oh my
No way you're hitting that Silver Bagel! And a chance at another, but Nagi trades it right back through the tree. Wait, how have we gotten this lurk? How have we gotten this lurk? 3v4 now.
Goodness. It's like Wave spawns with them.
That's so true. It's like Wave is on their side at the beginning of the round, and look again. There's such a
Oh my
pest.
goodness. Could be a timing.
No way. Wave gets it again. Just.
And the thing is, they can do whatever they want because they have the revive on Clove.
This is just disgusting. Wave wants another and gets unlocked. One more.
Finally shutting it down, but they're pressing the ult out of pure ego here.
Second phase of the boss fight.
Oh my goodness, and he's able to take down Wave. But now that bought a lot of time for Renaissance, and it's going to be very hard to find 3 kills here against a Breach Tejo. Like,
yeah, this one might be.
Oh my goodness! If you're not popping
We've
Neon Ult
seen
and
some
running it
crazy
down,
things today, but this would take the cake. In goes the Rolling Thunder. Actually doesn't hit. There's now a little tiny window for Indy to maybe get something done, but with all this util, it's slowly running out. In goes fault line, and Indy's gonna get taken down. Renaissance strong, showing 13-7 on the first map off the back of some pretty crazy rounds.
Some wild rounds.
I mean, this has been. I don't even know what words to say about this. Like, I don't know if anyone actually has better words to say about it than our dear studio team, and I'm excited to see what they have to say because I feel like I have a lot of words that have not gotten out. So, jeez, 7 first bloods for Endy, yeah, but
oh my goodness.
Now we're gonna go over to studio now to kind of break that one down as we get ready for map 2 here on to Split.
Welcome back to the great Esports State Championship conspiracy of 2025. We've had it insinuated that there's something in the water at Renaissance and that there's a mass miseducation of the youth going on right now. I'm here to break it all down, get to the heart of the matter with Kaz and Audrey here. I do have to ask, though, is it truly miseducation? Because the Bucky round kind of came in clutch.
Yeah, did win that. No, surely some level of thinking that us mere mortals could never even hope to comprehend happened during that timeout to prepare for that 4-man Bucky play that somehow worked.
And you know, it kind of just like caused momentum into that next round afterwards because Renaissance just looked confused. So I don't know. It seemed like the play worked, and it might have just given us a new piece of information.
I mean, Renaissance did win, okay, but let's talk about the Bucky play some more. I mean, the shot through the smoke, just the blind shot through the smoke to pick up the 4th elim
that was
of
wild,
that round. That round 7, that is going down in the books.
Well,
probably one of the highlights
of the whole
of the whole
final
event.
pick was the elim around the corner where all 3 of us were like, there's no shot. And then they peek and they managed to get the hit and knockout. I was like, that is absurd. And the timing on the defuse was not expected. It was basically the last second they needed to get it. So
I think the entire map just entirely devolved from round 7. Because as you were talking about with that kill around the corner full stun, that happened in the round right after the 4-man Bucky round.
Yep,
it was the 4-man Bucky round, and then right after, full stun collateral 2K.
Just, yeah, oh my.
In a world where that should never happen, it does on land, and that is my favorite moment about these on-stage competitions like this, because of course we can go on and on about, you know, how even competitors that these teams are, and not to discredit anybody on stage right now, because this was absolutely, despite that 13-7, a very it might as well have gone to a triple overtime.
Yep.
How close the competition was between these two teams. But then, like, round 17 happened, and I just can't talk about competition anymore.
Well, I'll bring up something you brought up while we were watching this, saying that Timberline looks like a completely new team. And we did see, I mean, the big thing that stood apart for me for this round in general was the general parity between every single team. You know what I mean? I mean, all the players, it wasn't like the first round we saw where we're relying on Endy, he's going to go 20-4, you know.
Exactly.
He's going to do it for us. Everyone was on point.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with that. I mean, like, one shout-out I wanted to make was Kaiser at the beginning was leading in the KDA. Like, it wasn't Endy, it was Kaiser who was picking up, holding the line, helping the team. Same with Lem, who was kind of the last man standing in a lot of situations. And, you know, so I would agree, like, Timberline's had that. And, I mean, same with Renaissance at the beginning versus how they were playing at the end. Completely different because they really had to change their strategies based on Timberline's momentum throughout the game.
Thing is, I think the ultimate Achilles heel for Timberline, despite the great plays that they had, and the reason also Renaissance won, we got to mention Wave. I mean, he was the clutch, the anchor for the team so many times, even engagements that we were calling out saying there's no chance here, this is over. He just won every single one-on-one in the latter half of the game.
Yeah, there was a bit of a warm-up phase there, but then after the fact, I mean, let's see, like, what did they say on desk? It was a second wave of the boss fight when it was going up against Wave. I think that's a great way to describe how that was handled because there was a lot of good moments you mentioned, just catching people off guard, and that's exactly what was helping them get through that there at the end, yeah.
I think, for the most part, just off the top of my head, and I'll keep this brief so obviously we can go into our humble ad read. But I think that Ren is relying a little too much on Wave, as we kind of saw in that latter half. And I'm hoping that they don't rely too much on their heroics because that very much can end up in a situation that Timberline can take advantage of that potentially leads them into a series win.
You lean too much on one player, you get stressed, and the best way to relieve that is a massage. Holbein Massage, combining the best of the day spa experience with effective therapeutic massages. You can check out their multiple styles and expertise today. Holbein Massage, supporting your health and well-being through holistic, personalized body work. They're actually set up here in the arena with a massage station here too for attendees as well. And after that last round, that definitely seems like something that could be on the docket.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say the same thing. I mean, with this being the first matchup, too, now that both of these teams have established where they're at, this second round, I can't even imagine what the second match is going to look like at this point. All bets are off at this point.
Well, we do know from the map lineup that we do have, it is going to be on split. We are finally taking a break from the 3-site stages and going back on to the more 2-site stages. And
what an exciting map that Split is.
Yeah.
One of my favorites in the pool, definitely underrated because I know it doesn't have like the greatest reputation in the world, but there are worse maps that have existed in the pool, cough, cough, fracture. And I think what Split allows both of these teams to do really well is showcase, I think, their strongest assets that they had throughout most of Lotus, and that is just full force, face to the wall, just... I'm trying to find a good way to put it. Because I think what a lot of these teams are really good at are just strong executes. We saw it once Timberline had the opportunity to play more of their attack half. We saw it when Ren was playing more of their attack half. They're really good about their offensive executions. And Split is a very offensive-sided map. Does that mean I'm going to see one team potentially take a massive lead that snowballs into something bigger later down the line? Possibly.
All right. Well, I think we are getting ready. We have got our two casters on stage right now. We've got Nathaniel Hackney and Master Pontificator Zach Munson ready to bring us more nonstop entertainment. Take it away, you two.
Welcome back to the arena as we stay here now a crazy game. I'm Zach. Of course, I'm joined by Nathaniel, and I was sitting there listening to the studio say their insightful dialogue. I love what they have to say, and I was watching those clips, and I was like, I've watched a lot of Valorant in the past year. This might be like the craziest game I've ever seen.
Yeah,
like map 1, like single map antics. This is up there in like terms of just pure antics.
Yeah, no, there's lots of buffoonery going on.
Yeah, and I for one, I really hope it continues.
Yeah.
But I think that one thing that having a lot of those like weird clutches and crazy insane plays, what that shows is like these players aren't like they're not bad. They're not bad at all. They're good. Like like you'd be hard pressed to find like some high level like immortal players hitting that shot, hitting that play transfer stun like. These people are ready to play. They're good. Like these high schoolers, they're not to be trifled with, man. Split now. Here we arrive. I mean, Timberline actually pretty much almost the same comp that they just had, and it's looking interesting for sure. So.
Yeah, it's similar comps from both sides actually. Just minus the Vise because Cypher's so incredibly strong on this map, and. I like Split is usually a boring map, but I can't say anything now. Going into this.
Split actually, I feel like to watch, especially with these compositions that they're bringing to the table, I think we're in for a real treat.
Yes.
That's so much. I was going to say explosivity talking about Rays. I couldn't even not laugh saying that. But there's so much explosivity with the Rays and the Breach combination. Like the name of the game a lot of time on this map, it's you either got to go really, really slow or really, really fast. And these are two teams that I expect they're probably going to go really fast.
I think we know what they're going to do. And usually on Split, you're able to just like, as the defenders, you just go where the attackers aren't. You push out one of the main areas, and then you go, well, if they're not here, then they're the other site, because mid's so hard to push. But I think with how fast these teams have been playing and how just utterly chaotic the rounds have been, we're not going to see that. Like, we're just going to see two people clashing, and then round over in 30 seconds.
Well, Renaissance 1-0 lead in this best-of-3 series now go to the Split map where they have to contend with Timberline, who did falter for the first time a little bit last game, weren't able to win that one out, but they had their moments for sure. So energy high as ever going into this one. Timberline, after that first win, looking to maybe make their trip into the finals, get their get back for last year, whereas Renaissance, a new player to this stage, are looking to make a strong entry right into the grand finals.
And here we're seeing just the start of what maybe strategies will be for on this map. We have the attacking side pinging a lot of mid here. Common idea is to split B main and market. And especially if you don't think they're going to be peeking it, because it's a very dangerous angle there on Garage, and it looks like Timberline might have the read.
Actually, no one mid, it looks like, for the side of Renaissance. No one really holding that directly, which could spell disaster later in the round as DerpGod. I mean, he's already doesn't even know if they could be up mid. It's a difficult situation, but there are two players holding here, and the Cypher is involved. Endy trying to break the trips, actually misses one, but goes over it. Goes over it straight into Waves, but a perfect flash is going to save Waves' life, who's able to get one more from the top. Kioma peeking around the side and through! The damage! Nagi gets one! On site, no, can't quite hold on, and it's just the Heaven Lurk remaining. Silver Bagel gets the first kill, and now 22 HP. Are Renaissance going to wait, or are they going to go up this rope into the jaws of the shark? I don't know.
Of the Silver Bagel.
Of the Timberwolves. There you go. Oh, somehow DerpGod gets that one, actually, and I mean, it's still a tough situation, a 1v2, but I mean, you'll take that kill about as free as you could get. 8 HP, though.
Barrier.
If Silver Bagel steps on a goat head walking to sight, you might die right now. Interesting angle.
Spots him.
on the camera. They're going to double peek
acting
this.
accordingly. Ooh, and they're able to find the shot.
Good procedure.
Very good procedure.
And one thing I wanted to note, I couldn't find a way to say it fast enough in the round, but Acer hit the Teo mines on sight, and Nagi actually peeked through them to get an unexpected angle. You can see it here. Here come the mines, and Nagi just takes the damage, peeks through it, and gets a nice little kill onto Endy for free without anyone looking. And it's a great play and just kind of awareness that, I mean, that's very high level awareness to see a play like that.
Yeah, and that just really shows like how good these teams are.
Yeah.
And here with the mid push, trying to go on these closer angles with our pistols because don't want to be taking those long range fights.
Straight into vent.
Straight into vent.
It's a party. The conga line is coming through. Will they be able to deal with the Renaissance? Gone behind. Somehow Lem lives.
Spike down A.
But Derp God is still alive. There he goes. Shot. Gets it. Has time to reload still. Spike now gained, and position has been completely fortified. Not much to be found. Hyoma is even ready for this beautiful shot. And it's all on to Kaiser here. In an even more difficult situation than last round, arguably.
Yeah, there's not very many spots to go here. Camera notes Kaiser's location.
Sneaky.
And as they walk up, clearing all those angles through Mail and into Tower. Looking for Hyoma. This is the right one. Hits it. Unlucky spread.
That wasn't even a bad play. I like that a lot. Kaiser, hearing the jump peaks, gets the perfect timing to kind of run in and close the distance.
Yeah.
If there was if there's a way to get a look at that round, that was it for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the levels of awareness we're seeing is just you don't usually see.
Insane.
Like Kaiser going to the tempo of the jump scout. I mean, who does that?
Yeah, I mean, these players are different, bro.
Yeah,
these kids are different.
New gens. 4D chess out here. My goodness.
Strong players, man. Timberline finally have a bit of weaponry to work with. Big guns, and they want to kind of slow it down. Bit of a pace change. They've been noted all these past rounds, and now they want to be a little quieter, but by breaking the camera, they kind of tell Hyoma that they are, in fact, here.
But as that information gets older and presence isn't shown anywhere else on the map, Renaissance gets a little more uncertain. As you can see, they're deciding maybe we should peek stuff, but they're trying to stick to procedure.
Kaiser. Will they check?
Kaiser.
Perfect timing! Oh, it's okay, Silver Bagel handled it, but traded back. No, the other way somehow. Through all that chaos, Timberline were able to get onto the site, and now they hold it down here. They've got the plant in, and the Lem is very low HP. Could get sprayed through the box.
Derp God with the outlaw.
Oh no, Endy has to run, but gets out just in time.
Just able to get out there. They have the high-low here. Derp God looking for a big flash. And the reload peak.
Good timing.
It's very unfortunate timing there.
Now able to get their first round here going.
And most importantly, they have the Neural Theft online, which wins rounds in split like crazy. Look at this timing here. Swings in the smoke menu. A little unlucky spray.
Everyone was in util because Acer immediately hit mines
salvos,
as soon,
yeah.
so everyone right there was ready for the fight, but also not ready at all.
Yeah, no.
Interesting round.
One corner back, and it's completely reasonable.
He's gonna clear this out early with the bomb buddy wave. Might actually get spotted, not quite though. Able to kind of stay around this angle if they so please, but it's really just a noise. It's just a party popper being hit on B. Confetti distracting Renaissance, keeping them unaware of the real play going on A site. They're creeping forward, but the jump spot is surely gonna see this soon. Backside, it's Nagi who sees it. Whoa, but Kaiser caught out by Derp God. Wide swing out mid is unexpected. And Timberline now have to push this one and go quick. They have to up the pace. Flash, not quite dodge. Nagi is hitting all this util so well. Really just being a pest backside. Finally picks to swing. But it's just not enough to stop the site from going over for the time being. Timberline sticking it 2v4. It's up to Endy. Beautiful shot at first. Paint shells committed. And going for a second kill.
Oh my goodness!
Oh man, I don't know what situation. It could be any situation. If it's Endy alive, man, it's winnable.
Yeah.
And Hyoma a second later, and Endy could have possibly adjusted to the new angle, but
yeah, that
could have showed Hyoma's gonna take
barely didn't stall out. We get a replay of Thanos versus the Avengers here. My goodness. Boom, one tap. Hey, show me another. Like,
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. These guys are good, man.
It's unright.
Renaissance still taking an early lead like they did last map. But the economy is weird actually for both teams. It's like a weird like team deathmatch type of eye. Everyone's on something weird. Lem wants to go in, but that's contact. Beautiful blind on a wave. It's gonna get caught early. Hyoma though through the wall onto Kaiser is a big kill, but it's all up to Hyoma to hold this. How much can Hyoma do? Running out, and it's not enough. No is gonna take them down. The neural theft revealing the rest of the situation. Renaissance now has to run back into it. Lem ahead of them though. Pump from the top ropes. Gonna even things out, or to a 2v3 here. Timberline still with the player advantage. Spike is planted for Garage, and that's where they're playing. Nagi and DerpGod have to go. Are they gonna check Hell? They're not. Silver Bagel! They're gone!
The ankles!
With the blocking! Silver Bagel!
Stay on the Bucky, it's your weapon!
Renamed to Silver Bucky right now.
Oh my goodness.
You gotta stay on that gun, man. There's just something about it.
Yeah, it's just your gun.
Daimyo might have unlocked. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe we're not miseducating the youth. We're like guiding them on how they could grow and develop on their own.
Daimyo's unlocked like their hidden chi power, and they're able to. Oh my goodness! Just hit every shot.
Thing, though, I feel like the normal rounds are the ones that Renaissance tend to win, and all the Timberline's rounds are like, what? How did this happen?
What is going on?
But you gotta win the messy ones, really, if you want to be a great team. So, DerpGod almost annihilated on the jump spot.
I've got your trail.
Almost peaked and terminated. Tries to break any possible tripwires, none will be found. So up into heaven goes Endy. Kaiser takes one on the wave, but quick ult back. Hyoma's ready for that angle. That's crazy. Lem stunned.
Oh my goodness.
They do it. Somehow one kill still gained. Nagi takes it back with DerpGod. Oh no! Oh no!
200!
And they say I can Bucky too!
Oh my.
Hyoma clears out the site, and it's just Bucky for Bucky, band for band each round.
Oh no.
We're gonna have to start having some real DerpGod versus Silver Bagel Bucky conversation soon, man.
Yeah, no, it's the goat and the goat. Like, and also that neural theft, like letting them know that there was 2 mid.
Running right into the crosshair. Still 4-2. I mean, Timberline being on the attack, really 4 or 5 is like, if you get 4 or 5, you're in good form. So
yeah, very defense heavy map. And here Timberline's going for this brazen push here. Showstopper has to be part of the play.
Oh, but Nagi's so ready for this. Fault line in hand, prep. Off any contact pops it swings. There's nothing to be found though. Perfect cage saves everything.
And a lot of damage taken. But here comes Wire on Sky, able to get all of that health back.
And we reset and go mid now, grouped up mid. Everyone's standing, but it's actually through sewer, it looks like. Now full restart, go different site, but DerpGod is already here, holding and pops the showstopper, here's everything, shoots it, still gets out to live, crosshair placement on point, shoots that, but not enough to find everybody. Luckily, doesn't have to do it all on their own, as Acer's gonna take that one back, and it's nothing but a little mid push left to be dealt with for Renaissance here. Spike is in main, but it's still an awkward round for Renaissance as they don't want to really push through that smoke and see the spike entirely because they're kind of afraid of where Timberline could be, and they could have an interesting flank here. Nice shot for Silver Bagel with the stinger. This guy is so good with these guns.
I swear they're just more accurate for him.
Oh, what an angle though. Nagi can't quite land it. This stun could be really big for Wave. Sets Wave up perfectly, but Kaiser takes to the smoke. 10 seconds. They have to go. They have to push now. Kaiser, such low HP, but the time is so low they can't get the spike down in time.
One enemy remaining.
And Hyoma holds it down from heaven. 9-2 for him, if I'm not mistaken. Very impressive start for both these ciphers here.
And here's the timeout. A little bit of a replay for what just happened. Timer was just running so down. 5 more seconds in this round and it could have been a completely different story, but Timberline just had to rush to the objective. Not a second to spare.
And we know these timeouts, man. we know what they can do to this Timberline squad. But while we're in this timeout, I'd like to shout out ITC. So this stream is powered in part by ITC, partner for IT support, cybersecurity, and network solutions. When tech problems strike, ITC keeps your system running so you can stay in the game. And I have to say, compared to normal, I've noticed a lot less tech problems.
Yeah, usually
than what's normally going on at an event
there's at
like
least
this.
Something going wrong, but
So we got ITC dialed in, man, and hopefully dialed in is this Timberline squad after this timeout. Renaissance still, I mean, they came in with kind of a confidence you can see when we're in these timeouts. They're playing like rock, paper, scissors at their desks and stuff. So they definitely feel confident. They got the nerves out and it's showing.
yeah, getting those nerves out helps so much. And I'm just waiting to see what Daimyo happened to cook up. I don't know. Here's looking like a mid push with a lurk. Trying to bait out some people.
This mid has been weak in the past. Renaissance really not playing too many towards it, but this time they've got a decent amount. Wave takes a little bit of chip from those paint shells, but it's nothing to really write home about quite yet. But they are stuck in a really awkward position when this smoke falls. Somehow manages to get one. I think they can get out if they want, or maybe even go in for more. Spike gain, no down to 10 HP through this decay, trying to leave, just about gets out, but Kaiser catches Acer in a different part of the map. Kaiser's kind of pinched though in, and Derp God actually deals with Kaiser. Somehow Silver Bagel as well, unaware of the situation, and this round has been a mess. Players are where they shouldn't be. Everyone's kind of switched up, but now it's sort of stabilized to a 2v3, and Timberline looking to get involved on this B site, but they still have to deal with this tripwire. And Lamb out, manages to get Hyoma. 1 versus 2, tap comes through. What a shot! Sticking the bomb now, down quietly as Wave.
Trailblazers still up and well.
Wave is walking around pillar. Ring around the rosy. Lem looking heaven, thinks that Wave is still up. Down! Ooh, Wave was ready for that. Just about. What a good play. I mean,
yeah.
Wave dropped down and realized that Lem is probably wrapping, so if they stay and wait for a while, Lem will eventually walk in, and their thinking was rewarded. A great play from Wave to take Renaissance up to a pretty convincing lead so far in their defense half here.
And now, coming to this next round, looks like we're going to be even on the economy, but Timberline does have an advantage with this Cypher ult. The Neural Theft, especially on split, remember how you were saying you either play really slow or really fast? Well, once you get the pick, you can ult and then just sprint to wherever is not held, because that's kind of how this map works.
Yeah, it's like, looking at it, it's one of the smallest, but in reality, when you're actually moving around the map, it's definitely one of the biggest with how many little tunnels and turns you need to take. A lot of the time, just that information telling them where they are is just so important. Endy has just crept up. No trip, they're just out on site right now. Hyoma really testing fate with that jump spot, is actually just gonna have to give up this site. Oh, but an interesting ult. No, I think everyone's able to sneak out of that Armageddon. All the Teo utility used though, stalls the plant. Wave quick on another though, that's the spike dropped. Wave gets another somehow, and Lem taken down as well by Hyoma.
One enemy
Kaiser,
remaining.
once again, in a situation of 1v4, 1v3, what can they do? Little nervous getting swung by all these people, managed to take the first, but it's difficult. They're getting ran at. Nagi hears the footsteps and holds an off angle and hits it this time. Few times I think he's powering up. I've seen Nagi do that a lot. He loves to kind of crouch down and hold the headshot angle on an off angle. seen it betray him a few times, but he's powered up now, and he's gonna.
It's been working quite a bit now.
Wave, another big round.
Yeah, I feel like Wave kind of just a little bit under the radar. They always find the 1 or 2 like crucial picks. They get the kill that matters, I guess, is what I'm getting at. And now Timberline's going for that same strategy where Cypher tries to bait out some utility to make it easier for the rest of the team to be able to push into mid. Teo's drone is going to see nothing, which makes the fake harder. Maybe it's actually just a lurk onto A.
But they hear them all. They forced them into vent with these good mines and good stun. Acer is going to spray down, and he gets everything with their page
shells.
Page shells puts him. But no, gets that back. Oh, Wave
Spike
just to the
down
side
mid.
though.
And
Able
what
to
a
keep
tough
this one in
position
check.
to push here. Wave able to play in so many different spots, and he jumps up. Silver Bagel able to just land that shot.
Oh, that was a good shot, and now with not using the ult, Silver Bagel has an opportunity, knows that the B side is actually open. And maybe soon, Wave might regret holding on to the not dead yet. The Silver Bagel has so much time to operate with here. 50 seconds, mind games are not off the table here.
Silver Bagel wants to get this into a 1v1 situation.
There's no way you check this spot.
Oh my goodness.
If it comes to it. But it looks like it might not. Hyoma's playing a really interesting angle. Oh, the timing. No way the timing.
30 seconds left.
No way the timing is going on. He's past the trip. There's no way. There's no way they expected to be past the
He's
trip.
about to assassinate them.
No, but he
goes the other way.
I don't even think he's going to see Nagi here.
How is this possible?
He's running out of time. Silver Bagel, you got to go.
Oh,
no. Finally rewarded, although it was a little different than he probably expected. Timing was ridiculous in B Heaven. But overall, a nice setup from Renaissance forces them
into the vent to concuss them and hit them with paint shells. And then they clean the round out with Nagi sitting there as a trapdoor spider, ready to leap onto the attackers.
You know, they remind me of little kittens in the shower. Like they,
what do you mean?
when they're in the vent,
oh,
and the paint shells are coming down, they're just like there and they can't leave and they're just sad, man. And it happens like that sometimes. A little bit of pause coming in as we get a bit of a break. Just, I mean, from the action, adrenaline levels can finally come down a little bit. Parity, not really the same this time as it was in the previous game, at least as rounds are concerned. There they are.
More
again,
rock, paper, scissors.
As far as rounds are concerned, but the rounds themselves have been quite close for sure. Timberline as well, I mean, you can look at the scoreline, you can say whatever you want, but at the end of the day, they're on attack, on split. And you've seen some pretty crazy stuff go on. Lots of comebacks, big comeback potential next half. I wouldn't be surprised if they run the score up a little more.
Yeah, you can be 12-0 on split, and then it doesn't matter because that's just how the map works. It's the sad truth. Couple of pings coming out from Timberline. Looks like that's where they're trying to place the Astral Divide. I could see a potential play here.
It could be,
combining the showstopper.
That would be risky.
Derp got on his famous
outlaw, man.
Outlaw here, holding that angle once more. Endy looking for a tripwire. We can see it, but they can't yet.
Hyoma barely dodges that. Actually gets stunned. The paint shells could do some damage, but Hyoma backs their way away into CT. The spike still needs to come down, though. This Cosmic Divide has let them get out, but it's also let Renaissance get a nice little hold. Through the wall goes Wave. Everyone's there. Wave is taking everything, and Hyoma's in support.
One enemy remaining.
Takes that one as well, and now it's just Kaiser again on low HP Heaven. I've seen this
Renaissance
before.
Is aware, though. They pinged it. They know he's there.
Oh,
the
no.
Knife. Oh, it's
like a London alley.
Okay.
Bad news for Timberline.
Timberline's ult placement was a little too shallow, as you were kind of getting at there, where, yeah, sure, we get the site for free, but also the enemies are
allowed to get on the site for free. We can't shoot them as they come out from Heaven and CT, so a tough look.
Astral ult can be like that. It's very difficult to find the exact spot you want it.
And Renaissance, I mean, they didn't even really use anything that round. They've got Neural Theft, they've got Not Dead Yet, and Showstopper online.
Out comes the tail drop.
God,
3.
Can't hit anything. This could be a really big Showstopper.
Showstopper coming in. Oh, eliminates ND and
gets ran out on though.
Traded. Timberline with a big man advantage here. And with the Rolling Thunder up, it's looking a little bit harder for Renaissance now, but remember,
they can't let this one slip.
Still has the ults here.
Wave out ahead of it. Nono's fast though. Not Dead Yet is going to be decent. Rolling Thunder doesn't actually really land anything. Hioma unhidden. They're trying to avoid the Clove for as long as they can. Once that bar goes down, Clove is done for. And
a 9-3 half.
Honestly, on split, that's not even that bad.
I would say 8-4 is what you expect, so they're not doing too bad.
Again, though, Wave back sight, if you saw that, like, he was ready looking at the next guy, though.
Yeah,
he knew he was about to get swung back sight.
They were already going to trade.
Just very impressive business so far from Renaissance. Able to, I mean, only really a few super close rounds coming from them this whole half. They did what they were supposed to do on defense, and now they've got to close it out on the harder half, but you know that they love the kind of pace that you need to play this map with, and they excel at it. Timberline are in a tough spot here now, facing potential loss of this series and down to play for 3rd and 4th. Well, Renaissance could go to the finals here after not even qualifying last year, but what really matters right now is this round in front of us. And it's a B push. Over the trip goes Derp God, and in backside, trying to find something. Silver Bagel lines up his shot and takes it. 5 versus 3 now. Acer couldn't even grab the spike on the way out. Things are tough, especially with that pick on the, how did Wave even get there, by the way? But second of all, what? But it's going to be on these two to, I mean, they're going to need to get some crazy 1v1s, and that's going to be tough with all these smokes, all this utility, and at the end of the day, they're going to have to parse. These two people holding this, somehow grabs that, but doesn't expect Kaiser on this box. Acer actually grabs the spike and manages to escape, but I mean, what can you really do? 40 seconds. You might have time to rotate, but someone's going to be waiting for you by the time you get there. Acer has to think of next choice very wisely. Hasn't made a lot of noise. Left. I mean, Timberline doesn't quite know. Jump spot doesn't hit. It's going to be Kaiser. It's that.
Immediately ready for the trade.
Acer was ready for that damage taken, but Heaven players ready. Lem, great shot. A difficult one to hit for sure, and that's a must win for Timberline.
Yeah, because that buys them basically the next round, and then depending on what Renaissance is thinking economy-wise, it could start to snowball. Derp God's here, trying to challenge Silver Bagel for the title.
They've been going at it.
The
champions have been going blow for blow with this Bucky, man. It's impressive. Silver Bagel is kind of opting against it now. I mean, obviously this round you want to spend as much as you can, but Hioma getting tested early, and Timberline manages to almost get that orb, but really just a little bit too much pressure for them to really want to commit to something like that, and instead fall back. But look at this space Renaissance has gotten. This is incredible. Wave is so far in vent, they probably don't expect this. As well as mid is pretty much just left open now. Lem takes Wave though. That timing could have been big, but now it's not even a factor anymore. And the swing comes through. Somehow the Classics winning out a little bit. It's gonna get traded back, but Derp God is still there. He still has a chance to take this one. Instead, biding the time. Actually, they end up getting B-site for free. They fall off, and Renaissance get that. Now runs in. Acer catches one unaware. That's an upgrade. They know that more could possibly be there as well, but now this is weird because Nono has a really late flank while the rest are just on site flat out. The smoke though is already in it. Remaining. Somehow Nagi gets that through the smoke. Acer goes, gets Kaiser, lives, backs out to tell the tale. Silver Bagel, 1 HP. Oh, the shot comes through. Transfer, no, can he get it? Just about
so
does.
close.
No handles business when they needed him to most. And takes that one in the end. 2 rounds that, again, were extremely necessary for Timberline to get, and now they can kind of build their advantage, especially if they get this next one.
Yeah, getting the 3rd round would mean quite a lot for Timberline. Renaissance here now has rifles, most of them. So they should be playing these longer angles like on A site, which is what they seem to be planning to do. Ping on the map indicates likely where they plan to plant the bomb. Looking like they want to play A main after getting the bomb down.
It's all on to Endy pretty much this round. The only person in any position to stop this play.
And the only person I would trust on the side of Timberline to do this play.
If I had to pick a player, but Endy values their life a little bit too much to even try doing something like that. But yeah, plant comes in safe since Heaven isn't controlled. And things could get messy here if Timberline are able to get a few of these players that are playing so far up. They're going to need to re-clear this ramp. The dog sees enough, but Hioma is so quick. Through again, gets another, and the rest are all there. Actually,
Acer
has to make it more. Ooh, what a shot, come on.
Oh my goodness.
Sun comes through, but the bullets can't find it. Derp God in the back though takes Lem, and it's all on to Endy. Ooh, what a shot. Still has 2 more to contend with. Spike is on site and time is low. I think that's it. I don't think Endy has any more time, but maybe can take a gun out of the hands of one of these Renaissance players here. A messy round, but Renaissance comes out on top in the end.
And that's kind of the round you expect Renaissance to win. And now we're going into the first rifle round. The first, the 50-50. But this stun could have costed them the round there. Getting a rifle in the hands of Timberline would have been very good.
But Acer held and enough time for Duke. The stun as well from Nagi as well. Good support. I mean, everyone being there so quick, like there was some pressure and then immediately the stun comes through, Derp God comes through, everybody's there. It's the team play is very impressive.
Out comes the stun on the
Silver Baby could die if they're not paying attention.
Lots of utility.
Whoa, what is that? Gets out backside somehow. Kaiser looking to play spoiler. No, they get 1. They get 2, but they're out of ammo. No more bullets in the mag. Nagi is going to put them down for now, but Derp God still looking to get active towards Heaven. Dodges out on the util and plays a little bit safer. Looks for that headshot angle, really feeling good right now, and you know why, but it's Endy. 1v2, this is winnable. Showstopper is on the books. Here it comes. He gets 1 on the Hioma, but is he ready for the next player? Nagi throws the stun, peeks and catches. Endy unaware.
Drawing the weapon out from the paint shells there. I think that Derp God double satchel on the boom buddy was absurd.
Living there is just crazy.
Yeah,
straight up in there.
Straight up and launched the boom buddy onto like his overvagal backside.
Yeah.
Oh my. Wow. And look at this timing here. Guns still pulling out from both of them. The quicker draw. Really a Wild West game out here with both the Buckies and now really drawing out the guns.
That's a perfect like adjective to describe this series is Wild West, man. It's like disciplined Wild West. It's Wild West with a lot of sheriffs. Derp God actually takes a lot of damage from their own team's annihilation there with Armageddon.
Another safe plant here. It's gonna maybe make it harder for
Waves here this time. Oh no, there's no way they expect it. Hold your nerve. Hold your nerve. Oh no. Gets there 1, but trading back is unfortunate for what could have been in that situation. A gun now gained for Timberline, who desperately needed something like that in this position. And they even have this late player, Acer, out in the side, waiting to play off his utility. I mean, this setup seems almost infallible. Derp God onto Kaiser as well. Nagi and gets the trade as well onto Lem. 12-5. They know how close they are on stage. Renaissance,
they do.
1 game or 1 round away from grand finals on their first showing here. at state would be, I mean, extremely impressive. And man, they earned it if they get it. But Timberline still is in a position to possibly stop that from happening. But it's going to be tough again. Just Endy contending with 5 Renaissance
this time
players.
a rifle.
But Endy does have a gun now. Let's see who would win. 1 Endy versus 5 sight pushers.
He's not the gorilla.
Showstopper involved from DerpGod is just going to get the entire site for free. That's pretty much all you really need that ultimate to do. And this time, they plant for open.
But it might be bad now that the Astral ult is up. Astral Divide counters that plant a little bit.
Oh, Lem, good adjustment on the Ioma, but Wave is just as quick.
Wave for one more, dodges the flash. Oh! Revives? Tell me Wave doesn't ace here. That would be wrong.
Wave running in. What a shot from Endy, though. If there's one person who can try this, it's Endy. Sees Acer, goes in, gets the first, but trade is there.
Traded.
Renaissance takes this 2-0 this series as they move to the grand finals. Timberline, a good showing, but they're down to 3rd and 4th. Overall, good from Timberline in this game, but Renaissance really showing that they're not to be trifled with just yet. I mean, I don't even know what I can say about this better than what our dear studio could possibly say. So I guess once again, we'll send it over to them and get us ready for our next matchup.
And this is gonna be...
Oh, and welcome back to the studio. We are just dying at the scene. We are ready to give our thoughts on this match. We cannot wait. We being Jacob Palmer, Cass Phoenix, and Audrey Norris for the match we just saw. You know, honestly, I think that match of what we just saw was like, Timberline had the best ideas. Like, you could see what they were going for, and it was like, you know, they were setting up the great end for a movie. You know, you were waiting for the ultimate payoff, and then Wave just came in and killed everybody. You know,
Yeah, a big wave kind of created a pretty dramatic tsunami over
big
the
splash,
entire server. And that was kind of something that we were talking about in last map, kind of in between this map as well, is that at this point it wasn't even just heroics, especially since we saw a lot of very similar, very SPG, I can keep this, ballsy performances from both Wave and DerpGod. That I'm just not sure Timberline was ready to deal with.
Yeah.
And even in between the maps, ready to adjust themselves to play into.
Yeah, but the thing is that when you're seeing that kind of performance, you're really concerned going forward is the main thing, because, you know, they could possibly go up against, I think it's either Capital or Bishop Kelly that they're going to be going up against. And if there's going to be a team that can check you right at the door and say, nuh-uh, you're not just going to casually walk up to us with the knife like that. It's going to be one of those 2 teams.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, you can have your fun and do your dance.
Get
it out, because
you're about to go up against some of the teams where that's just not going to happen. And you know, that's just kind of the name of like the game when it comes to matchups and just momentum. I mean, at the end of the day, like Renaissance got the momentum, and it put them in a very comfortable position, and Timberline just wasn't able to recover. It was kind of night and day, like comfort zones in between these 2 matches.
Between Timberline and Highland, it was something I actually wanted to touch on. Is like, we got to see Timberline and Highland up first and see a very comfortable and composed Timberline. But also something that tends to happen when you're playing on lands and you're playing these bigger events like this is you can start to get a little tired. And I could definitely envision a reality where, at least into Renaissance, they were a little tired towards the end of that. But I'm wondering if we see an inverse going into this next matchup of what I think is Bishop Kelly and Renaissance.
It's either Bishop Kelly or Capital. I know that was the other half of the bracket. We have an update right here. Oh, yeah, it's going to be Bishop Kelly versus Renaissance. Oh, my goodness. This is going to be a match of all time. The team that wins is going to be the team that reminds you that they won every minute, you know, for the rest of the week, you know. We've got the top 5 plays of the game. While we're all coming to grasp of the big spectacle that is going to be BK versus Renaissance, we have got a top 5 plays for you and a short break. So we'll be back getting close to the championship. It's one you are not going to want to miss.
Renaissance get a nice little hold. Through the wall goes Wave. Everyone's there. Wave is taking everything. And Yoma's in support.
One enemy remaining.
Takes that one as well. And now it's just Kaiser again on low HP Heaven. I've seen this before. 1v1. Nagi versus Lem. The stun goes through. Here comes the Trailblazer. Trailblazer hitting. Stuns. They know that Nagi's not on the bomb. Flash. Tap comes through. Once again, everything being used. Another perfect flash. Lem playing the song through the smoke, and it's just onto Silver Bagel with a Bucky. 3 bullets. What can be done? Through the smoke. How are we hitting those?
It's Vise v Vise.
1v1, 86 HP, and it's a shot.
No way!
But it's just not enough to stop the site from going over for the time being. Timberline sticking it 2v4. It's up to Indy. Beautiful shot at first. Paint shells committed. And going through a second kill.
Oh my goodness, Indy.
Good adjustment on the Ioma, but Wave is just as quick.
Waiting for one more. Dodges the flash. Revives. Tell me Wave does an ace here. That would be wrong.
Wave running it.
We're proud to be a locally family-owned and operated business, dedicated to bringing your vision to life. Whether it's freshening up your home with interior or exterior painting, or tackling a commercial project, we've got you covered. When you choose Blue Ribbon Painting, you're not just hiring painters. You're getting a team that's committed to making your vision a reality. Call or text us at 208-369-2583 or visit us at blueribbonpainting.net. Your project deserves a blue ribbon finish.
Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Scott Matlock, underrated recruit, has built himself into one of the best defensive players in the Mountain West.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. It's when your unrelenting spirit sees the world's needs and says, I will create something better. So, what will you do? Will you let your genius run wild? Give yourself the space to be great. Set your sights on something even bigger, because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
Life happens. Lucky for you, ICCU has a new kind of checking account that comes with benefits that help you life better. Because being human is a full-time job. It's the end of a good day's work in Idaho. Time to punch out. Time to check in and catch up. Time to remind ourselves that what we work for isn't a paycheck. It's to make the good things we have even better. So here's to your good day's work. Idaho Central Credit Union. We believe money is a thing. It's not everything.
At Blue Ribbon Painting.
Them as well, but Spike still needs to be dealt with. Gravity Well is out. Andy pushing through. Actually gets taken down, but a quick trade out, but it's just one left. Kaiser, 1v2 in the smoke. Wave isn't quite looking. 2 bullets and woo, nice. It's a smart play, but Turf God's gonna huggy. jump peek, really a classic. Kaiser's kind of stuck here. Goes really a classic to play into this one. And falls slide again. And Kennedy finds the shot. Bulldog, it's got to be Lem. Bad timing on the flash. Not able to get a shot with that Bulldog. It's got to be Lem. Bad timing on the flash in the hand though. Lem still gets one. It's a 1v2. It's Nagi. Grabs the Bulldog. Actually upgrades all the way to a Vandal. Here comes the grab while swings out. Catches. Oh no. Backside though, but Derp God cleaning out and Wave pushing through. Lem. Sheriff still 1v3 is not impossible, but it's gonna be difficult, especially with that. Ooh, look at that shot, one bullet, not quite. A great shot though to take. Utility very soon. Renaissance have to hold strong. Here comes the utility. Endy walls up, wants to run out, slowed a little bit. Now out they go. Acer handles it enough though. Enough for Nagi to get one, and Wave tries to get one on the back end, but Derp God grabs one on A site. Rubble before things can really get out of hand. Wave is so low though, if they peek this, they might just die. Kaiser tries to go through the flash, but the teammates perfectly there, but another great flash from Nagi who transfers it just A, but Renaissance is willing to give early lead and they want more. Wave goes looking to run it down. Nono's gonna get found back for the flawless, but actually creeps it. Everyone's running in, knives are out, and everyone's going in. Seekers as well. Half the team is still cut off. If Yoma peeks right now, they have a crazy timing. Endy though manages to get that Rolling Thunder back the other way. It's so much. Vizold as well. Kaiser running out of ammo. Silver Bagel just about one. Nagi versus Lem. The stun goes through. Here comes the Trailblazer. Trailblazer hitting. Stuns. They know that Nagi's not on the bomb. Flash. Tab comes through. Once again, everything being used. Another perfect flash. Lem playing the song. Good flash out through B is going to cause a fight, but Kaiser takes both. Oh, but Hyoma's willing to use it now. Going in with the ult. Sees one. Quick kill. Flick over, but it's not enough. Endy is fast, but Derp. Oh, high low, but that kill. Silver Bagel can't leave. It's just such a deep position. Has to be cleared. And Nagi, how is this happening? Manages to get another. It's no on site and Endy is off. It's going to be so difficult to play into this one though with Endy in such a deep position. Has to be cleared. It's a nice shot. Oh, it's all on Hyoma here. It's actually all on Hyoma. Can he hit it? No, Endy.
Trailblazer drawing the cross on for Endy to slide in.
Oh, no way.
Endy keeps going in.
He wants another ace. Wants another ace going in. Nagi's holding it, the rest of the team in tow. Manages to get one there. Endy's shots just only managed to really land at the end. Oh, and there they go. Lem into the smoke. Endy as well. Lem running it down. Interlink. Gets one, but he gets shield. Hold on, Endy. Endy get. Oh, but Derp gets cleared. Nagi trade in through Lem. Caught out a little. 10 HP gets out. Acer gets one with the classic. No, hold on. Nagi gets one as well. No way. It's just Lem. One health. Spiking.
Not enough.
So annoying.
Plays.
They want to flank, but they can't quite do it. Stun.
And the
still
utility.
On. Lem just bite the bullet. Swing it. Lem gets the first. Hold on. No way.
Jumping shot. Lem.
Derp God won't be moved. Oh, and he moves him. No way. No. Picks up the gun. It's a judge. Jumping up, wants to go for a look. But instead goes for the frenzy. Wave takes him out. Now, just before it. Luckily, hold on. Derp God just takes versus Wave. And Silver Bagel. Oh, good flash, but he's out and he re-swings. And with 5 players, Wave wants to go through, holding in the smoke that actually gets taken out early. Derp God into backside reload. It's actually holding over twice somehow. He gets it. Derp God going in and stares as the position. Wave on a platter for Endy. Through the smoke, and it's just onto Silver Bagel with a Bucky. 3 bullets. What can be done? Through the smoke. How are we hitting those?
It's Vise v Vise.
1v1, 86 HP. And it's a shot.
No way! Don't do it again.
Oh, the timing.
Oh, it would have been unright to find another there.
But Nono has 3 kills of their own, and it's still a 2v2. Both players group up.
I'm getting flashbacks to the wave round.
Hyoma hears him. Derp God finally decides not to use the judge any longer, but this might be bad. They're gonna swing right into everybody on B side. Let's do the smoke. Check PC. Lem is feeling great. Save Wave's life, who's able to get one more from the top. Hyoma peeking around the side and through. The damage. Nagi gets one. On site. No, can't quite hold on, and it's just the Heaven Lurk remaining. Silver Bagel gets
They're deciding maybe we should peek stuff, but they're trying to stick to procedure.
Will they check?
Kaiser.
Oh, the timing! Oh, it's okay. Silver Bagel handled it, but traded back. No. The other way somehow. Through all that chaos, Timberline were able, but it's just not enough to stop the site from going over for the time being. Timberline sticking it 2v4. It's up to Endy. Beautiful shot at first. Paint shells committed. And going through a second kill. Oh my goodness! Endy. Spike is planted for Garage, and that's where they're playing. Nagi and Derp have to go. Are they going to check Hell? They're not. Silver Bagel! They're gone!
The ankles!
With the Nagi! Back. He almost ready for that angle. That's crazy. Lem stunned.
Oh my goodness.
They do it. Somehow 1 kill still gained. Nagi takes it back with Derp. Oh no! Oh no! 200! And they say I can Bucky too! He really big for Wave. Sets Wave up perfectly, but Kaiser takes to the smoke. 10 seconds. They have to go. They have to push now. Kaiser, such low HP, but the time is so low they can't get the spike down in time.
1 enemy remaining.
And sneak out of that Armageddon. All the Teo utility used though stalls the plant. Wave quick on another though. That's the spike dropped. Wave gets another somehow. And Lem taken down as well by Ioma.
1 enemy
Kaiser
remaining.
once again. But they hear them all. They forced them into vent with these good mines. And good stun. Acer is going to spray down. And he gets everything with their
Page shells.
Page shells puts him. Oh, but no. Gets that back. Oh, wait. Renaissance get a nice little hold. Through the wall goes Wave. Everyone's there. Wave is taking everything. And Ioma's in support.
1 enemy remaining.
Takes that one as well. And now it's just Kaiser again on low HP Heaven. I've seen this before. Renaissance get that. Now runs in. Acer catches the in it. Somehow Nagi gets that. Comes through. Transfer. No. Again gets another. And the rest are all there. Actually,
Acer
has to make it more. Ooh, what a shot. Come on.
Oh my goodness.
Sun comes through, but the bullets can't find it. Derp God in the back though takes leg good right now, and you know why. But it's Endy. 1v2. This is winnable. Showstopper is on the books. Here it comes. He gets one on the Ioma, but is he ready for the next player? Nagi throws the stun, peeks and catch. And they even have this late player, Acer, out in the side, waiting to play off his utility. I mean, this setup seems almost infallible. Derp God on to Kaiser as well. Nagi and gets them good adjustment on the Ioma, but Wave is just as quick.
For one more, dodges the flash. Oh! Revives? Tell me Wave doesn't ace here. That would be wrong.
Wave running it.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena. Well, the championships are upon us. We are getting ready to crown a champion in Valorant, and it is some of the top-seeded teams going up against each other. We've got a Renaissance versus Bishop Kelly, a match of pure skill versus a match of uncontested confidence, I would say, basically. You know, here's the thing. Is that Renaissance is probably a team I have never seen more confidence in them than I just saw in that last match. But in terms of breaking spirits, which I just love to do as a caster, is just break everyone's hopes and dreams with rock hard reality. This is the stone cold fact they have to go up against that Audrey mentioned. Bishop Kelly is undefeated for the past 2 years. They have been undefeated in this season so far. They just don't lose.
They are a very strong team. Though notably, one thing I didn't mention before we jumped on is that this year they've been having more difficult wins than they have in previous years. So if there is an opportunity for Renaissance, this would be the year. It is still a tough hill to climb.
If you look at all the rounds that were won and lost during the regular season, Bishop Kelly has the best ratio of won rounds to lost rounds by far. I think 78-21. That's more than a 2-to-1 ratio they win, which will take you to undefeated 6-0 victories. Of course, if They want to win, no matter if you're the top-seeded team or the lowest-seeded team. There are some key points of advice that we encourage people to follow in order to win. Doc's keys to the game in Valorant, and that's going to be to take out your one. A key so important, I will repeat it, take out your one, and then like you've been saying all this time, take out your one and then just head off. You know, you've won, you've done your, and then click heads, don't ego peek the op, diminish their economy and loot and flank efficiently. It's all brought to us by Blue Ribbon Painting, the MVPs of painting with over 90 years of combined experience. They're proud to be Boise's go-to team of local, multi-generational painters who know exactly how to level up your home. If you're ready to transform your space, then you can go to blueribbonpainting.com for a free estimate. As we're ready to head on into this game, Bishop Kelly is going to be it's not going to be an easy match, and I think as things have gone on, even in the matches that we just saw, like with Renaissance winning against Timberline, a lot of those rounds came down to the final 1v1s, where Wave was the biggest asset for Renaissance. And I think toward the end, we were kind of agreeing that they're leaning on Wave very heavily here.
Yeah, and I don't think that's changing. And I obviously I can't speak for everybody in the arena, but I think that there are a lot of people who definitely don't disagree with me. But we also have to take a look at just what the numbers say. And right now, the numbers say that Renaissance is seated above Bishop Kelly, a team that has gone undefeated for, 2 years now. It's big stuff going against a team who's having their first appearance at state, as you were saying a little bit earlier before. So to not only have your first appearance at state, but also come in at first seed against a team who has been so dominant in the space for so long, this could mean some things for Renaissance. Mostly that there is a lot of pressure riding very, very heavy on their shoulders going into this grand final.
Of course. I must also mention that if there is any team that has had more LAN experience, high school team of the batch that has had more LAN experience in venues such as this, it is Bishop Kelly. I mean, they have been to this arena multiple times. They've been to education conferences that have taken place at the plazas, at the Grove Center over there, across the street, and they have just been on stage so many times that this is their home. This is where they just take care of business. And if you look at the overall win-loss records, it's going to be the first time either of these teams have to swallow a loss in terms of their pro season run here. One of them has to finally taste defeat. And Renaissance definitely looked like the team that was definitely taking his easy, playing rock, paper, scissors during timeouts when you're normally supposed to be discussing strategy. They were just, as casual and lackadaisical as you could be till the very end.
But also to mention, Jacob, these are the first time, maybe outside of scrims, because I have no idea what these team scrim schedules are like, I believe that this is the first time that these teams would be playing against each other. These teams exist in different conferences, so obviously would not have played each other in regular season, would not have played each other in play-ins. So unless they had the opportunity to scrim each other, I think this is the first time that these teams are being exposed to each other's plays, each other's strategies, each other's confidence. And I'm very curious about how those dynamics between Wave and the strong performers from Bishop Kelly will interact with each other on stage. How will they clash? How will they affect the performance of either team? And overall, who ends up going home crowned as Idaho's Valorant state champions?
Well, as we're waiting for this grand championship match to start, we want to give a thank you to our sponsors at Ideal Idaho. Ideal Idaho's 529 Education Savings Plan is a great gift any time of the year. You can give the gift of education by opening a 529 savings account today at idsaves.org. Ideal Idaho's 529 Education Plan. And in case you are just joining us, all of the competition has been leading up to now, the Grand Championship match. Bishop Kelly ready to go up against Renaissance, the number C3 team versus the number 1 seeded team, respectively. And things started off with a bang. The very first match, all the way back at the beginning of today that we saw, was a 13-2 sweep by Timberline. But things have been just getting closer and closer. And It has to be. I think the start and the end of the conversation is a lot of these rounds are going to go to those final 1v1s. Who is going to get the better of Wave?
Yeah, and I also think a good way to look at this matchup is with like what we've been talking about. Bishop Kelly is that undefeated team. They are that like unstoppable like wall they have been, and so it's going to be, I think, like an unstoppable force versus an immovable object at this point. It's Bishop Kelly versus the momentum that Renaissance has built up, and so honestly, this is going to be a very intense and interesting finals to be looking at. And looking back at some of these clips, like we can see how Renaissance has been playing in their previous matchups here, and there has been a lot of that back and forth that you were talking about, those 1v1 fights, and a lot of that determiners back then.
And the thing is that even though Wave has won a lot of these one-on-ones, not every single one of those has been because he's just gotten a head tap right off the bat. There was a bit of trouble time and time again with Timberline in the last match with that gun control and just letting the spray get away from them. You saw in the very first, kind of racing right behind the runner, and so it's a thing of does Bishop Kelly, are they reliable enough with their lineups, with their crosshair placement to just make scenarios like that not happen? Because if that's true, then Wave is going to lose plenty of his rounds.
Yeah, and like Renaissance also needs to be ready for literally anything from Bishop Kelly, a team that has so much experience in this area. The reason why the Bucky round was so insane is because it was such an unexpected thing that worked so effectively. And if Renaissance isn't looking out for things, maybe not quite like it, but similar, that's a really easy way to get caught up in everything and then lose to it.
The question I thought we wouldn't be asking at the end of but it is the question that we're asking to determine the winner. How's Bishop Kelly's Bucky game? That's really, can they wield that effectively?
I mean, there was a suggestion earlier that if we go to game 3, it shouldn't be Swift play, it should just be Bucky play,
I wouldn't object to that. I want to put myself on record. I do not object to that idea.
I mean, hey, it was entertaining before. Why not again? But that is the name of the game, right? Like that unpredictability element, especially in teams in grand finals where you've been watching how people play, what their preferences are. If you don't want to get caught off guard, you have to have something in your back pocket, and that is the thing that will like win and cause those like run-throughs, and that's what caused Renaissance to stall out after Timberline pulled that. It tricked them for long enough. It gave Timberline some momentum back. And I can see that happening again too. It's very standard in like tournaments where you just have a surprise like that.
Yeah, also, I gotta say, I mean, we saw it a little bit more as the match went on. Timberline just kind of getting more and more unsure of themselves, waiting a long time to try to replant the spike or trying to choose which route they want to go. And I think Renaissance really played that to their advantage of kind of getting in their opponents' heads. Thing is, I just know Bishop Kelly, and they have one of the most passionate coaches, by the way, too.
Yeah.
Bishop Kelly's coach is the stuff of legend around here at Boise State Esports Arena. He brings so much passion and energy to the crowd that if there's going to be anyone to stop any sort of negative thoughts or auras that Renaissance would love to plant in Bishop Kelly's head, it's going to be him.
Would you say that Bishop Kelly are more of like the mental warriors of this tournament? Or you would certainly hope so, because I certainly hope so.
They have the record to back it up. I mean, that's the thing, is that Renaissance, like Audrey said, they have a team with so much momentum, but is it the momentum versus the proven history that Bishop Kelly has at these events? They're more battle-hardened, they have more experience at these events. And sometimes it is the team that is kind of the most showy, has the most swagger to their step, that gets tripped up the most when things don't go their way, and then they're the ones who start tilting.
And I mean, we kind of saw that in the Timberline versus Highland match at the beginning too, where Timberline took a similar position to where Renaissance was. They were comfortable. They were able to push in. They were able to have more flair in that match. They were more comfortable in the matchup. They went into Timberline versus Renaissance, and they were more in Highland's position. So now, honestly, we could see Renaissance go into the position that Timberline was in with Bishop Kelly. It could just be that slow escalation from team to team, and that would not be surprising with how Bishop Kelly's reputation.
It definitely seems like that's the pattern that we've been following between Highland and Timberline to Timberline and Renaissance, and now this kind of like big moment
that everybody's all been waiting for. I wouldn't even call Renaissance an underdog story, but it definitely would mean big things for them as an organization to make such a strong showing as to win a state title in their first presence at a state conference.
Even getting to the grand finals is a great showing for a first time here. And, regardless of the outcome of the match, like they're coming from they've done a lot of things. They've been able to show off their skills, and whichever team comes out on top, the other team still made a great presence for themselves.
You can see them getting line. Oh yeah, there's Bishop Kelly, the Knights. Also a team that has just always been on top of the jersey game in terms of the equipment.
I do enjoy their jersey is very simple, but it's very good.
Yeah, it makes a statement there, and you can see them all lined up on the right side of the stage. Now, Renaissance is exactly where they were last time, and I'm sure they're so comfortable they haven't even left their seat all this time. They've just been sitting there playing rock, paper, scissors for the last 20 minutes. But will that be their Achilles heel? We just have to find out. One of the things, though, I want to talk about is the map choices for the last two matches. We've been seeing a flood, a deluge of the 3 side maps.
Goodness, yes.
We've been seeing Haven and Lotus be the main picks, with the only exception being Split.
And even then, Split is very much a map that might as well have a B-side.
It's a very weird one comparatively, especially just the site structure itself on that map is very different. So we've gotten a lot of the more strange maps, not normal maps. For those of you who haven't watched Valorant, these are not the standard expectations for maps and how maps plays go. It's kind of interesting for a tournament, if anything.
Here's the thing, is that I think there's no better map, and I don't call for the stage often because it's often so overplayed and it's the Valorant stage, but really, I think you got to end a match of egos like this on Ascent. Because it's so many times it's been played to death. Everyone knows the lineups. Everyone knows the strategies. It lends itself to the most mirror matches, mirror comps that we see. And oftentimes on Ascent, it's just the no excuse map. It's either you show up to play or you don't.
I think on the inverse of that, though, Jacob, is that with Ascent being such a map that is so tried and true, I think that also opens itself up for a wide possibility of comps and strategies. Why Haven works so well, why I guess Pearl works so well in a kind of similar way, even though it doesn't share these attributes with the other 2 maps. These maps have not changed basically since release, I guess with the exception of Ascent. So now you can stand on top of the box and drone B main and spam everybody down with an Odin, as if that was something that we were doing at this level of play anyway. Regardless, I think you're right. At the end of the day, it will ultimately come down to who is actually showing up to play. Someone had mentioned before our competition day that really this all boils down to who had their Wheaties in the morning.
Now, speaking of the morning, one of the things I brought up in the morning, we were talking all the way back about Timberline. I said, you know how there's only 9 players in the high school league that in the regular season went over 100 in their KDA? Well, I mentioned the Timberline, they were one of the 9. But if you want to talk about who was 1, 2, and 3, Bishop Kelly players all the way. I mean, they're just scary. They are. I mean, when you open up the player stats, who has the best ratios, and it's all 3 of your players all lined up next to each other. That's just another layer to how rock solid and steadfast Bishop Kelly has been in these tournament settings.
Well, I think outside of all of that, we should probably move on to the final part of the analytics show. Predictions. Who is going
if there's one, we got to do predictions.
All the marbles. Personally, my bets are on Bishop Kelly. I think if the record really does reflect this team as they are now, surely this should be nothing more than a cakewalk for them.
I don't know if I'd say necessarily a cake.
Well, maybe not a cakewalk, but it's more like a what's rougher, like a Chips Ahoy crunchy walk.
There you go. I like it. I like it.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I see Zach is rubbing off on you there. So there we
Yeah,
go.
I give this series a solid 2-1 to Bishop Kelly.
2-1 to Bishop Kelly. You know what? I'm going to be bold. I'm going to say it's a BK sweep. I'm going to say they sweep it. I honestly do. I think, you know, there's a reason in all that, you know, there's ancient sayings, ancient wisdom, you know, the classic saying, pride comes before the fall.
Of course.
If there was any team that like overdrew themselves from the karma bank, it was Renaissance last round. I mean, they came, they saw, they shot bodies, really was the story of that game. And sometimes that can be your biggest enemy too, not just in terms of you go into the round overconfident, but if you start to build up a lead, you can be overconfident and lackadaisical. And we saw all the way back at the beginning of today, Highland was a team that, as the match went on, they made an incredible run in the second half on Lotus. And if a team like Highland can, if Highland can do that, they're obviously a very talented team. Bishop Kelly, I know, can do even if things don't get off on their start.
You're calling for a little bit of an ego death for Renaissance here. I like it. I like it.
Interesting. I mean, you guys have both picked like the Bishop Kelly options, right? Like it's either like the 2-1 or the 2-0. So I don't know. I mean, I feel like Bishop Kelly has a really strong presence here to be able to take it. But I'm just debating if I want to be contrarian or not right now and just say Renaissance so there's someone on the couch
gotta
here.
believe it.
Yeah, so I think that, you know, that there also could be that issue for Bishop Kelly. You're talking like ego death, right? Bishop Kelly being the undefeated team could go into this thinking that it could be easy and get their feet swept up from under them.
Oh my goodness, we've got the map choices.
And we do have the map.
Wow. Look at that.
Bring it up in all its glorious. Oh, we're back to Haven and Lotus.
My good old friend. I don't think we've streamed any other maps.
No.
And Bishop Kelly is attacking first every single time. They're going to be starting off.
This is a fun one. You know, when you mentioned Ascent, I was like, you know, I'm really surprised we haven't seen it. And just looking at the picks and bans, I'm like, this is a fun set of choices. But yeah. Wow, all right, Haven Lotus split with Bishop Kelly attacking all 3 times. We're gonna run it back, it looks like, each and every time, yeah.
All right, well, you are eating good today, Haven and Lotus fans. We are just lining up another smorgasbord, and our 2 waiters are ready to serve it to you. We've got Zach and Nathaniel ready to go in the arena, so take it away. Let's see more Haven.
I love Haven. Let's go. Welcome to the arena once again for the big event, the grand finals between Renaissance and Bishop Kelly. And now, Nathaniel, you and me are uniquely qualified for this match in that we were in a very similar situation as Renaissance last year. We played Bishop Kelly on the same stage in the same finals, and the result nearly sent me to counseling. I got smacked so hard.
Yeah.
So, I mean, do you see this one going any different?
Well, Bishop Kelly, like, a lot of the time we knew what they were going to do. Like, you can read the play, and then they walk in and just shoot you.
Yeah.
And there's nothing you can do about that. But Renaissance,
so good, man.
Well, they've been hitting some nasty shots, so I wouldn't count them completely out.
I mean, to be fair, Renaissance has pushed them, I think, the farthest of any team so far this season in the regular season. I mean, it was still like 13-8.
Yeah.
You know, but I mean, anything can really happen. Renaissance's form today has been great. Obviously, they're in the grand finals. They earned their way here, but it's hard for me to bet against BK ever after all everything that they've done to my team. Like, when was the last time they've lost a Valorant map? It's been over 2 years, hasn't it?
I think so. It's been a hot minute.
Yeah, I think selling this one as anything other than BK are the overwhelming favorites, I think it would be a little disingenuous. But if anyone's gonna take a swing at them this year, for sure it's Renaissance. So
yeah,
I can't
think
wait.
They're the best. They're the closest, like, level, I guess, to these guys, because they're quite good.
The thing is, though, like, I think if I had one ticket, one thing you could bet your hopes on and maybe pull out a victory for Renaissance, you got to disrupt the vibes, man. Because, like, BK have some crazy good vibes, but like we said, they haven't lost a map, you know? So if you put them in that situation, they might be in ground that they've never necessarily treaded before. And a lot of the time, I mean, the mental battle is just as important as the actual the physical one, the one that's on the screen.
Yeah, I get what you're getting at. Like, if you haven't lost in 2 years and then all of a sudden it's the finals and, you know, you lose the first map or something, that can definitely throw you off, like, off balance. And I want to say,
yeah,
Renaissance does have a slight advantage in that they're comfortable in the setup because they've been there, and switching setups around can always throw you off.
Another interesting thing to note is we saw these maps, and of course, Studio is not pleased that they're the same that we've been seeing all day. But
yeah,
it's obvious, it's for a reason in that Renaissance is very comfortable on those, and BK are also, they share like their map pool. If it was a Venn diagram, it's like a circle.
Yeah,
like they
the
just
exact
share
same
all
thing.
the exact same maps. So both teams should be pretty confident. Hopefully that they're pretty confident in themselves. I mean, they've worked their way all the way up here, so it's going to be an interest. I can't wait. I mean, the whole season's been building towards this. Renaissance in winter games, they were looking for scrim partners. They were walking around the arena asking people if they could set up times to come in and practice. They've been working so hard all year for a chance just like this. And they found themselves here, and as I like to say, someone may have said it before me, but I like to say it too.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't matter how much of an underdog you are, you're here and you're going to be in the game, you know?
Exactly.
If you're talking about a hypothetical, like, oh, would Renaissance beat BK, you know, like, we're here, so I guess it's time to find out.
Yeah, I think some lights just went out, but I really do think that just the fact that Renaissance is here really is a testimony to, like, how far they've come and how hard they've been working. Because like you said, during the winter games, like, some people weren't even practicing, and Renaissance was like literally asking every person
they stayed
for
like
a scrimmage.
2 hours
yeah,
after
they stayed
scrimming. It was
2 hours after, and like
they've been putting in the work.
Yeah, some dedication, and I'd be excited to see just that hard work paying off.
But as well, I mean, BK just have they just have such mechanical talent that it's hard to overcome that with anything other than your own kind of mechanical talent, right? Because at a certain extent, you can use all the util in the world, all the flashes in the world. Like, eventually you're going to have to take a gunfight.
Mm-hmm.
And Bishop Kelly has, I mean, they have 5 players on their team that are like Ascendant or higher, you know, which especially for this level, like, Ascendant players are normally the ones that kind of stand out, like Immortals really stand out. And then if you have 5 of them, like, you don't have a weak link. Like Jacob was saying, if you go to the KD of everyone so far in this whole event, it's just BKB. It's a Showtime Bakery, Procrastinator, Cold, and Azen, bro. It's every person in a row.
And I can't really undersell how like important it is that the mechanics, like, if this was like a football match, it's like everybody being 2 feet taller than you. It's like, it doesn't matter if you work the field really well.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, like, the mechanics are the core of the game.
Yeah, and like, it can possibly be overcame, but like, automatically you have such an advantage just going into it.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that's not even to undersell Renaissance.
They are like
all, but
very good.
Just as well as the way that they play, BK tends to kind of play in a way that accentuates and highlights their mechanics a lot more. They like to just kind of run it in and just take their fights up. Procrastinator Yoru, come back to me in 30 minutes and you're going to know that phrase. So
yeah, he's going to just teleport behind them, kill 3, and then we're going to be screaming.
Guys, just an absolute menace. It's very impressive to just see such young players who are this good too, because especially, I mean, most of the players on Bishop Kelly, they're like 11th or 10th graders,
they're like juniors and sophomores.
It's like a dynasty, man. Jeez.
It's absolutely absurd.
They're good, but the thing is, I think this year, if they're definitely a bit more likely to maybe falter than last year. Renaissance's looked so good, and I mean, 13-9's not shabby. I mean, compared to all of other BK's
yeah.
wins, 13-9's, I mean, it stands out on the page.
They definitely can win a map. I'm certain of it. And I think, unfortunately, Renaissance's best map is Lotus, which is also like BK's bread and butter. But
I think the name of the game is going to be just defensive holding from Renaissance. We know they're really good on defense.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Bishop Kelly is really good on attack. It's like a clash of two titans, man. Like that's kind of, especially with Bishop Kelly starting attack on all 3 maps. Like if their attack is not in form, you've sentenced yourself to playing your weaker half 3 times. But if that's what you're feeling, you're gonna start with an advantage every single game.
Yeah, and it's not like they get to choose that they're on attack on every map, because Renaissance also gets to choose, and they chose defense, which really shows that these 2 teams, like, this is what they want.
Yeah, they've been. I don't know. I mean, the stage is perfectly set. I couldn't think of a better matchup. I mean, there have been close series, close games tonight, but overall, it was the 2 titans in the finals that probably a good amount of us expected. Kind of the new kids on the block in Renaissance versus, I mean, it feels weird to say kids because, I mean, BK's also, they're all really young too. Like, they're all kids, but they're kind of more proven and they have the hardware, as my friend would say. They have the hardware to show for it.
I don't know. Composition-wise, what are you thinking? Because I don't know if we've drafted yet because we had some technical things, but I'm expecting BK to play like a really fast-paced comp.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw like a mirror. Everyone's just feeling kind of the same thing. I just think overall, I mean, back-to-back would be very, very impressive for a championship like this, especially in a scene where so many things can change, right? Kids get old enough to play for high school. They get too old. They can't play for high school anymore. Like, new teams pop up, new teams go away. Like, certain years are stronger, but BK's always just kind of been at the top, and that infrastructure just really hasn't even really been challenged so far, especially or particularly in Valorant and other games maybe, but they're firmly the #1 for a reason. I think that 3 seed is kind of fake. I would say this is the real, this is the real 1v2. Seed. This,
I would say that's.
I'm not surprised it's come to this, and I think anything less than a swift play at the end of all of this will be a disservice to the fans.
Yeah, and like you were saying, how like players always change out. I think that really shows like the big advantage that BK has, which is just how good of a coaching infrastructure they have.
I mean, that's certainly true as well. Renaissance a little bit more free form, but right now we're trying to get all the PCs working, everything going good. So we're going to go to a quick little break, but we'll be right back with the goods in a minute.
Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Life happens. Lucky for you, ICCU has a new kind of checking account that comes with benefits that help you life better. Because being human is a full-time job.
At Blue Ribbon Painting, we're proud to be a locally family-owned and operated business dedicated to bringing your vision to life. Whether it's freshening up your home with interior or exterior painting, or tackling a commercial project, we've got you covered. When you choose Blue Ribbon Painting, you're not just hiring painters. You're getting a team that's committed to making your vision a reality. Call or text us at 208-369-2583 or visit us at blueribbonpainting.net. Your project deserves a blue ribbon finish.
It's the end of a good day's work in Idaho. Time to punch out. Time to check in and catch up. Time to remind remind ourselves that what we work for isn't a paycheck. It's to make the good things we have even better. So here's to your good day's work. Idaho Central Credit Union. We believe money is a thing. It's not everything.
Scott Matlock, underrated recruit, has built himself into one of the best defensive players in the Mountain West.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. It's when your unrelenting spirit sees the world's needs and says, I will create something better. So, what will you do? Will you let your genius run wild? Give yourself the space to be great? Set your sights on something even bigger, because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
Well, welcome on back to the arena. Our tension-building pause has finally subsided, and now I think we're ready to get into the game as it stands here. It's been crazy. It's been a crazy day. Energy is rife in the arena, and we got our two teams up here, the 1 seed versus the 3 seed. That's Renaissance versus Bishop Kelly. Everyone's feeling it on the cameras, and they're ready. And geez, I don't know, man. It's gonna be intense, and we've seen some insane games today, but not only I feel like this one's not only going to have insanity, but it's also going to have skill, because these teams are both pretty high level, high ascendance.
Yeah, they're all very up there in skill, and I feel like once you get two people around this level, and you get two teams that are pretty skilled, that's when the crazy stuff begins to happen, I think, because, well, everybody knows what's going, so there's 5 steps ahead, pretty much. And here's Procrastinator on his pick.
They're locking in. Hey, here's your last notification, Procrastinator Yori. Remember that phrase now, because you won't forget it in an hour.
It'll be said quite a bit. Do not get it twisted.
Instead, Renaissance opting for an interesting composition. You don't really see that one very often. I don't know if I've ever seen a Vise on Haven, but they're ready and they're getting into it now as we enter the grand finals of the 2025 state championship for high school Valorant here. Renaissance versus Bishop Kelly High School. And this one's going to be crazy.
The clash of the two titans here.
One proven titan and one titan that's been making some waves, but well, no, it's the strongest high school Val of all time versus the strongest high school Val of today. We're going to have to see who can prevail.
Yeah, we've been watching the storyline here unfold.
And we're on to Haven. What started us off here feels like so long ago on this map, and now it's going to end us off. Bishop Kelly already kind of posturing to do what they love to. They like to do that heavy push, but Renaissance is ready for it. They've got Nagi already standing with the fault line, and it could be big here if they push off of it as well.
And some salvos to follow up the fault line.
Oh, Pete coming through fast. Contact taken, and Derp God is lucky to get out with his life, but actually Bakery is as well, taken down to about 1 HP, 1 shot.
Owl Drone coming out through sewer, clearing all of it, and Derp God manages to break it.
Still no flank really to be spoken of, though. Since there's no flank, Bishop Kelly isn't really pressed for time to make anything happen. They can wait out if they want. Fake teleport comes through backside from Procrastinator, who just kind of wants to spread some misinformation before it seems like the rest of the team are willing to turn tail and just kind of head back towards C here for the time being.
And as they walk over to C, they're going to soon realize that the Vise setup is there.
Tioma.
Out comes the shear.
Oh, it's 2 though, it's 2. They don't expect Showtime. They heard the plant, they thought only 1 was across. Hyoma peeks out and Showtime gets the punish for it now. It's planted for CT and everyone goes back, barring one sneaky little Omen. Cold wants to stay in garage, but he's noted and dealt with by Yoichi. Showtime, though, still strong. Oh, Procrastinator, look at this flank. There's 1, 2. Reloading, though, doesn't get any more, but Showtime.
And Procrastinator with the full house.
Wow. Making a statement.
I don't know if you caught that, but the Showtime was able to throw a Cypher Cage to block the Vise flash when entering the round at the site at the very beginning. It's like they already know each other's setups, which is, I mean, I guess this is what you expect.
It's a real battle, but one thing to note is a lot of those kills were people being, at least 3 were people not looking at the person shooting them. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can kind of rein in on those timings and make sure to note these corners a little bit more. This round, BK wants to get in B. They want to fill out half their name here, and they're on site. Procrastinator has teleported in with this Bulldog and got decent information. Ooh, nice shot from Hyoma onto Cold is nice. An Acer through the smoke as well. Hold on, 4v2 on second round. Bakery takes down Hyoma though, and everyone's kind of lined up now for the Spectres to spray. Bakery and Showtime, dynamic duo. Making sure this one doesn't get too far away from them now.
And now we're going into the first round where Renaissance is going to have rifles favored to win against Bishop Kelly. But the thing that you got to be careful about, well, here's the replay. You're going to see it, these Spectres. And in the hands of a Yoru, a Spectre like that is able to take out pretty much anybody because you can just teleport behind them. Look at this aim, by the way.
Yeah.
Able to just completely lock on to the enemies.
They're feeling it. I saw him, you could see him on the cameras playing deathmatch, warming up their aim, and man, did it work. Ooh, early peek from Yoichi. Interesting. I mean, Cold practically sees his whole body. Both Omens spotting a glimpse of each other's cloak and turning tail, but Cold actually gets that, and Showtime catches Acer trying to trade Yoichi by himself in garage. Not much really to be done here for Renaissance other than wait and see which site they're going. Dart hitting. Oh, what a sneaky play. Not quite gonna work, but I like the idea now. 1v5 for Hyoma. Can it be found? Falls for the clone, and that's 3-0. A flawless start for Bishop Kelly, and they came to play today, man.
And winning a round like that is so important for BK, because that kind of puts Renaissance into economic ruin.
And 7-0 start for Showtime.
Yeah, already has the neural theft up on round 4. They don't even need it this round because of the weapon advantage, but I mean, it's just looking great for them. And also, not to mention, Cold has been farming these ult orbs.
Interesting person to have farming, but
I guess
could potentially
mixing it with Procrastinator could be a clever idea. The stun comes out sewer. Teleports off of the stun. Procrastinator is able to hit that one tap on the Derp God. Gun probably barely pulling out there.
Cold.
And Acer's stuck in a hard place here.
He's so good at that, bro. Procrastinator just, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he does the exact same thing again. Flash in and just take them down. There he goes.
Does it again.
And he gets it as well. 3 for him. Hyoma, nice shot. Gonna land himself a nice little rifle. Not without contest.
Oh, nice shot from Hyoma.
Signs of life for sure.
Able to get 2 there. Expecting a flawless, honestly, but being able to get 2 there is just, it shows how good Renaissance really is. I think on those earlier rounds, they were kind of getting just out-finessed maybe, and now that they're looking at each other, it really does look more like it's kind of an even matchup.
Oh man, and It's just, that's kind of crazy. I mean, that they've taken such kind of an early, like, dominant lead in that way. And it's difficult, but it looks like something is kind of going on with the PCs again. Little tech timeout. So our studio is going to talk about what we've seen so far here.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports studio. We are currently in the midst of our championship match. Bishop Kelly going up against Renaissance, and already Bishop Kelly is making its statement known. I mean, even in a lot of the last games that we saw, especially the Renaissance versus Timberline, things still started off with the standard 2-for-1 trade. You know, the bonus round comes around, they drop, but when you just sweep all 3 bonus round, Bishop Kelly has put all their cards on the table, and also, I got a lot to talk about with them, but first, they're just doing a really good job. Let's just start with the surface level stuff.
Well, I mean, I think the scoreline already speaks a lot for itself. I don't think that we saw a point deficit that bad this early since Timberline and Highland at the beginning of the day. You know, usually that 2-1 did happen in those first 3 rounds. So not only to have a team win another team's gun round, but to also win the round right after, which is typically a given just because of the fact that it's already an eco round, is a pretty telltale sign for how I think that this map at least is going to go. I also kind of mentioned in between the gameplay that I feel like Bishop Kelly is running a much stronger comp. And when you're getting into competition like this, when you have 2 teams, again, the top teams from each region, these tinier things, such as the comp, ends up being a lot more important than it has been otherwise. And running that Yoru to pretty much walk in these really advantageous flanks that Bishop Kelly is setting themselves up for with Procrastinator, I feel like is going to be a very make or break thing. If Renaissance can play into that, they're going to be able to hold themselves in stronger contention in this matchup. And if not, well, it speaks for itself.
I mean, we were already talking about how we kind of expected a lot of these rounds to go into those 1v1 final showdowns, but that hasn't actually been the case.
Not really,
Bishop Kelly has had, I mean, there have been some trades to start things out, but then Bishop Kelly usually swings with the 3K.
Yeah, and you know, like, something that I mentioned earlier, like, in the couple of matchups, even when I was on desk, was, like, shot placement, right? Like, when people were coming around corners, like, how well they're lining up their sights, how effectively, and, like, what I've been noticing, like, you know, when watching this matchup is just how effectively Bishop Kelly has been winning those moments of they've been very accurate with the headshots, very accurate, like, just avoiding that type of stuff. And those are the types of things that you know, that win matches, because if you've got the better shot placement, you're going to just get better headshots and knock people out.
Well, we'll see if Bishop Kelly continues on their momentum. Let's head it back to the arena to carry on this match.
Hello once again. Back to the arena. Looks like things have gotten situated with these PCs and we're ready to jump right back into it. And an interesting, I mean, we saw some interesting stuff so far. 4-0 lead for Bishop Kelly, not super surprising, but it's all about those little adaptations and what you do to go on to the next round.
And I think the biggest thing that Renaissance can look at is a way to shut down Procrastinator. Because most of the time in this game, you try to isolate the 1v1, but Procrastinator does something a little bit better than that. You'll notice every time he teleports, there's a teammate playing off of him, and it's a crossfire. So if Renaissance's Omen is able to maybe throw down smokes that prevent this, they could see just AOA to get past Bishop Kelly's main line of attack. And here comes the Sova recon dart, throwing Acer off of the angle. And now he's droning to just check. Finds only Procrastinator, might think it's a fake. And the Owl Drone comes up mid, not finding any information.
No rotates really pulled quite yet still. Renaissance staying strong towards their post, as well as Bishop Kelly is really walking up every part of the map. What a shot. But Derpgod gets one of his own in Sewer onto Cold. Now still a 4v4. Azen's been spotted. They already know that Procrastinator was there earlier. Things are starting to become a bit more clear. for Renaissance, but Showtime wants to try and take a little fight or a little timing. Bakery up into garage window, actually takes down Yoichi. And now, go through the smoke. Showtime is quicker. Now still a 2v4 after all of this. Neural Theft is really just spelling this one out. A crossfire being held, but it's all just Showtime. Bakery has a chance at a nice little 1v1, end this one up. Derp God's not looking, and he will gladly take that. 5-0 now. A great attacking start for Bishop Kelly, who picked this. They're on attack every single map.
Yeah, this is exactly what they wanted. Here on the replay, we get to see the swing into mid, and a lot of just Showtime's lurking, causing chaos for Renaissance. And a timeout is going to come through from Renaissance.
Probably good timing, to be honest. They got a few things that they're probably going to need to discuss here, try and get their mental set. And it makes sense. I mean, off to a start like this, clearly there must be something going procedurally wrong with what you're doing. So Renaissance taking this moment to talk things out and discuss it, always a good idea.
Yeah, we've been seeing very good procedure in the prior games from Renaissance, so going into this one, things do seem to be falling apart once holes are poked into the defenses, such as those mid lurks and this kind of defaulty play from Bishop Kelly.
And losing a map through 1v1s is always such an interesting thing to happen to you, because a lot of these rounds, it's just the Bishop Kelly players are walking up and just taking the fights that they're wanting, and it's difficult to try and prevent that. So they're going to have to really scheme and kind of get into the opponent's heads here.
The thing that they need to keep in mind is that BK can't be everywhere on the map. So there are holes in BK's attack, but it's easy for us to see it since we have the whole map.
Yeah.
And Renaissance kind of has to play a guessing game with no information characters. The Dimensional Drift just coming into garage, clearing pretty much all of C-Site. He's going to see Hyoma and maybe just ego check him.
Flash coming through though, big spray in the second.
He gets the 1v2 Procrastinator on the Yoru.
I mean, you knew he was good for it. I told you, I warned you. But he's really showing it now. Sight has been taken, and it's so strong. Bakery, good timing. Yep, 2 and 3.
It's a full house from Baker and Procrastinator on the 6th round.
Snappy. I mean, Bakery's aim is so good. I enjoy watching it, man. And so far, nothing. I mean, they're practically speed running this map as it stands currently. Very impressive. 2 kills from Procrastinator off. No, I mean, other than the stun.
Pretty much no help.
And Bakery, just a perfect timing, catches everyone unaware. Look at this. Won that last shot.
Everyone was watching the same thing. Unfortunate situation to find yourself in. Here comes another dart from Azen. Knows so many lineups, and this one into B site.
Holy dart, that's actually so good. Procrastinator already back site. TP's in, runs in, gets the first, gets the second.
And he's looking for a third. But will Procrastinator find it? Of course he will.
One enemy remaining.
Man, it's all on to Acer.
Spike planted.
In the 1v5 situation, very rough spot, and he hits the shot, fishes for a second, and Procrastinator shuts him down, leading to a 4K.
4 for him,
Procrastinator.
Man. Already just taking over. Bishop Kelly in full stride. And they don't even look like they're slowing down whatsoever. 11-1 for Procrastinator.
They just used Dimensional Drift, and it's already, you could already like farm the orbs and use it as a win condition this round. That's just
they have it right back.
how
used it last round.
In Procrastinator is.
Yeah, man. And I mean, jeez. And we just saw how good Renaissance are. Like, Bishop Kelly is just really on another level right now. Acer's holding on, shot not quite landing. And the space is gonna have to be gained. Azen droning this out. Cold is gonna find Yoichi trying to walk out mid and get some information. Garden, but instead finds a bullet. Teleporter now set up backside for Procrastinator. As time passes, that gets more scary and scary to hit, but supporting utility here, and I think Procrastinator's about to hit it. Out he goes. Clearing backside, it's pretty much just open for him to take over, and the plant is bound to come down soon.
Oh. Out comes the Tejo ult. And it leaves PK in a rough spot, but Aizen's able to find his way out of that graffiti angle, looking for another kill before even planting.
My blind is dead.
He gets that one back, and he almost actually crept out pretty far, but Showtime just shuts it straight down, and Aizen gets another.
Able to dodge that flash. And now, going into the 9th round of the half, this game has been flying by.
Bishop Kelly are just pushing the pedal down right now, firmly in the driver's seat.
Lots of utility coming out on this replay here. Shows just the coordination of both teams, but unfortunately, when you get to this level of play, it comes down to mechanics a lot of the time.
Yeah, then just not missing today. Like we said, something might need to happen, some sort of kick, some punch in the face needs to happen to Bishop Kelly to just kind of, that's what it's going to take to really slow them down here. They've just been so dominant, and they're looking to repeat on the C site. They already gave it up. Renaissance isn't even playing for it. They're playing for the retake. But the site has been given. Procrastinator with the spike is going to get that down, and off site everyone runs. They've got Hunter's Fury, they've got Dimensional Drift, they've got everything that they need. Rolling Thunder could be so good here. If it's hit soon, it's going to hit everybody on the team.
And the teleport behind them off of the Rolling Thunder. Teo misses the teleport, doesn't see it.
Procrastinator though!
Procrastinator getting 2. It's traded back by Isagi.
Oh, but Yuichi's trying. Showtime cleans it out in the end. And again, it's procedures within procedures. The procedure there is fall back and use ult, and then within it, it's also, I'm going to TP behind them all. It's
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw, but he farmed the orb and then planted. So Procrastinator was planning on dimensional drifting out afterwards.
One enemy remaining.
Didn't even need to. Instead, keeps it handy for a future round.
And when you combo dimensional drift with something like Hunter's Fury or an Aftershock, it's just quite broken. And here comes the dimensional drift getting B-side pretty much entirely open. We can see Bishop Kelly charging the fault line up, but they're a little bit early on it.
Derpgod trades it right back with a shotgun of his own. You know he loves to use that Bucky, but Renaissance actually winning that fight on C looks to initially make things a little bit easier, but now as Bishop Kelly has gotten so much room into garage here, it's actually a bit complicated. They all cross the wall at the same time, and Hyoma almost gets it, but instead it's on to Yoichi, who's going to get revealed, has to peek from the neural theft, and Aizen is quick. A beautiful shot takes him out, but still a 2v2 here.
And both of them are going to be able to acquire their rifles and play this post-plant situation, a classic Haven situation here. But Showtime's going to mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury in from main, but Showtime is going to be walking up garage this whole time. So after the Hunter Fury is done, Showtime can peek and hopefully get whoever's on the spike off. Out comes the Hunter's Fury.
It's a little bit
off. But Showtime gets taken down, and that was the win condition of the round. Now Acer can just hold on to Aizen and actually take it.
Oh my goodness. Acer able to almost single-handedly win that round for them, bringing it back with 3 kills.
They read the play really well. The fact that there might be that one player waiting to lurk late. Acer just disposed of Showtime, and that's a way to get the first still. A few more rounds on the half that could be gained here for Renaissance.
Really shows that Renaissance can put up a fight here. If the play goes exactly as they think. Here is Acer looking for contact as Derpgod walks up into lobby.
Interesting teleport gets caught out. Yoichi wanting to get a little creative. It's not gonna work. Desperation play maybe. But I understand why he did something like that in a situation like this, so far behind. You want to get anything you can.
Procrastinator trips the wall.
Wow, what a shot.
Cold with that shot, living up to the name.
Derpgod still has a chance. if they decide to go towards this A site, Derpgod could get active. He could get a few hiding in this deep corner. Will it be cleared? It does, but ooh, what a transfer from Derpgod.
Goodness.
Holding on and gets the spike as well, but the rest of the round is so weird. Cold is lurked up, finally dealt with.
It's a nice shot onto Cold.
But Derpgod, feeling a little bit of pressure, decides to leave the spike. Give it up, at least for the time being. As Bakery and Aizen work together here. Aizen in garage and Bakery working up B. He almost shuts him right down though. Now just onto Aizen and 20 seconds left. It's a tall task.
Having full control of the spike here. Aizen is going to have to move 3 times faster than his character can.
He's going to have to really turn on the jets, and Derpgod takes him down to 10 HP, and that's all that really needs to happen for Aizen to just kind of decide that maybe that's all he needs to do.
Maybe saving is all he needs to be doing.
Yeah, just maybe actually really like this gun that I have right now.
But he can already buy the Methodist to die for ult charge.
Not quite spotted.
Spike down A.
Derpgod just able to lurk up and that patience on that angle. And then Renaissance just sticking to Prestiger, able to just hold down mid, keep the bomb locked down. Very well played by them.
They're going to need a lot more like that, though. Just like that. Especially on their weaker attack side.
Derpgod on an interesting purchase, posting up.
Uh-oh.
Procrastinator with his teleport going back. It barely misses where he intended to put it. And the clone trips out.
Not ready yet.
Now Procrastinator and Cold are both on site. Looking for a little bit of an engagement, but the site is all but theirs.
Uh-oh. There's a Cypher just about to check this. Showtime wants to walk up right into Yoichi, who's quick with it. Ooh, and also catches Aizen running away.
And now they don't have their post plant.
Smokes on the spike. Ult can't be used anymore. Smokes on the bomb as well. Someone is just going to stick this. Nagi is the one. It's going through halfway. 80% and it's hit. Renaissance get the round, sneak it away through the smoke.
And after a little bit of a change-up, Renaissance has been streaking their way back. They're not out of this yet.
3 quick rounds. And this is an interesting one. 16-4 for Procrastinator. Such a strong start, but we know Bishop Kelly really, really likes their attack. Now they're on defense. We're going to have to see what they can do.
They may take a play out of Renaissance's book and do a bit of an aggressive defending style. But we will see.
Same kind of setup. With the Breach standing next to B, lining up his fault line on anyone outside A looking to get in there.
Almost as classic as that Lotus A setup.
Procrastinator peeks right off of it. Doesn't quite find anyone and TP's right back out to garage. He can be everywhere at once. Has a Sheriff in hand and he's looking to get creative through the smoke. Pings come through and that's a shot right through the smoke off the tag from the Cypher camera, but Derpgod holding back sight, has a chance, doesn't quite get it.
And now Renaissance able to just walk on to the uncontested site.
Planted.
It was a fake, but at what cost? I mean, 2v4. But they're looking to get active. This might be the right thing to do in a situation like this, but Aizen is ready. He's holding the smoke. And if this paranoia comes through, Aizen just cleans both, and he gets it. Beautiful procedure and patience from Bishop Kelly, and especially Aizen recognizing the play was about to happen and
not walking up.
Yeah.
It's the most important part there.
3-10 though, Bishop Kelly still just firmly in control of this one. Has kind of to be expected given their history. But this is unaccounted for. 17-4 for the Procrastinator Yoru.
You're done.
They've been good kills too. They've been impactful. He's going in first, getting the space that his team needs. The rest of the team able to hold on. Now Renaissance maybe even looking to force here, looking to spend all their money. They know that they don't want to lose this round and try and have enough for next, as they'll be down 3-11. But if they can get this one, it's more palatable. But Bakery is just spraying down, overwhelmed. They come in and start planting the spike. They've got it down. Now Procrastinator in the smoke is going to get checked by this drone. Off that, has to back up. And there's 2 flankers coming in soon.
And now as the round kind of stabilizes, Renaissance is looking like they don't have very much control of the map. It's going to be very hard for them to hold this site.
Oh, and there goes Derp God, taken out by Procrastinator, and Acer not able to land anything. It's all up to Yoichi. 1 bullet, and Aizen is going to clean that up with a 3K of his own, taking them to 3-11 and leaving Renaissance penniless.
A desperation play at that. If it paid off, would have been great. But now Renaissance is in even a tougher spot than before, as they've delayed their rifle round by 1.
If they get it now, it's going to be late, and it's going to be interesting. Difficult business for sure. Bishop Kelly really just, if they falter, it's but for a moment. This Procrastinator now has the operator online on the bonus round, round
What
3.
a purchase.
Some of his teammates still have sheriffs, and we're buying this. Looking for someone to try and test this A site, but it's off limits right now. It's the guard dog. It's actually left, repositioned. A site might be a little freer than they thought. With Derp God getting this info, he might start calling for his teammates to come on over.
And here it is. As he walks up, it looks like his team's going to come with him. And Procrastinator is on an angle that no man should be able to hold.
Yeah, that's a tough angle to hit, but if anyone can hit it,
it's him.
It's him, especially with that operator online. Finally, Bishop Kelly realized that it's kind of just towards the A sides, and Procrastinator actually missing the shot is going to be weird. Derp God, though, cleaned up by Bakery, and he was just the sacrificial lamb so that C site could be opened and the spike be planted over there.
Renaissance keen to sacrifice their team just to get that bomb down.
But will it even matter? They've got the flank coming through and everyone else is in tow. Showtime getting active towards Garage. He is being held, but has a chance, decides to bide his time and wait for his team to come through. Bakery just cleared all the flank. They know they're all on site. Bad timing from Acer is going to be difficult. Aizen gets one with the operator, and now it's down to only 1. Acer trying his best in the smoke with the sheriff, but it's not enough. Aizen gets another 3K back-to-back for him to bring this one to match point here in our first game.
And Renaissance, I think they half bought, so I don't even know if they're able to afford rifles this round. Lots of cheering coming in.
Energy in the crowd. Renaissance need it, man.
They are able to get rifles. They could maybe win this round then.
A slower start we're used to seeing from them. Normally they take a commanding lead, but this time it's been Bishop Kelly all throughout, minus 1 little 3-round chunk.
Let's see if they can repeat that magic now that they're on their rifle round here and bring this to overtime.
Taken out right away. Oh, Bakery is so far up. But the timing's no good. Nagi takes out the opposing breach, and that's a free kill gained. No one really there to trade. Bakery could make things a little easier than it has been for Renaissance here. Cold also getting active and also taken down. 1v1 gunfights not going their way this round. 50-50s scoring for Renaissance instead, but Showtime is still here and still standing strong. But it's not enough. Aizen through the back, and actually Procrastinator has gotten involved onto the site. Flash comes through. Angle found, but Yoichi in the back as well. But Aizen, 1v1, has the operator. He just needs to land the shot. TP fake comes through on the right side, and Yoichi finds
what an outplay!
Aizen was there, though. Aizen was really right
ready.
There. Jeez, Yoichi
came down to the millisecond.
If we weren't on LAN, I'd say that was ping. But they got it, man. So close, and that's, I mean,
look at that
Renaissance
swing.
will take whatever they can get.
The crowd rallying.
We're getting some chants
in the
going
favor
now.
of Renaissance here.
This is some serious business.
As they may repeat that streak from earlier. Out comes the dart.
Ooh, big
Able to
hits,
see
though.
two here in A. Lobby Procrastinator ready to just swing.
Ooh, tries to jump out of the fault line and gets peeked by Procrastinator anyway. Aizen. Nagi's actually out pretty far, and just two straight up line up for Aizen with the Guardian. And now Nagi's been noted. Bakery jumps through the smoke, gets taken down. It's just really him. Hioma's behind, but who else is behind is Procrastinator, who's holding this. But actually misses a shot, a rare lapse for Procrastinator, who can't quite get the second, but gets the first and leaves it for his teammate in cold. 4-13, Bishop Kelly convincingly take the first game. I mean, Renaissance put up a decent effort for sure, but they're gonna need to work out a few things from this match to the next one, or from this map to the next one for sure, before we head on to Lotus. So I guess we're just gonna have to see how that turns out. I'm interested to see as well what our studio has to say about such a game like this. So we're gonna head over to them briefly while everything gets set back up and see what they have to say.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports studio. We are currently in the midst of our championship match between Bishop Kelly and Renaissance. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer, joined by Kaz Phoenix and Audrey Norris. And oh my goodness, we were talking about kind of like a reality check sort of round, but Bishop Kelly brought the hurt. I can think of no better kind of metaphor for what we were predicting than in round 15, where Renaissance, I guess old habits die hard. They tried to bring out the knife shenanigans, and Bishop Kelly just wagged their finger right in their face and said, no, you're not going to do that here, not us.
Yeah. And it's... What's really curious about this matchup in particular is that even out of earlier matchups that were extremely unbalanced, like Timberline versus Highland, for example, is literally just the one that comes straight to my mind. It's been really easy to say with those matchups, like, okay, there's this one player who's particularly been doing excellent, has been making great hero plays for this team. And I can't really say that for Bishop. Not because no one's doing anything, but because everyone's doing anything. Like, you can tell with Bishop that it is a very coordinated, very rehearsed team. And not to say that Renaissance isn't, but you can tell, like, as you were saying, this is a team with much more experience with each other and in an intense competitive environment. And their preparation for that definitely is showing in their performances, both on the score lines and just on stage in general.
Yeah, you know, we were actually talking about this, and this thought came to me while we were watching the match in general, of like how we haven't really talked a lot about the environment and how it affects, you know, we've talked about LAN play, but like being in a room with a bunch of people shouting up on a stage, there's all these things going on. And like we talked about the home field, like, you know, Bishop Kelly's been here a lot versus Renaissance not so much. And I think it's really interesting while we're watching to like consider that too, because like Bishop Kelly is completely comfortable in a situation like this. And we can see it while we're watching in a lot of these matchups. This doesn't really like phase them whatsoever, and Renaissance took quite a while before they were able to find any chinks in the armor to work with through Bishop Kelly. They did find them. They ultimately ended up taking a couple rounds, but it took quite a while, and if they want to be able to have like a chance at slowing Bishop Kelly down in the next round, they need to really push on that further, and that is taking down not like certain specific players, but like groups of players that have been working together, because like you mentioned, it's not hero play, it's groups of people working together really well.
And sorry, but I think that team play is what has allowed Bishop to be so successful throughout their years as a program, with this roster in particular and throughout the bracket today.
Well, even besides the team play, just the general accuracy of the crosshair placement, the amount of times they've one-tapped. So right there, like Procrastinator.
Yeah. He's been doing great with that, yeah. And Bakery, I think, and Aizen as well were three that I noticed just consistently found the head, clicked and the person was gone.
I mean, what I brought up before this match started about so many of the top-ranked players in the KDA being from Bishop Kelly, I mean, they played just like you would expect them to for that particular round. Also, you know, there were moments where it also seemed like they caught Renaissance off guard, you know, with their coordinated swings or push pass, you know, choke, especially on C. You know, they kind of thought if one person went through, well, that's the one person, and there was always a backup there from Bishop Kelly to make sure there were no, you know, one-on-ones. That every fight, as Doc says, it's one of his keys to the game, make every fight an unfair fight.
And that especially, I think, matters in Valorant as a game. Like, you have a limited health pool. It goes so fast. If you're not using the advantages you have, using your angles, using your util properly, like, you will get knocked out. And Bishop Kelly has that down. I do think that Renaissance has the potential to take some more rounds in this next matchup. Like I mentioned, they started to find the chinks in the armor. I think it's going to be rough, but Renaissance has gotten a taste of what Bishop Kelly can do. And like we mentioned, this is probably they haven't really seen much of each other being in different divisions and not facing each other at all until now. So, you know, I'm curious to see how much changes going into this next matchup, especially because Bishop Kelly isn't moving to defense like we've seen in previous matchups where they kind of flip the script each game, but staying on attack for the start off.
And it definitely seems, I mean, they opened up with that 9-0. It definitely seems like that's a position that they are most comfortable with. As we're heading into Lotus, though, I mean, I don't really feel like there's any more. If anything, Lotus, I think, just has more narrow corners and crannies that Bishop Kelly can just peek out from and effortlessly get the one hit.
And out of anything, more on this later, obviously, because I'm sure that we need to get back to the map. But again, as I was talking about before, things like the comp begin to matter. And things like the players that you have on certain characters, such as Procrastinators Yoru, have a big impact on how a lot of these rounds have been turning out with gate crash positionings for post plants, for even just entries for Dimensional Drift, clearing outside to allow their teams on, and even when there are people on the site, you know, how Bishop Kelly is able to play around that and still get a site execute on. There is clear signs that this team is rehearsed, but there is definitely, despite all of the performances from people on Bishop Kelly, one person who is really holding things together. I think that is Procrastinator. Very curious to see how that develops into the next map, though.
Yeah, Lotus is a very interesting map. We've seen plenty of it today, and I am curious, especially with, like, we saw a lot of Yoru, and I'm curious to see how those are going to look, like, agents-wise on this matchup for, like, the next map. Yeah.
And a real possibility for Bishop Kelly that they could win this one in a sweep and go all the way completely undefeated from the first match of the regular season to the championship match, which would definitely continue to cement their legacy as one of the top high school teams, you know, during this 2-year run into a 3-year run.
Yeah, which would be, I think, a very incredible capping off point for them, though, of course, we still have a match to go, and we have to see where Renaissance ends up in this lineup here. There is a non-zero chance that Renaissance, you know, can get through that, but we do also get a chance to check in with the rest of the lineups here as well.
We can see that the match between Timberline Valorant Gold and Capital Valorant is underway, which is, in a way, I would say, not on paper, because obviously first place and second place is better than third place, but almost emotionally that kind of match is almost worth more, because it's the difference between taking home a trophy and no trophy. And Timberline, I mean, they certainly brought the most entertainment to the arena, I gotta say too. So, but Capital fighting up from the 7th seed too, I mean, they've had a nice run of it as well. They had to go up against Bishop Kelly, which, as we've seen, is no easy task. So for them to already win their opening round, kind of pull off an upset against the number 2 seeded team, Minico, is just a really good story for Capital as well. So either team, I could see you make a compelling case for them winning a trophy. But if they want to win that trophy, they need to follow some very important keys to the game in Valorant, and that's going to be to check your angles, please. Call your abilities and no flash as well. Stay off the copium and click heads. It's all brought to you by Blue Ribbon Painting, the premier group of painters with over 90 years of combined experience. They're proud to be Boise's go-to team of local, multi-generational painters who know exactly how to level up your home. If you're ready for a free estimate, you go to blueribbonpainting.com. We are just on deck, ready to start out the second of and possibly final round of Valorant. It has been a three-side stage bonanza, only to continue on with Lotus. So I hope Zach likes Lotus just as much as he likes Haven. We are going to find out in just a few minutes. Before we do, though, I mean, do you like Lotus as much as it is?
I love Lotus. I think Lotus is my #1 favorite map in the entire pool ever of the history of Valorant maps that have ever come out. Haven used to be there, but Lotus came out, and I was like, this is peak. This is, and I don't know what it is that I like so much about it. Maybe it's just because it's the only other map with 3 sites. Maybe it's because B site is so awkward, just like it is on Haven, and it's impossible to hold in a post plant comfortably. Maybe it's for lore reasons. I don't know. But I think every time that I see Lotus show up in a map, whether in any stage of this, whether we're talking about state esports championships or we're talking all the way to professional level, I think we always see the best of teams come out on Lotus. And I'm very excited from both of these teams, really, that really anybody could have expected to be here. Again, the #1 teams from each of their regions, respectively, to be playing on a frankly not easy map.
Yeah, Lotus is a very interesting map. And I mean, hey, it's where we got the Bucky map earlier, so
That's
you know,
true.
hey, you know, good
Yeah,
map, right?
interesting. as a way to put it.
Yeah,
for
it's
sure.
a way to put it. I mean, I've always found Lotus to be a weird map, not in like a bad way, but just like it has, like we mentioned earlier, a lot of tight corners, small sight lines that, you know, we were hinting at can be really dangerous because Bishop Kelly's been capitalizing on it. And so just the way that it's structured is very unique. Whenever I've played Valorant and I've had to go to the A side of the map, the genuine fear I have going around those corners, like it is so scary when you're on attack, specifically for that one. And so like, it's a very memorable map for me because it's one that when I was learning how to play it, I'm like, this one is just weird and interesting and feels terrifying when you're on your own.
Well, before we start with this second round, we want to give a shout out to another important supporter of everything going on here today at the Esports Arena, Dairy West. Dairy West, local dairy farm families are proud to partner with Boise State Esports as the official refueling partners for the Boise State Broncos. Dairy foods have the protein to rebuild, the hydration to recover, and natural electrolytes to replenish post-activity. Thank you again to Dairy West. And all the milk that's here at the arena, too. There is so much chocolate milk here at the arena.
Yeah, you can't see it on stream, but like every hallway has a bucket of milk, and it's great because, you know, there's so many people here. There's a lot of play going on. Great way, like you said, to refresh, recharge, and revitalize, especially while we're getting ready for these grand finals to continue.
We're not joking. Thousands and thousands.
Yeah, I think
pallets.
Of milk. About
Pallets
like
of
over
milk.
3,000 bottles is what you told me. Yeah. That is a lot of milk.
It's enough that we're all, you know, there's like there's a minimum you need to drink.
It's a duty.
It's a duty, not just a fun thing. And I mean, hey, chocolate milk, why not, right? Like perfect pairing when you're having a fun time. And you know, even at the Boise State Esports Arena, for our teams, we talk about the importance of a good recharge and a good snack to have. I mean, when we've been doing Super Smash Bros. Matches, we've had our very own Coach K bring bananas for the team to rest up and recharge. So I feel like chocolate milk is a good equivalent for that type of thing in between a match.
Yeah, it definitely, I mean, it cannot be overstated just kind of the importance of that general maintenance for an esports player, because we always talk about drilling, we talk about, you know, metas, strategies, all that stuff, but at the end of the day, also just that basic care and maintenance of getting enough sleep, making sure you're coming into to a match hydrated. I know there was one person, we had one at an event here not too long ago, we had one esports, collegiate esports player said, no, I think it's actually better if you go into a match hungry, because it's like, and I'm like, well, I'm glad that works for you. for the majority of us mere mortals, you know, you need your brain food.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not keeping your brain rested, how are you going to be able to cram all of the information in? And I mean, hey, statistically speaking, you know, I don't know what that player is doing that he's able to think better while he's hungry, but for most people, that I would be distracted. Like anytime I'm trying to play, especially Valorant of a game, as you have to pay attention to so many things, sound cues, the map, your team callouts, what you're seeing on your very screen. If I was also hungry, that's an extra thing in the back of my mind. If I'm tired, that's gonna slow down my reaction time. And if I'm like stressed or dehydrated, more factors. I don't want to deal with it. I'd rather just have snacks. And so glad to have Derry West and get ready for these matchups, because, you know, well-rested players make good matches, and we've been seeing a lot of those today.
All right, we are continuing waiting to get into our second round, so we've got some highlights for you to.
5-minute break.
Oh, we got a 5-minute break. Excuse me, not the top 5 plays. 5-minute break. Anyway, 5 minutes. Maybe you could, you know, go back in the stream and watch one play a minute, and then make your own top 5 plays. We won't, you know, if anything, just get some water, get some food. We'll be right back to find out who is the Idaho State Esports champ after this.
Sorry. At Blue Ribbon Painting, we're proud to be a locally family-owned and operated business dedicated to bringing your vision to life. Whether it's freshening up your home with interior or exterior painting, or tackling a commercial project, we've got you covered. When you choose Blue Ribbon Painting, you're not just hiring painters. You're getting a team that's committed to making your vision a reality. Call or text us at 208-369-2583 or visit us at blueribbonpainting.net. Your project deserves a blue ribbon finish.
Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Life happens. Lucky for you, ICCU has a new kind of checking account that comes with benefits that help you life better. Because being human is a full-time job.
Scott Matlock, underrated recruit, has built himself into one of the best defensive players in the Mountain West.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. It's when your unrelenting spirit sees the world's needs and says, I will create something better. So, what will you do? Will you let your genius run wild? Give yourself the space to be great? Set your sights on something even bigger, because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
It's the end of a good day's work in Idaho. Time to punch out. Time to check in and catch up. Time to remind ourselves that what we work for isn't a paycheck. It's to make the good things we have even better. So here's to your good day's work. Idaho Central Credit Union. We believe money is a thing. It's not everything.
At Blue Ribbon Painting,
Blind and dead. Here.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Long. One enemy remaining. Flawless. Rip and tear. Thorns are alive.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena. You are currently joining us for the grand final match of today's Valorant tournament. We've got Bishop Kelly going up against Renaissance, and we are just about ready to head into the second stage with Bishop Kelly up 1, having a chance to end this with a sweep and an absolutely perfect season from start to finish. We'll see if this break has helped Renaissance regain their footing, as they did win a couple of rounds in the first game on Haven. But now we're ready to go on to Lotus. Your host Jacob Palmer, joined by Kaz Phoenix and Audrey Norris. We're just about getting ready to head back on down to Lotus. So if you had any final words of what we need to see from these teams on Lotus, your number one tip for Lotus, what's it going to be?
Lotus Lover, give us use the Bucky.
We saw the infamous round 17. I think is going to go deep down in IEA history for a while. Let's also note Bishop Kelly is going into this with technically a lot of pressure. They're trying to maintain a perfect lossless streak throughout regular season, throughout playoffs for 2 years now, looking for that 3-peat, and teams have not had a good year finding 3-peats. Let's just say that. So, Audrey, if you have any notes.
I don't know if you can top just use the Bucky.
No, just use the Bucky. I mean, don't get hit by the Bucky. Which
there we go. That's
if one team uses the Bucky, don't be the guy who gets hit by the Bucky. Don't just. I think, regardless of how the rounds go, if you're the one who gets caught by the Bucky, that's the one you think about for a little bit. So, yeah, I mean, actually, though, just the being cautious around the corners and not getting ahead of yourself. This is the grand finals. Both teams are feeling good, especially Bishop Kelly off of that win. But as we've mentioned a couple times, pride comes before the fall. So for both teams, don't let that be what catches you off guard.
That'll be my tip. Don't try to knife, okay? This is just, this isn't the time right now. Bishop Kelly is a team that will take you out in a millisecond moving around the corner, let alone if you're trying to charge at them with a knife. So we'll have to see. Renaissance has their work cut out for them. Bishop Kelly is all set to maybe take home the championship. We are going to head back out to the arena to Zach and Nathaniel. Take it away. We'll see who's the winner.
Welcome back to the Esports Arena here at Boise State, where now we've heard from the studio about the past. We've heard about the future, but now it's time for the present, the last, potentially, last game of this championship for the first place. And I mean, I was thinking, so we've got Renaissance and Bishop Kelly, who are both certified Lotus lovers, right?
Yes.
But whose love do you think is stronger? Because they both love in different ways, right? Whereas Bishop Kelly loves that attack. They love those 3 sites. We can go onto one real quick and no one can get there in time. And Renaissance feels the opposite. They're like, oh, we love the defense because we can control all this space and box the enemy in. So whose love is stronger to you?
I think it's BK's, and here's the reason.
Okay.
So when you think of Lotus, you think of run it down A and win, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is, Bishop Kelly does this thing where they run it down C instead.
Oh.
And if you look at the comp that Renaissance is running, you'll notice a lack of a Viper. And what does Viper do? Stops you from running it down C.
You're really spelling this out.
I'm spelling this out.
I like that, okay.
I think Clove doesn't work here, is my point.
Well, we're going to have to see whose love comes out on top here as we go. 1-0 lead for Bishop Kelly heading into this map. A match point for them, potentially series point, championship point, maybe. But it's all going to get decided here through bullets and blood on the on the beautiful battlefield of Lotus. A bunch of flowers and, and greenery.
And let's see whose chicanery is better, procrastinator on wave on this map. Who can hit the weirder flanks is what it's going to come down to.
I don't know, man. I've seen Bishop Kelly on this map so many times, and they're still so good. They're so strong.
Oh my goodness.
There's really no speculation left to be done.
Look at the location that Bishop Kelly is, just as predicted. And look at the one lowly man.
And we're going to start off with a bang, I would assume. 5 players all looking to rush this C. It's only Hioma backside, the only person to contend with this push. Stun comes through, TP comes through, Procrastinator gets a kill on a plate delivered. Aizen has crept up as well, looking to get active in CT. There is a flank, but it's very late. 2 in Waterfall are able to get up a little farther. Aizen goes exploring and finds one more. Out goes Wave, who can't get anything. Yoichi, good timing, but the shots just barely fall. Procrastinator will be right there to clean that one up and get a pistol round. A great start for their championship aspirations.
Yes. I mean, just as I thought, they rushed in.
Yeah.
There wasn't enough people to stop for the team to rotate over, and Bishop Kelly was able to take the C site.
But Renaissance, I mean, they'll adjust. If any team will adjust, they will.
Them.
But already, I mean, maybe even calling Bishop Kelly's bluff that they won't do it again, they still just have Hioma by themselves back sites. And is that enough?
There is an interaction where the Razorvine stops your teleport. So.
Oh. That could be interesting. Procrastinator loves popping out back sight, but if there's something that can prevent such a thing from happening, it's invaluable. But Procrastinator just goes anyway. He's in back sight, and Hioma just has to run. Too much to contend with there. Cole gets one on the other side of the map as well. Rubble, and now Renaissance is confused. They don't really know what to make of this round. People are everywhere, and they're able to get the spike and a little bit more. Wave and Hioma are falling.
The plant tells Renaissance that it was in fact C the whole time. And now they creep up. Showtime versus Nagi. Unable to find the upset there. And Acer left last alive on this long angle. Procrastinator takes him out with the Bulldog.
Similar start to what we saw last time. But it's up to this rifle.
Yes.
It's up to this rifle round. This next one is very important. If Bishop Kelly are able to secure this, they're off to a staggering lead. And Renaissance need this one to stay in contention here.
That losing that third round can really be devastating. Renaissance understands this. They're sending more people to stall at that C push, but now it's a game of whack-a-mole. You go to stop one site and the other one's getting taken. And with a rubble control taken completely by Bishop Kelly with no utility, it leads them to have a lot here. Out comes the C's into tree.
It's a lineup, It's crazy.
Quite the lineup indeed.
Wave looking to get someone out of here before he gets ran down, but Hioma's the one to trade instead. Bakery crouching around the corner, catches the crosshair placement of Hioma off guard, as well as Aizen picking up that stairs player. 2v4 now. Nagi is not safe here, not at all. Showtime's gonna take that, and now only Yoichi left. There really isn't anything to be done for him.
1 versus 4. Bishop Kelly still has a lot of utility. Most of the stuff they used to enter the site has come back up.
Looking to just want to keep the gun.
That saving might be the optimal play here. And it's what Renaissance is opting for. They need to be careful that they aren't hunted down by the 4 people here, as this is a bit of a witch trial right now. but Isagi manages to get away.
They're searching for him, but
with just the gun.
Perhaps the one place you wouldn't expect to look is
right next
the
to
dead
sight.
center of the map. So overall, I mean, that's a great round for BK, and the momentum, I mean, it was in their favor since, I mean, like the second round, the third round of last map, and it just hasn't let up yet. Aizen now a new face on the top of the scoreboard for Bishop Kelly, but really it could be any of these players up there, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, as during the regular season, they kind of were at the top of that leaderboard for kills.
Nigh unstoppable. Yoichi, good angle though, might get one onto Cold. Doubtful that Cold expects Yoichi in that angle after the drone came through, but instead they just decide to go see. Procrastinator in again, teleports backside, and Hyoma is once again set up for the worst here. Only a Sheriff just has to escape through the smoke.
Giving a sight, but unfortunately, it's going to be quite difficult to retake without weapons. Cold able to find 2 there. Wow. As well as Bakery getting Hyoma and Wave able to find Aizen before being traded off.
Wow. Now Cold is in form too?
It's, like we've been saying, it's every single person on Bishop Kelly is a threat. The potential to carry the game.
And that's scary because really, I mean, how many people do you really need to all be firing at once to win a game? And just the chances of everyone being so good is just so low, yet Bishop Kelly find a way, man, and that's why they've been so dominant even in this map. 4-0 start, they love their attack, and it's clear why. I mean, they just kind of run in and force the space away, take it away from Renaissance.
Here Renaissance is able to get that air bubble control, but the yin-yang of the map makes it like, see, they get the spike here on B-side, that's huge.
Oh, what the interesting. Nagi runs into Cold.
The defenders.
Oh, but the flash dodge from Procrastinator isn't quite quick enough, but Aizen's alive. All the players
have the spike.
They're all towards spawn though. This could be possible for Aizen. Tries to clear out any potential enemies behind him before he goes looking towards that spike.
And with his information coming back up, the Prowler comes out, so does the Seer.
Sends out the Prowler, eyeball goes through. I mean, Aizen knows they're there, but yeah, obviously, still has to work through this one. Difficult situation to be in. Low health bars, at least on Wave, but Aizen's gonna have to take a fight here. And walking up, it's difficult. Aizen fully exposed now. As soon
30 seconds left.
as Nagi sees Aizen walk out, everyone's gonna swing. It's so hard to isolate these fights. It's nigh impossible. But Aizen gets a look, but Nagi off angle takes him right down. Getting their first on the board here.
And great coordination there. Some teams would try to rush it down, run down Aizen there, but they played it right. They held the spike, stuck to the fundamentals, and were able to find that round.
Yeah, a lot of the time you overthink it and get scared of fringe possibilities like, oh, what if he flanks from here, right? But just buckling down and holding the spike worked out as well. Finally, Bishop Kelly, after losing that, decided to try the A site, but this is what Renaissance have been hoping for. Finally able to get some util out. Rubble, there's 2 though, and they're quick. Showtime takes down Yuichi, and Nagi is left out to dry there, taken down as well. 5 versus 3. And Acer, noted by the clone as well, is gonna get pushed. Bakery is running him down now. Looking to take that fight and just grabs it on B. As the plant goes down elsewhere, just multitasking of epic proportions, and it works out perfectly. Wave, the only one in a real position to do anything this round. Hyoma, a tough fight with a Guardian, manages to land that one. A nice shot. A little upgrade there. Wave now awarded a timing window to try and creep forward and do anything, as well as Aizen having utility out. Somehow Wave has gotten the perfect time to creep out, almost by a divine miracle, but Showtime is there, and so is Aizen, and they'll shut that down right away.
Those teleports are just quite tough to deal with. The only thing Renaissance really has is the Teo salvos, but at a certain point, it's like, do I want to use all of the team utility just to maybe get control of Rumble that Bishop Kelly might or might not be pushing?
Yeah.
It's a tough decision, but after a round like that, it kind of makes you think maybe it is. As Wave comes out here with the judge, getting a bit of a cheeky angle here.
We saw the shotguns were moving in that other game, but looking to recreate a little bit of that magic. Cold, a magical shot of his own, takes down Yoichi immediately, and now this is tough. With the site almost just given over like that, Bakery finds another somehow onto Wave with only utility just through the wall. A beautiful use. And A site has been granted to BK. Cold taking up a deep position. Out in drop here. Is it expected? It could be, but Cold is quick. He's fast, and they're almost giving him a little headshot to look at. Nagi is creeping up, wants to try and get active. Acer doesn't quite know where to look. Stun is good though, but a little too good. Aizen able to open things up, get all the kills, and Showtime cleans that one out again for BK.
And going into this next round, both teams have some pretty powerful ultimates on their side, namely the Rolling Thunder. I wouldn't be surprised to see Bishop Kelly creep up onto B and then just throw out the Rolling Thunder or the Fade ultimate.
They're even one away from Viper's Pit here. I wouldn't be surprised if they try and play for that maybe.
Yeah, planting with the Viper.
Different setup than normal as well. Looks to be a little bit towards mid, towards B. Less than usual. Renaissance uncharacteristically giving up a rubble, but Yoichi with that judge gets Procrastinator lacking a little bit, thinking he can get up, take all that space for free. He gets sent back to the gray screen. But so much of the map has been taken over on A side with no utility to speak of. Just contact walking up A, and what a shot from Cold. Hyoma eliminated instantly. Wave is tucked behind this door, but to break it just isn't really feasible.
And this smoke is going to fall pretty soon.
Noted, but so much util from Nagi. If he hits the fault line, both flashes dodged. Cold in such a tough spot, nowhere to go, stuck right about in the corner, but lives as the rest of the team gets the spike down. Bakery tries to get a little bit more active, and the Ares from Acer takes him out. Whoa, but Aizen's quick on Wave. Almost through, but stunned. And Wave is coming in now. Yoichi from heaven takes that. Showtime around the back, has a chance, but can't quite land the headshot, and the last player is nowhere to be found. It was Cold, who was on the C site earlier.
And the flank took just a little bit too long. Wave able to take out Cold, keeping us at 2-6 now, the way of Bishop Kelly. Lots of ultimates online. Wouldn't be surprised to see a very colorful round here. Here are just a couple of the nice shots Wave was hitting, searching.
That one seemed almost to be sort of the doing of Bishop Kelly, maybe getting a little bit too confident, taking that early lead. There they try and get active and take that space and maybe overextend a little more than they should. Bakery getting caught by Acer early was tough. But it's going to be on Hyoma this round. I mean, all the ultimates are coming in. You better find a teammate now before Procrastinator marks you and tells the Breach to hit a fault line on your head. Here it comes, fault line coming through, but it misses. And now Procrastinator has to back out and gets caught. Hyoma through the smoke, instantly traded, but that's not a bad kill at all. Showtime gets the spike down though, and everyone is falling out but Wave. Perfect flank timing, go, get it. Takes one down, keeps going, gets flashed, no! And Bakery takes that out. There's a smoke on both sides. Colors on the screen, so much utility, and Nagi is sticking, but he dies. It's just a 1v1. Acer and Bakery.
The Rolling Thunder comes out.
Committed.
Fault line coming up with the flash point in hand.
Can Acer get this? It's so difficult, but it is half. Only need to stick for a second. And he has the angle. It's through the wall.
Wait a second.
Can Bakery see it? He got him. And he's able to get the defuse off. Acer got the
Acer with the defuse! And Renaissance is able to continue rallying back up.
They're never quite down and out, really. Always have that potential to get a few in a row. Just bring it closer, bring it into arm's reach. And it doesn't matter if it's messy. It just matters that it works.
I think it comes down to Bishop Kelly just using all of the utility on the entrance to the site. And then when Renaissance finally comes and retakes, they have the advantage now.
Look at this setup. BK.
Loads of people coming into A.
Maybe dissuaded from C for the second. Now pushing heavy towards A. That's 5 players clearing every angle. And there's 2 on site. Nagi going through, shoots the clone and gets taken through the smoke. Showtime. Beautiful shot, and Cold has a lot of space up here towards stairs. Showtime with one more as well. Fade Old is gonna mark Acer, and now he can't even hear if Cold is coming up behind him. So difficult, all the Renaissance players so split, but what a shot by Acer. And he's ready for Cold too, but not quite timing. So weird, Aizen swings and takes him down. Last 2 are coming in from main. And Bakery just running into the smoke, just catches both off guard. What a play.
Aye.
Teams now going blow for blow. And Bishop Kelly still holding on to the Viper's Pit. It gets more and more valuable as these rounds progress.
The Viper's Pit just, if you're able to get the plant down and pop down it, it's almost a guaranteed round. If the enemy team decides to run 5 shotguns, not so much. But maybe that's what Renaissance is thinking here.
They certainly might be. Look at this. They're all pushing out B, but everyone on BK is ready for it. Instead of pushing anything, they just decide to wait for some sort of aggression, maybe. And they know it's a judge stun, though, through. Beautiful headshot, and the support even taken down as well as Wave falls. Rest of the team gets here, arrives on the B site, but Bishop Kelly aren't really tied to go here. They're not under contract. They can leave. And Showtime is going to stick this teleport deep onto A site. Now a tough position for Renaissance to clear.
Loads of space to Bishop Kelly. And as they go to plant the bomb, it's going to be pretty much uncontestable. Renaissance might be able to throw out a salvo, but it doesn't come through. And Bishop Kelly is able to get the plant down for main.
Ooh,
nice shot coming out from Showtime. And as Nagi walks up into the smoke, it looks like a 1v1 is going to happen here. They're both looking the right way, but Showtime has the faster flick.
Lucky can't kill from that long. We've been seeing it so much, but
we know the range of it.
We know its range now. BK 8 rounds on attack, showing why they picked it every time.
Yeah, they very much so enjoy this. This right here is pretty funny where they're both looking the wrong way. But
Showtime's just fast.
Showtime just was faster on that flick.
Only thing on the board now is that Viper's Pit.
And boy, has Bishop Kelly been waiting to use it. It's an easy thing to just plant, pop it down, and say, GG's. Here's a push coming in on the A site. Rubble control is given in the way of Bishop Kelly. And the clone comes into B site, faking it a little bit, maybe even splitting into it. Depending on what they get, they pick Nagi, and the A push turns into a split. Acer puts his salvos down, and there's that Viper's Pit we've been talking about so much. Aizen with a nice flick onto Acer.
Oh, Hyoma has to win this one.
There's aware of the flank, but Hyoma able to heat check it.
Oh, another good shot.
Another one on the Showtime.
Oh, but the shorty's out. If Hyoma tries to get creative, there goes Wave, and there goes Hyoma.
Everyone on the side of Bishop Kelly with those shorties. It turns an already powerful ultimate into one that's overpowered.
Great play out of Bishop Kelly to recognize their win condition and use that. I mean, that's pretty much just what you expect from them. I would be more surprised if they didn't use it perfectly than if they did.
Yeah.
And that's the half. 3 for Renaissance on their favored defense, and now have to get it done on attack if they want to get that sweet first place trophy. And at this point, It's looking difficult. It's
quite
going to
the
be
climb.
a long trek back. All ghosts out from PK is interesting. I don't normally see that.
No, usually they favor the utility. And maybe that lack of utility is what's going to help Renaissance dig their way out of this hole. Flash onto Bakery.
Ooh, early contact.
Nagi unable to land the shot. Procrastinator takes them out as the trade comes back from Isagi. Procrastinator decides to teleport after that grenade comes in, and Wave.
Oh, Wave just running Aizen down.
Wave just keeps going down.
Oh, but Procrastinator's there already, but Wave keeps right-clicking.
Just keeps walking. Doc's key to the game says not to trust the right-click, but
Wave's trusting it, and I mean, sometimes you gotta disregard all the rules in a situation like this.
When
you
you're
need to
down
make your
and
own
desperate,
rules.
Wave is doing the gambler's mentality here and is hunting down where Cold might just be. The tail drone just narrowly misses them. And Cold stares unsure where the enemies are, assuming they could be tree or really anywhere. And it looks like Wave's gonna have first contact.
Wow.
A bit of nice mover from Cold stops away from taking them out.
High-low is dangerous. I've seen these go bad. I've seen these go bad so many times.
They have the raised paint shells in the Teo salvo for post plant.
Peeking, and they just take him down. Cold, too many things to think about. Decides to go for the stick and gets taken out on the spike. And that's a round again that Renaissance needed. They are getting these pistols when it's necessary.
And that pistol round should give them a second round. And it looks like
Bakery has the same score line that Procrastinator had last game.
It does.
Again, it just speaks to how good all the players on the team are. All of them can be anywhere on the scoreboard, and I wouldn't be surprised at all.
And Bishop Kelly is opting to do the tried and true save this round. Out comes the Fade Eye, unable to find any information on A main. As Renaissance creeps up to C, making a lot of noise. Double satchel in, but Isagi is able to find the shot. And Wave cleaning up that right side with just a ghost. Continues to just run it in.
Oh, goodness.
The shorty is just too much, though, and Bakery is able to hit them with the 1-2 combo.
Still not able to get an upgrade. Just really has to deal with some trash guns. Good flash, dodge, not quite there, but Yuichi recovered in time. Cold, only one remaining. Classic has his net worth, can't really do much.
Just looking for a kill on an impatient player and then to die to the spike.
It's the goal here. Deny money, deny credits, still get that ult orb and get that money going, but
Toxin screen down.
Cold is willing to just be patient, and that's some discipline right there.
And there we go, door opens.
Oh goodness.
Cold is able to die, but Acer
and Yoma thought that they were out, but they weren't quite out. Didn't run as far as they needed to.
Don't know the range of the spike.
Yeah, maybe planted in a different spot than they thought. That corner's probably safe if it's back sight, but I think since it was planted for mound, it killed them.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me. And that's going to be a pretty decent hit because they're down the 2 rifles that they should have had. Spectre and a Bulldog, I believe. So.
And now this is a very important round. Everyone's on interesting buys, weird guns, weird armor.
Needs this round if they want a decent chance at coming back. Procrastinator already rotating over to C, expecting a big push.
Oh, Bakery crab walk peek, but it's so good when they don't expect it. And he's so good with that Spectre. Procrastinator might spot someone over the smoke. It's Nagi eliminated. And an interesting look onto one more with that Guardian, but nothing to be found. Wave Lurk is insane, though. This timing is really good. Catches the first and is ready for showtime, but doesn't quite land the pick. Hits the ultimate to hit the revive. Looking for something more, but Bishop Kelly willing to retreat and let this Clove ult timer run out. So they only have to contend with 2 instead of 3 players here. Who tries to drop the gun back to a teammate, but can't quite grab it. Yoichi stuck on the Bulldog, goes through. Timing not found. Procrastinator is ahead of it. And now only Acer backside. 1 kill found, but nothing else for Acer.
I don't know what it is about this map, but something just clicks in Wave's head where the timings are always just seemingly perfect. on these flanks.
Yeah, Wave, I don't know, must have played like 10,000 hours of Lotus.
Yeah.
Like the Matrix where you plug in and you can download information, download 1,000 hours of Lotus timings.
Because I mean, it is just absolutely flawless, like swinging when the enemies aren't even looking.
Very well could have had that kill onto Showtime too, but Showtime holds the line and is able to hold that round through Bishop Kelly as well. Starting to really get a good lead and start to run away with this one if Renaissance can't get something going right now this round.
Hiroma is still feeling the pain of dying to that spike earlier, as they would be on a Bulldog this round. Wave not falling for the clone this time, looking for another flank timer, which they may just get as the team distracts on B side.
Wave, nice flank already.
Aware, but Wave
just keeps running in though.
Full
flash didn't hit, somehow flash didn't hit, but Yoichi able to get it. Nagi as well, nice shot onto Procrastinator.
And it's looking like it's Cold versus the world here. Renaissance should have this round in the bag. Plant going down for Mound.
I'm gonna say is the world doesn't quite have it yet, as long as Cold is alive.
That's true.
Creeping in.
No utility.
It's not planted for Mound either if Cold is able to get a few here.
Oh yeah, they looked the wrong way when they planted.
Tap. The tap is through, Util going through, Hioma early peek gets taken down by Cold, eviscerated, and now
here comes the orb.
The stick can maybe come through.
Oh,
he's
no.
sticking, Cold is just sticking. Oh, but Acer catches
able to find
through the
a
smoke.
lucky shot. That one came down to the wire.
You'll take a little bit of luck if you're Renaissance here. 6-10 is not impossible, and again, it's on Wave taking that early 1v1 fight and just getting the better there of Acer.
And distracting the support that Bishop Kelly's front line needed there on B main. Really, Wave has been facilitating a lot of the 1 rounds here on the attack.
Isn't it crazy for a game to be 6-10 and not one player is negative on BK's team?
That is
not one of them.
Absolutely wild.
Not even, like everyone is positive. Procrastinator in an interesting spot here. Down Rubble, can't actually get out. I think got suppressed, but Cold. Good angle behind the box. That's 2 of the Sheriff.
Goodness.
Gun upgraded and Procrastinator looking to get active flash, out swings, but Yoichi full blind takes it and takes another reload, but Bakery doesn't want to peek. Falls back, tries to buy time, but what a flash! Nagi dodged it somehow and claims it. Cold on the flank, but will it matter? Just about.
They just narrowly avoid the flank.
Will the door open enough? It does, just about. Cold finds it, 3. An ace on the table potentially for Cold here. Spike is down.
And the Viper's Pit could be used to defuse. A tricky situation.
Oh no, that could just kill Yoichi right now. Oh, just about does it.
Just a tiny little corner.
And Cold is walking up. Crept up timing is insane, but Yoichi's is better! And Nagi wins this fight at the same time.
And that's a full house from Nagi and Yoichi.
Starting to string some stuff, 7-10.
And Bishop Kelly's calling in a timeout. They're really feeling the troubles of the defending half here on Lotus.
You don't even see that a lot. BK calling a timeout.
They never do this.
It doesn't happen a ton, so you can tell there's something they're feeling that's off kilter here. There's something wrong right now, and they're working to find it out. Renaissance, I guess, at the same time, can realize what they've improved on, and what they're doing now is taking a good lead, man. Crowd is loving it. And so far, I mean, I had my little fears, you know, especially coming into a tough matchup. If you were Renaissance, right, and you lose that first game, like 4-13, you're like, oh, like that can break a team, man. Like next game you can come out and just not really have the energy, not be playing. But
look at them.
They showed back stronger. They're chilling. They're playing patty
cake. The tech pauses gave them enough time to recuperate the mental. Because I mean, look at the difference, like, and the vibes there.
Yeah. BK, normally jovial, is straight-faced, looking like Easter Island statues.
They need to lock in. They cannot be losing their 100% win rate.
Yeah.
At least in the eyes of them.
That is a standard to hold yourself to, and if there's anyone that can do it, it's Bishop
definitely
Kelly.
the Knights.
Especially with ultimates in their back pocket. Dimensional Drift and that breach ult, of course. Bakery taken a little bit low, just one bullet on that early angle, and in comes the showstopper. Procrastinator's angle is so good. It could potentially get 3 or 4 here if he plays it perfectly.
Oh, but
no, he's no, he can't leave, can't TP out, stuck in the smoke. Yoichi gets 1, but they've got a test. Procrastinator, they go, and they get him. Nagi
well
leads
played.
it out.
And now the site is fully in control.
Ooh, Aizen doesn't catch the angle, actually gets stunned, stuck in the corner, and blasted through the wall by the Phantom of Acer.
Last player standing.
And
And Yoichi
just
that
Bakery,
trade.
who's been chipped down throughout this round and is now completely one-shot.
Oh, the double hold again, high-low.
Renaissance.
That's a low-low, that's not even a high-low.
They are, why are they?
Just a low-low.
They're just ready for it.
Again, Bakery looks like he's just wanting to catch these exits, not really doing that much to
just sitting there
to force it. And look at the money. I mean, I understand what he's thinking, because if you die here, if you die here, you don't have enough. But I think maybe putting the hand back on the mouse after picking it up accidentally clicked.
Yeah, the death
Oh,
bomb.
not again! Not again!
Acer keeps dying to these bombs. And that's
the 6th Bishop Kelly teammate is the spike this game, man.
Oh my goodness, it might actually be. It's gotten 4 kills for them.
Look at the money for BK now. It's so weird. I mean, Baker, your 21-7 initiator, happens to have a Vandal, but everyone else not looking so great. Sheriffs, and of course your classic Lotus Bucky. I didn't know it was classic until today. It's a modern classic, I guess.
And it's going to be.
Oh, he's flying in!
My goodness!
Yoichi gets Aizen, and another one super low cold, taken down to one-shot. Wave just ran onto site, took all that space, and wants
Bishop
a
Kelly
little
fell
bit
for
more.
it.
Wave wants more, just running in, but a classic.
Procrastinator.
A classic shuts him down. Acer getting that trade, though, keeps things looking good.
Looking for that rifle.
Renaissance.
Procrastinator now has a rifle.
And ult, I mean, they could get creative here if they want to.
There's a
Everyone
possibility.
is off-site.
But they have the Teo salvos. They have the Aftershock. Rolling Thunder. There's so much utility they have to fake out.
Cold actually managed to find their way into the smoke with a Bucky. If someone checks this, it could be bad. Smoke dropping. Bucky finds one, but Nagi is there and fast. Procrastinator, the only one left. We've seen shenanigans from this spot. He's trying to recreate it, trying to stand on the box, but it's not
Acer. He is not Acer.
And Acer takes him down for it.
Shows him his own strategy.
Tilt might be setting in now. I mean, this is a
Yeah.
lot of rounds going Renaissance's way. I mean, Lotus, of course, is an attack-sided map, but
Not
losing
this
these does not
attack-sided.
feel great. Only 1 round for Bishop Kelly, this whole defense side. And
Must
money
be a
is still
terrible
weird.
feeling.
Bakery is now not on the same economy as the rest of the team.
And it's because of that save. Bakery opted for a hero rifle. And it may cost this round.
Right there.
As Renaissance walks up A. And
running.
Wave is doing the classic buffoonery.
This is so weird. If they go towards B,
The
they're
Viper's
gonna have a
pit
weird
flank.
cut. Yeah, the Viper's pit is like cutting off Wave from the rest of the team. I don't know what
Setup.
Renaissance decides here. It's such a complicated spot. Looks like they might just want to try and go back towards A. It's still the weaker site. Bakery, the one with the Sheriff, is here, and the timing is bad. Ioma catches him
Procrastinator
leaping away.
noted. Isagi able to find a pick here, and Wave is looking for anybody. He's going to face check it.
Ooh,
And
can't
Cold
win
is
that.
unfortunately sitting in there with the judge.
Still, though, I mean, that's good information noted. Viper's going to be late and probably through Link still. So the rest of Renaissance is able to play off this. Aizen.
Look at this coordination from Renaissance, able to get the pincer here.
Oh,
my
goodness. He almost in front of it. 2 big kills. Might die to that snake bite.
The
Cold,
snake bite able to take out 2 there.
Cold, you can't do this.
And Acer
shuts it
always
down.
shutting down the rounds. 10-10, Renaissance versus Bishop Kelly. When we were saying this is both their best map, we weren't lying.
I must have been, I was lying when I said they like that defense. Apparently they love the offense more. I'm sorry. But, I mean, everyone's waking up shooting now. Everyone's shooting great. Hyoma, of course, with that 3K, but the rest of the team is performing now. They started off slow, but now the momentum against them, coach.
Calling once again a timeout as Renaissance continues to adapt.
Just needs to get things in check right now before it slips away any further. No more smiles to be had for Bishop Kelly. It's only serious same.
And both
for
teams
Renaissance.
are locked in.
No more patty cake. No more laughing.
Rock, paper,
this is war right here.
Oh yeah.
Renaissance backs against the wall. They only need 3 more to win this one and force a swift play in the grand finals.
And swift plays have quite different rules.
You never know what's going on in a swift play.
They're almost as chaotic as that first Lotus game.
Oh. And this one's looking up to be comparable at least. 10-10 always makes things more intense. Every play means more. Every shot means more.
And Procrastinator here on the classic Lotus Bucky. It just sounds wrong to say.
He really likes that Bucky. Hasn't been working out super well so far, though.
As Renaissance has adapted to this strategy, and they know to just keep another person to watch your back when your ult's popped. Here's 2 flashes.
I've never seen this in my life. How did that work?
That's what I'm saying.
And if he got away, I'm walking off right now. Bakery trading one back, though, is actually really important because that kill that Procrastinator got was good. But now, I mean, a 3v4, I don't care if it's an eco, you have to be sweating a little if you're Renaissance. Yuichi wants to get active, and he's going in, he's pushing so far, but Cole just takes him down. Yuichi wanted to get it back to a 3v3, but now it's only a 2v4, and here comes the Fade ult. Everyone track, every utility, every ability being used. What chance does Renaissance have? It's Azer! It's Azer is the chance! He is the chance that they have, but Azen is not giving up so quickly. Taps, and it's round and fight, but the timing is
awful. And Acer is unable to do what he's done so often. He was unable to clean up the round.
Oh, man.
That round goes the way of Bishop Kelly with loads of ultimates still left over. A pricey round for Renaissance.
I can feel the energy in this room. So insane. Acer not quite able to bring it home after such an incredible play. Just great timing and awareness, of course, for Azen. Just wonderful play by him to be able to clutch that one out after finally stop the bleeding. 5 rounds straight for Renaissance now. Reset.
But have they cauterized the wound, or will they continue
reopen
to lose rounds? Renaissance now also has the Rolling Thunder online. And as the Tejo drone comes out, they realize A is all, but
oh, the plant is just free and Wave
able to just win.
Oh no, but Showtime knows about Wave's location, wants to get active, upgrades the gun, but Hyoma on the other side gets that as well. 2 out drop, Azen gets that onto Wave, but Wave with the ult trying to escape. Can they get around the corner? Just about. Showtime trying to get that back, and a quick response from Renaissance in a convincing round.
It's just back and forth now, and Renaissance still has their strongest ultimate. Bishop Kelly used it. And I don't think it really impacted the round too much. The ult economy is looking almost favorable for Renaissance here.
If you just took this screenshot without the score, I would never tell you that this is an even game. Just counting the KDA, it looks like Bishop Kelly should be running away, but KDA is not everything. Renaissance have the winning plays when it matters.
As we know,
they're hanging in.
Objective, team-oriented game. And that's what matters the most here.
Oh, this is going to be weird. Whoa, just about
walking into the jaws of their trap. But Procrastinator gets cold feet and teleports away.
TP forced. B's been given, actually. B's just in, and Wave does the classic. Just takes it, the timing perfect. Azen has to contend, but Hyoma is big on the 2K. Will they keep going into the smoke? They're holding their time, knowing they don't need to do anything like that.
Dive to the Razor Vines! And Wave, a full house from Renaissance. And the vibes here are absolutely insane. Renaissance now definitively has better ultimates and should be able to win this round if they play it right. It all comes down to this.
I'm getting nervous and I'm not playing, bro.
Oh my goodness.
This is an
So am I.
round, but the dimensional drift, you can't ride it out. Procrastinator's so good with it, and it could be a free kill or two even. But look at this. They've given C, they don't have C at all, and Renaissance is pushing it. They gambled the wrong site. They faked the smoke to try and make Renaissance think about it, but they're just in, they just go. They clear the site with the showstopper, but this is gonna be a 5v5 retake to go to OT or to go to map 3.
Some space and Wave.
Hyoma knows that the flank might be in, wants the hold, but it's scary. Wave spraying, trying to get anything. 1 HP, gets it! Hyoma too! Hyoma gets it! Rolling Thunder online over the mound. They know Aizen is close, but Aizen handles it for one.
Drift.
Aizen handles through. Wave. Stun comes through. Wave taken down. It's all on Acer, who has to play offside. His Procrastinator gets it. Overtime. I want OT.
It's time for OT. The closest possible game.
This is anything less, like I said, would be a disservice to all the people who came out here to see these crazy good teams play. This is what we expected.
Idaho Esports rules say that overtime can only go so long before it becomes a forced draw, but I doubt we're going to hit that because it's like, I think it's like 16-16 or something.
Good rule book poll, I like that. Oh man. Bishop Kelly want to keep the pace going though. 5 strong towards A, and it's going to be met with force from Renaissance. What can they do though? Into 5. Can they really be expected to hold this all by themselves? It's going to be difficult. They're going through. Yoichi, early angle held. Doesn't quite find anything. Utility's going to push him off. Scared a little bit of what could be lurking around that corner. Decides to play it safe. And Tuck maybe inside this tree holding with Nagi. If they hit this button, Yoichi's going to activate and go through. But BK is playing it slow. Wave. How has Wave gotten here again? I don't believe it. Hold your nerve, Wave. Hold your nerve. Only one kill. Overall, not bad, but that's going to cause the rotate for Bishop Kelly, who know now that that was most likely a player from a different site. But actually not. They're really thinking about this one. I like this. They're faking kind of the rotate with only the fade making noise, and it kind of worked. I mean,
but
somewhat.
As the clock ticks down,
Bakery's
more in
so
favor of
far
Renaissance,
up.
who finds a pick. Cold swings out late.
What a shot! What a shot!
Oh my goodness!
Yoichi, can he get it on the Aizen? Timing is good. It's just Bakery. 1v3 from inside the door. Has to hit the switch, get the spike. A whole checklist of items. Goes to get it, jumps out and gets taken down.
With the killing blow onto Bakery. And remember, that was Renaissance's weak side.
Oh man.
It's now time to see.
They won the hard one. They won
the defending half.
3 defense rounds all game, and they get this one in overtime.
This is really showing the momentum and the mental. Especially on LAN, it's so important to just keep your composure. And it seems like Bishop Kelly is slipping, as they've been doing all game.
Finally, they're getting tested. Yoichi's in though. Showtime dodges the stun and takes down Yoichi so fast. Drone gets a little information, but it's not worth a kill. But look at Wave. Look at Wave already. I mean, alone on this A, but you know he's gonna work up and get all the space he possibly can. Gets a decent timing if he goes now. Bakery might not be looking. Aizen isn't quite there. It's on to this, and ooh, Bakery cleans it out. A tough round so far from Renaissance, but at least they have the C site to work with.
Portal closed.
Wanting to get in and plant the spike, they don't want to get rushed too fast. They're going to plant and get this down. Bishop
planted.
Kelly have all the time in the world to wait here for reinforcements.
Procrastinator on such a cheeky angle, looking to see if anybody is going to walk out and give him that free headshot. But nobody on the side of Renaissance wants to do that. Arc Rose is destroyed as Yoma throws it out.
Here they come.
Paranoia hitting backside, Aftershock following it.
So much utility. Everyone marked. Bakery gets his. Yoma taken down backside and a flawless response.
Flawless defense.
Bishop Kelly showing they're not quite done yet.
And it seems like they finally have figured out Wave's timings on the flanks.
Able to work it up a little.
As we go into double overtime.
Even with that said, still, Bakery wasn't completely ready, just was able to handle kind of the surprise. Both of them kind of a little shocked seeing each other. Bakery handled it a little bit better, but Wave still so clean with these timings. Now, no break, it's just right back into it. Bishop Kelly on attack again, and here is their favorite site. If they were to win it on a site, they'd get it on this C site. They love it. And here they come.
Fade Haunt coming down, and Hyoma knows early what's about to happen, opting to yield the site rather than get steamrolled away by all of the utility.
Wave, no way do you read this. Wave,
oh no.
If Wave checks close right, Wave sees no way you have that lurk.
Wave, some sort of divine intervention.
Procrastinator, no, knife out, cold! Or Aizen, no good, through the wall. Yoichi is taking him so low. Bakery finally gets Wave though, but Procrastinator, round saving kill potentially. One bullet, and Acer's gun reload. Numbers on BK's side, but health is low, and they're afraid. They don't want to play off-site. This is messy. They're scared to go. Showtime holding strong with 20 HP. Through the smoke, Acer goes, taken down quick, and Procrastinator on the other end gets it done.
And now it's match point for Bishop Kelly here in double overtime.
Bit of a reversal.
Renaissance needs to win this round to just stay in the competition. And as we've seen before, their attack seems to be the better half. So we're going to see just if they're able to clutch this one out and bring us into triple overtime.
BK is going to test them on this A push. It's all 5. This is going to be a firefight of epic proportions. In come the stuns, in come the players. Procrastinator flash, still trying to walk out but can't get anything. Yoma, early contact, big flash! Yoichi gets both! Aizen is still trying to get it done, but he can't. Look at all that util Showtime on the back end though. 2 in Link trying to get anything, but they can't quite. Showtime. Oh, but they're just through the smoke.
And Wave! Our studio was saying that Procrastinator was the glue of the team. But if anything, I think Wave is the acetone of Bishop Kelly's team. Yeah.
Okay.
It is falling apart.
I like that. I mean, I can't disagree with you there. I mean, it's rare, especially before like really high level play. You see someone lurking be so incredibly impactful. And as we go to a little bit of a pause, it's just, it has been a crazy one. I was afraid, like I'll just reiterate, like I said, you see a 13-4 and you think almost, oh man, that was all they had. Like they gave it all, they have nothing left. But in reality, they have plenty. They have plenty left. And, they're giving it.
I think Lotus might have been Renaissance's map pick, is my guess here.
I wouldn't be surprised, of course, and they found themselves in a difficult spot. These overtime, especially when you see something like this where it's 10 straight on defense, then 10 straight, or 10 straight on attack, then 10 straight on attack. It's like, it's so weird who can manage to get that. So it looks like we actually have a little group there in the studio that we might go over to for now. So we get to check them out. So we'll be right back. While we wait, I have a very interesting stat for you.
Okay.
Bishop Kelly Valorant, during the regular season, they won 78 rounds and lost 23.
Really?
Yeah, so that's pretty insane.
And we know 8 of those rounds was Renaissance, right?
The ratio, yeah, and so also Renaissance 73 round wins versus 34 losses. So, of course, very respectable in their own right. A little bit less so, but I mean, right now you've added on 14 round losses to what
plus the other 4.
Done.
They've pretty much doubled it.
Yeah, this one map is over half of their total like in-season round losses. This is the most they've really ever been tried in a situation like this. It's tough. It's difficult playing. They've been playing for so long now, 4, 5, 6 hours maybe. Might be feeling a little fatigued mentally, physically, but you can't give up now.
Yeah, you have to just keep going, and especially towards the end at the grand finals is when you start to see players get tired and make mistakes. But we're not really seeing much of that. We're seeing a lot of clinical gameplay where people are just walking in, clicking heads, and doing the strategy. And this long pause, maybe enough time for people to recuperate and go back to what we were seeing towards the start of the rounds.
That's definitely interesting because momentum is super important, but if you ask me right now, like I really can't tell you which way the momentum is necessarily going.
It's oscillating, man. It's everybody's game.
I like that. It's everybody's game. It's not anybody's game. It has been everybody's game. Everyone has had their kind of moment so far to really
Every player
stand
has
out.
had their round where they've really shown while they're here.
And Renaissance, if they were able to win this one, bring it to a swift play, I can't help but say that they might be the favorites. Because I mean, just given by the fact that I haven't seen BK lose a map in this long, I have to say, like, if it goes to the swift play, it's gonna be an interesting one for sure. Just really, like, this is all you really ask for. I think the quality of gameplay today has been so good, just across the board from every team we've seen. It's been great, and this is just the pinnacle of all that.
Yeah, I definitely agree that we've been seeing very, very good gameplay, and also just like everybody's already at that bar of mechanics and of shooting. And so when it comes down to just what the strategies are, I think that's the more fun thing to watch.
And they've certainly got some, even if you think about it, that play with Yoichi going in off the stun, doing that in overtime is crazy. Like, just running straight in. Bakery just slipped past the stun and was able to kill him. But even going for a play like that, just in a situation like that, is kind of just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's wild that we're on, the 29th round, and the playbook isn't dry yet. Like,
you still got more stuff you can keep bringing out.
There are still things to be pulled out.
So for a teaser, go ahead and tease that we have a thing in the studio waiting for.
All right, well, I got news that we actually have a special little surprise in the studio. Can't say exactly what it is, but apparently it's an interesting thing for sure, so I'm excited to get to see that.
Yeah, coming up after our championship, right?
I'll go back. Well, we are here in the studio having a grand old time watching the madness that is unfolding. I am here with our third place team taking home this lovely trophy right here from their third place match. Timberline Valorant is watching and gawking along with all of us at the production that this is. We're going to get their inside story on how things turned out because, to be frankly honest, today was perfectly normal, all until you pulled out those bucking shenanigans on round 17, your first round, and then everything has gone downhill since then. So I'm going to expect some answers from all of you going forward, and from you, Daimyo, for allowing such shenanigans to happen. But that's what we got coming up here in the studio. You're not going to want to miss it, and we'll head back onto the arena to see the end of this match of all time.
That's a pretty good way to put it. Match of all time. It is certainly one of the matches of all time. And if I had to put a descriptor, an adjective on it, I'd say it's one of the most exhilarating matches of all time. At least that I've seen. I mean, both these teams are keeping up their end of the bargain, really, with performing exactly how you really expected them to all the way down the stretch. First map was thoroughly Bishop Kelly's. I mean, I thought after that it might just be over, but alas, here we are, 14-14 on Lotus. Not a scoreline you really see very often at all.
Yeah, 14-14 is kind of crazy for the game to just go this long in general. It shows that they really are a closer match than you would think after that first map. And I'm glad the Renaissance players didn't mentally explode. No better way to put it after that first map.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's been very impressive. After that loss, they're still on the camera just playing rock, paper, scissors, just casual as ever. And here it goes. Third overtime.
And Bishop Kelly is pushing the classic A push here. Takes Rebel control.
They're out early.
And we already have some buffoonery happening.
Cold is so ready.
The Sova drone activates, so Cold knows.
But his wave more ready. This could be so big. Oh,
unable to land that flick shot.
Hyoma falls for the decoy, but it's okay.
The wall
saves him, but Aizen is pushing this. In goes Nagi off the flash. Hyoma gets one. Bakery, though, trades it. Nagi still backside, holding strong. Flash goes through from both sides, and it goes Procrastinator's way.
Spike planted.
Acer has a chance maybe to get something done. Procrastinator's in a little intriguing spot. Goes back an Operator in the hands of Yuichi, really expecting that C push now could be a detriment.
What a mythical pull here. And they may need to swap that out for a rifle, but
if it can be done,
it could come into play here as flashes are down after this one is used.
That's all three. Acer's gonna peek, and Procrastinator takes it. Nice shot from Yuichi, though. Might be able to get in, grabs up a rifle, and is trying to get onto the spike. Taps, holds, headshot. Second is too quick.
Yoichi bringing it down to the wire. Even in, what is it, triple overtime?
The trade was so fast from Showtime. Really good coordination, and Yoichi had a chance at the 1v3 in triple overtime. Not quite there. Bishop Kelly hold a little too strong. But now Renaissance are in the driver's seat once again on their attack that they had won so much, but they're in the back foot. They have to take this one, and they want to go quick on B. They're running in. Yoichi dashes in, but it's getting held by Cold, and it's sketchy. Bullets exchange from both sides. Nothing quite found yet. Showtime is out in an interesting position, Paranoia in hand, looking to catch anyone pushing, and this B site might be a trap. It looks so sketchy, so scary, trying to push in somewhere like this, and look at Wave. Look at Wave once again. Can you believe it? So crept up, and really might just work to sell this A-side fake. If they see Wave, they might think the rest of the team is short behind. But Procrastinator's holding. Crosshair placement's not there, though. Quick adjustment.
What a flick.
Quick adjustment from Procrastinator, and the rest of Renaissance still can't get involved, but they actually just do. Yoichi just walks on, calls the bluff, gets onto site, and looks for more. Headshot,
the Phantom
but the Phantom betrays him. Bakery gets that one, and another. Jesus! Showtime
Kelly
gets it!
able to take in triple overtime.
The toughest map we've seen them play. I thought for a minute they were about to lose it, but no. Never doubt the Knights. They will never let you down.
And
So
they keep the flawless streak throughout the season.
Very, very, very impressive from them. Flawless, still haven't lost the map. And of course, Renaissance just can't be understated. I mean, if you go out of this and you say that Renaissance were worse instead of Bishop Kelly just played better, I think that's the wrong attitude to have, because Renaissance played great and Bishop Kelly just managed to play a little bit better.
It was 95% accuracy versus 100, man. It's just That's just how it is.
Oh, I would have loved to see that Swift play, but I'll settle for just a humble little triple overtime. So
really, well, I mean, we got the same amount of rounds if you think about it, and really any round could have decided that game. That's how close it was.
Congratulations to them, and also congratulations to Renaissance on. I mean, this is their first season. They got second, or first time at state.
First time at state, and they get second place.
Very strong showing for them. You don't normally see stuff like that super often.
No.
And there's so much chaos going on.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in the background. Everybody's showing off their sportsmanship and really just celebrating. I mean, I'd be willing to celebrate the loss if I was Renaissance, because that was a hard-fought game there.
I think, well, I mean, not only did they play well, even getting here regardless of the result is
a win in and of
but,
itself.
I mean, that's the most Bishop Kelly, like that's the most I've ever actually thought Bishop Kelly was going to lose a map.
Yeah, that's the first time I've genuinely thought they might lose.
Yeah, and so very, very well played from all of them, and of course, I'm excited for next year. Next year, it's just crazy that they're allowed to keep being this good, man.
That's Renaissance with the 4-month training arc, right? So
yeah,
give them a year, and it could be a different story.
That's true. They've been working hard, so just props to everybody. Props to Timberline, of course, who looks like they got 3rd place. Very impressive.
Played very well.
I mean, all these teams we've seen today, I think like. Just in general, like you can't disrespect college esports, man. Like you just can't disrespect it. So with all of that said, we're actually about to have a nice little interview on stage with the Bishop Kelly players in just a little bit. So once that gets all set up, we'll be able to see that and just kind of catch them right after the win. Normally your interview's a little bit later, so now that it's right away,
fresh
I
in
guess,
their mind.
Yeah, it's fresh, so I guess we'll send it over there right now and see what's going on. I want to make sure they're ready there.
Yeah,
of course,
it looks like a lot's going on
still. There's so much chaos going on, so.
But yeah, when they're good to go.
Yep. Looks like they're getting prepared. Looks like they're about ready right now, so I guess we'll send it over to the interview. I don't know. They look ready, I swear. I'm sorry. But, I mean, there isn't really any much more to be said from my perspective. I'm excited to hear it from theirs because that was exhilarating, man.
Yeah. I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth, man. It
was a pure game of energy. So
it's been a great game, yeah.
Everyone's locking in. Just one thing to note is I love how everyone really showed up just to support everyone, and the crowd makes this so much more fun. Playing in dead silent, like it means so much more every time you hit that play and you hit that clutch. So we're gonna send it over to the interview.
Wait, don't laugh. And welcome to the studio. We are here with some triumphant victors. We have got the Timberline Valorant team. We saw them in the first 2 rounds. They came back and rallied in their 3rd place matchup. We're going to get all the details from them because, quite frankly, now I almost hesitate to ask you about your game because the madness that we just saw unfurled here, I don't know how you're able to top that, but I have to imagine, it's a more all or nothing proposition. You're either going home with the trophy or not. It's not like 1st or 2nd place, you're going home with hardware regardless. So how did that 3rd place match work out for you? What do you think meshed the most with your team to get the win?
Okay, so the first match, we were definitely we were locked. We definitely wanted to win there. The second match, I don't know what the issue was. We had not practiced Ascent at all. And I think a lot of us were really tired, and we kind of just slacked off because we played really well the first game, and we were just slacking off, and we didn't have strats set up. We didn't have anything set up. We played Ascent like once as a team before, maybe in comp. but we haven't really played it at all, like in terms of learning strats or doing anything like that. So it was more of like nerves because we won the first game, tiredness, and just I don't know. We thought we would win because we just destroyed the first half or the first game.
And yeah, anyone else? Yeah.
In the last game, in the first one, we straight just bombed them. We destroyed them. Obviously, it was like 13-1, pretty sure. And the second game, I think we just got into our heads like, oh, we're gonna destroy these guys. We're actually beat them, but we didn't, and we just kind of didn't lock in, like you said, and we just kind of slacked off, and paid the price for almost a little bit
Which
there.
it's kind of been
But
the
then,
story.
Yeah.
For everyone, this one team gets a win, they get overconfident, then the other team wins against them, and then they get overconfident. That led to the horse race that we saw at the very end there. I got to ask though, for you, Daimyo, coming back here, being able to be in the arena, cheering on your team, what are you most proud of your team? What are you most proud of them for accomplishing today? Whether it's a certain strat or just an overall goal that you wanted to achieve?
Coaching was definitely a lot different than playing, for sure. It's a lot more stressful. I'm like pacing back and forth behind the kids, like sitting there like, guys, we can do this. Like, you do this. Like, it's different not being in the chair playing. But I'm definitely a lot more proud of just the mentality they had going into today. They definitely thought we could win it. We had a chance. We played great. We rallied regardless of how our mental was. Everyone played amazing. Everyone had their step-up moment. I couldn't be more proud of them. They genuinely handled the moment great. I think it's awesome just like to be on stage and play. And then obviously winning in the Battlegrounds for like the third place match was great because we kind of were fighting some adversity and we fired up and got through it. So.
All right, I think I would be remiss if I didn't ask the question that's on everyone's mind with this particular team. Talk us through the four Bucky loadout and how you managed to make that work. The blind shot through the smoke to hit on top of that.
The strat you're referring to is the one with versus Renaissance on Lotus. Okay, yeah. So we kind of were hitting the wall with our eco, so we were down money versus them. I called a timeout because I wanted to calm everybody down. We were just kind of like we were getting too lost in the moment, I would say. And I basically told them like, guys, let's just vibe out and play like it's ranked. Like, let's just go 5 Buckies and just see what happens. And then we got 5 Buckies. They ran straight into our Buckies. We get 4 kills, and they're probably like, what is even happening? And then I don't even know how Silver Bagel seemed how to pull that through. He got a big clutch at the end, so that was insane. Yeah, it was pretty funny.
And Silver Bagel, I'm on here. Okay, so you're the one. You're the one. I mean, how did that feel, getting the clutch at the very end? I mean, it's already, you're throwing something at the wall to see what sticks. But then, what was your mind as that round unfolded? Because it's like, okay, we got 1. Oh my, we got 2, and then you close it all out at the end.
Honestly, I wasn't expecting to win that round. I thought it was just a dumb shot that might work. And then we got 4, and then, I don't know, my mind just went blank and I shot. That's all that happened.
Like that.
Sometimes that's all you need. Well, I gotta say, I mean, I think I speak for all of us here in the studio, Audrey and Kaz. As soon as we saw that play, I was immediately thinking, okay, if there's any justice in the world whatsoever, Timberline's going to be walking away with a trophy. Okay, they got to get like some sort of hardware here for the performance that they just pulled off. One of the things we asked in a previous team, we had Highland up here, their Apex team. Just wondering, is anyone here a senior is going to be moving on soon? Oh, so you went out on a bang. You went out on the highest note possible. But anyway, you got anything planned, for collegiate or moving on? What are you looking at?
I mean, I want to try, but I'm peak gold, so it's gonna be hard.
You're just cashing with the Bucky play. You're cashing in all your chips now, and
oh yeah,
yeah, heading up. Damien, what do we got planned? For this team. I mean, do you still have any major goals you want them to accomplish?
Let's just run it back next year. We'll see what happens.
Well, we certainly await that next. I'm already waiting for next year.
We'll upgrade. We'll get the judge next time.
Okay, yeah. We'll see if we can do that with the Bucky. No telling what you can do with the judge. Well, we have got the top 5 plays from the match that we just saw, the championship match. So let's take a look at those, and then we will be back with more interviews. Don't go away.
Showtime around
but can't quite land the headshot, and the last player is nowhere to be found. It was Cold, who was on the C site earlier.
And the flank took just a little bit too long. Wave able to take out.
Showtime can peek and hopefully get whoever's on the spike off. Out comes the Hunter's Fury.
It's a little bit
Ooh,
off.
but Showtime gets taken down, and that was the win condition of the round. Now Acer can just hold on to Aizen and actually take it through the smoke.
Giving a sight, but unfortunately, it's going to be quite difficult to retake without weapons. Cold able to find 2 there. Wow. As well as Bakery getting Hyoma and Wave able to find Aizen before being traded off.
Wow. Does Renaissance have it's Acer? It's Aizen is the chance! He is the chance that they have, but Aizen is not giving up so quickly. Taps, and it's bound to fight, but the timing is Aizen. Still can't get involved, but they actually just do. Yoichi just walks on, calls the bluff, gets onto site, and looks for more. Headshot,
the Phantom
but
diff.
the Phantom betrays him. Bakery gets that one, and another. Just Acer.
Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Life happens. Lucky for you, ICCU has a new kind of checking account that comes with benefits that help you life better. Because being human is a full-time job.
Scott Matlock, underrated recruit, has built himself into one of the best defensive players in the Mountain West.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. It's when your unrelenting spirit sees the world's needs and says, I will create something better. So, what will you do? Will you let your genius run wild? Give yourself the space to be great? Set your sights on something even bigger, because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
At Blue Ribbon Painting, we're proud to be a locally family-owned and operated business dedicated to bringing your vision to life. Whether it's freshening up your home with interior or exterior painting or tackling a commercial project, we've got you covered. When you choose Blue Ribbon Painting, you're not just hiring painters. You're getting a team that's committed to making your vision a reality. Call or text us at 208-369-2583 or visit us at blueribbonpainting.net. Your project deserves a blue ribbon finish.
It's the end of a good day's work in Idaho. Time to punch out. Time to check in and catch up. Time to remind ourselves that what we work for isn't a paycheck. It's to make the good things we have even better. So here's to your good day's work. Idaho Central Credit Union. We believe money is a thing. It's not everything.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports studio. We are doing our post-game interviews with all the medaling teams, and we have got our silver trophy winners. We've got Renaissance High School joining us right now to talk about how things shook out today. So, I first got to break the ice with our coach here. I'm not going to let you do the most obvious answer to this question, which is, well, duh, we wanted to win.
Yeah.
But like, what were some of the main goals that you set out that you wanted your team to accomplish going into today?
I mean, all the sporting things, you know, the competitive, the sportsmanship, and these guys didn't quit when they were down. They just dug in deeper, and I couldn't be more proud of them. So, and they had a lot of fun doing it. But yeah, they were pretty sweaty when they were done. So, they put in a good shift.
What do you think, now asking the players, what do you think the biggest difference was that you had to adapt or try to change going into the grand final round? Because BK kind of gave you a rude introduction, you know, with that first round. You really had to change things around. What were the adjustments you had to make?
Yeah, I'll take this one. I think one of the biggest things, in my head at least, was with some of the other teams, there's a lot of stuff that we can get away with that we just can't. Bishop Kelly, they're just really good at punishing you for your mistakes. So I think that was probably one of the biggest things, was just we have to be more aware and more careful, and we can't like do dumb things and get away with it. I think was probably one of the biggest things.
Take us through that rally that you had to bring it back, because BK had a pretty big lead on you in Lotus, and then you took it to a very long and drawn-out overtime. What were the steps your team took along the way to regain some footing?
So I wasn't there for the first round. I was spectating everyone, and I realized, wow, none of them are looking hype at all. They're not excited to win. They don't want to win, because throughout the entirety of this semester and last semester, and ever since this club was founded at Renaissance, we've always been second best to BK. And I think knowing that, our team went in thinking that oh, well, we're second best, might as well lose this, right? But I kind of feel like I made sure to let them know, you guys are skilled yourselves, you know? You guys have qualities to yourselves that are different from other people, that are different from BK. And it's really I don't know, it was mostly just mental. Just work on yourself, communicate with your teammates. Don't let the best stop you from being your best, you know?
Is there anyone that you want to shout out as a teammate that you thought really stepped up to the task? Any of you can answer this. That stepped up to the task to help you get as far in the tournament as you did and make it a really close grand final.
Well, for sure, it was Wave, who was our Clove over here. She definitely stepped up, getting a lot of our kills, getting on those lurks, allowing us to have more space, more freedom to move around on the map.
Yeah, those were oftentimes it came down to Wave at the very end and provided us with some very exciting ends to the rounds. I got to ask, what is it with Haven and Lotus? Because everyone is choosing Haven and Lotus now. I mean, is there, I don't know, was there some sort of deal beforehand? We're just going to pick Haven and Lotus. What is it about these two stages that everyone is choosing them? Because literally that's the only thing we've been seeing today.
I think when the game gets to a point in level where it turns from a shooter to a tactical shooter, those two maps are ones that you're kind of looking for, just because there's a lot of opportunities to do a lot of different things. They're pretty flexible, especially tactics wise. So I think it fits a lot of different play styles, both of those maps, and it's just a lot of options for both sides.
All right, well, congratulations on your finish. We got this beautiful trophy here for you to take on back. Congratulations for making it to the grand finals. And we just want to give one final question here to you, goals going forward. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to let you get with the most obvious answer, which is we want to win gold.
Yeah.
I mean, goals that you want to achieve going forward.
Well, we're going to lose 4 of these guys this year, so we're going to have a little bit of rebuilding to do for sure. So that's going to be our primary thing, is we're going to have to do some recruiting. We're kind of a smaller school, so it's not exactly like having a huge pool of people to play off of. So we're going to talk about this and see if we can do some recruiting.
And as for the 4 seniors, could you just raise your hand so we know who is moving on? I mean, what are your plans going forward? Are you planning on carrying this on into collegiate, or do you have other plans? Well, what are you looking for?
Honestly, I plan on going into esports, moving on to college. Valorant isn't my main game. It's actually Overwatch, and I'm hoping that I can actually bring an Overwatch scene to my college once I move up to collegiate.
And You two?
Well, I'd also like to coming here to Boise State next year, actually. If I were to actually join the team, that'd be great. I don't think I have that level yet, though. But I'm definitely working on it for sure.
Well, I will let you know that just by being a Boise State student, you do get access to here to this arena as a facility for free play to come on down. So it's just going to be like another rec center for you, and we hope to see you here, whether you're on the team or competing. It's just a great facility we have here. How about you?
The college I'm planning on going to, they don't have a really well-structured esports, if any. So maybe that might be a thing to look forward to start, maybe. I don't know, just kind of throw that out there.
And then you in the back, I believe you raised. What are you looking forward to?
So in college, I'm going to University of Idaho, and they have recently put a foundation for their esports team. And what I'm looking for is probably joining their Valorant team.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of members of the University of Idaho down here. Kaz, most notably, you saw him on camera. It's been great having them down here helping us. But that will do it for our check-in with Renaissance High School. Congratulations again on your second place finish. We will take a short break and then be back with our final interview of the day, so don't go away.
Wait, no, what are you doing? That's what he's doing, bro. Trust the process. Wave is the worst player. I can't watch this guy. Zero game sense running it down, bro. Like,
oh, Phantom, no Pele. It's over. It's over.
It's over!
Get the clear camera.
It's over! Unless they don't defuse somehow. Don't defuse. Gritty on the spike. Come on.
I like how we
And welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena. We are wrapping up our day of Valorant competition with our interview for the first place team. Once again, champions. We've got Bishop Kelly Knights here joining us to talk about what was one of the grand finals of all time, because, oh my goodness, were we on the edge of our seats till the very end. Oh, I just need to catch breath after, it was stressful enough for us watching. I can't believe what it was like, being up there on the arena. Coach, I mean, obviously I'm not going to let you use the most obvious answer, which was we wanted to win, which you all really accomplished that goal. But what were some of the main goals as the day started, you coming in here, that you wanted to see your team achieve?
I wanted, this team, I've got sophomores and juniors on my team, and I wanted them to showcase what we were made of, what we practice all year long. I've pushed these kids, I made them join national leagues, made them do everything for hours and hours on end, and I wanted to make sure that all that work that they put in this season has just paid off, and boy, howdy has it.
Well, it looked like it was going to be a smooth trip to victory, especially after your first win on Haven, 13-4. All of us, and you ran up like a 9-0 score on Lotus. I mean, it was looking put away. And then history happened. So take us through that. Take us what happened, how your team adjusted, because all of us were just so on the edge of our seats for it.
I think it was kind of just us getting really comfortable. I think, especially just in the Idaho League, we've felt like that. We've just kind of can steamroll through any teams. So it was just kind of us just kind of relaxing, not getting used to we've got this far of a lead. It's kind of over now. We kind of just let our guard down and just let them kind of slowly come back. And it kind of just got into our mental. And eventually when we kind of tied it up, we kind of had to have a hard reset. Okay, guys, this is not over. We're kind of down on the mental. We got to reset, and take control back of this game.
Ultimately, your team, very interestingly, kind of ended up on attack first on every single round, and that really caught our eyes. Was that something that you were kind of aiming for? Do you feel more comfortable on attack, or did you just kind of rise up to the occasion?
We're definitely more of an attack team, I think. I think we enjoy being on the attack. It allows us to set the pace, set the tempo, and we kind of have control of the game, and the defense has to react. I think it was kind of just a little random, I guess, that we always just ended up on attack. But, we love that. We enjoy attacking, and I think it's definitely our strongest side.
Now, I believe you said juniors and sophs, so there's no seniors on this team?
Not a single senior.
Oh, man.
Nope.
So we're going to be seeing you coming back here maybe for next year, too. So overall, yeah, how's just the journey been for you? You know, for you two in the front row, you know, how's your journey with Bishop Kelly Esports been? What's it been like being able to compete in this unique opportunity to represent your school?
Yeah, well, like since the team came together, we always had like really good chemistry, and so it felt like we always started out like with a foot ahead of all the other teams. We felt like we're coming in as like the favorites and everything, but to like games like today, it really helps us to like see like we can't underestimate anybody, and we have to make sure like our communications are good and like our chemistry is on point, because otherwise it just like our strength of the team isn't like up to par as it normally would be.
Well, I've got the two casters who are with me in the studio watching the whole exciting production play on out. I got Audrey and Kaz here, each to ask their own question, so I'll throw it to Audrey first.
Yeah, so, I mean, we really only got to see your last matchup, you know, with the grand finals, which was an amazing back and forth. But I was curious, besides the grand finals, was there a moment that was your favorite throughout this entire day?
I don't know. Maybe just like being able to pull off like dumb plays. Like it was kind of the first games were a little easy, and it was kind of just fun just watching everybody kind of like have their own round, and just, you know, it was exciting to be in. It was just fun to be like just around them and just enjoying like playing the game.
And my question in particular, more so related to just your guys' ability to be here as a collective, as a team. In high school, I got my start with esports in high school as well. So I think it's super awesome that Idaho has done, you know, so much work to get you guys together and giving you the opportunity to be here. I hope you guys are really proud of what you've done today as well for the past 2 years. Now is my first time getting to personally witness your guys' greatness, and I was definitely not disappointed. The question that I particularly have, though, is why specifically being able to be here to compete, regardless of winning or losing, is important to you, and, you know, how you plan to take that through the rest of your career, maybe into becoming professionals?
Well, I think that for me, like, I had a medical thing before high school that prevented me from playing any sports. So being able to go into esports is like a second chance for me to be able to compete, because I was always very competitive. I love to play sports. I love to go against other people and see how I turn out. So I think being able to be competitive in esports is kind of like just a second chance for me.
Do you have anything to add? You've been sitting here at the microphone all this time. You must have something. Well, okay, I'm going to throw a simple question to you, okay? Which do you think is more powerful? We saw some insane Bucky plays, but do you think with the judge you could do something even more impressive? Could you do a 1v5 with the judge? Is it even possible?
No, I think Bucky's better.
Okay, I mean, we got a definitive answer there. Bucky is better. I'm sure Kaz and Audrey have absolutely no objections to that based on what we saw here today. Well, that is your grand champion. These are your grand champions for Idaho Esports State Championship. Bishop Kelly Knights winning the gold trophy here in Valorant. Congratulations to all of you, and thanks for putting on such a great performance. That'll do it for us today, but we still got 2 days of thrilling competition for you. Coming up next, we've got Overwatch and Rocket League, so do not go away. We got a full weekend of competition ahead of us. Thank you for joining us today, and we hope to see you tomorrow.
Obsolete. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Go ahead.
Bam.
Here.
One enemy remaining. Flash trap destroyed.
Trevor!
player standing. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.